The President. Questions. Question 1, Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, Mr. President. The 2023 policy address has proposed a number of initiatives to encourage childbearing. Many members of the community have expressed their agreement to the initiatives. Some members of the public are of the view that the government may improve the relevant initiatives and step up efforts in their implementation. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it will consider disbursing an annual cash bonus of $40,000 to each newborn baby of the grassroots until the baby reaches the age of 5 to 6? If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. 2, as there is a proposal that the government should introduce a child tax allowance to be calculated on a progressive basis to encourage childbearing among middle-class families. That is a tax allowance of $150,000, $300,000, and $600,000 for the first, second, and third child, respectively. Whether the authorities have studied and considered the proposal. If so, of the reasons for not adopting the proposal. If not, whether they will consider the proposal. And 3, as there is a proposal that the government should introduce a tax deduction for the expenses of employing foreign domestic helpers in order to encourage childbearing, reduce the expenses of young families on employing foreign domestic helpers after childbirth, and unleash the female labor force, whether the authorities have studied and considered the proposal. If so, of the reasons for not adopting the proposal, and if not, whether they will consider the proposal. Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration. Mr. President, all countries and places worldwide are facing a decline in fertility rate. Hong Kong is no exception. Our birth rate remains at a low level, falling to a low point of mere 0.9 in 2022. Meanwhile, Hong Kong has the longest life expectancies in the world. The proportion of elderly aged 65 or above will increase from 20% of Hong Kong's population to nearly 1/3 in 10 years' time. In the face of this challenge, the government must formulate measures to raise fertility rates. During the policy address consultation exercise, aspirations for the government to take measures in this regard came through loud and clear. As such, the Chief Executive announced in his 2023 policy address an array of measures in a package to promote fertility. These measures, including giving families with newborns priority on flat selection and allocation, enhancing childcare support, increasing tax concessions, and providing newborn baby bonus, etc., aim to encourage fertility by creating a conducive environment for childbearing. We strive to deliver a strong message to the community that the government is making every effort to boost childbirth so as to reverse the low local birth rate in Hong Kong, to provide the manpower required for the long-term economic development in Hong Kong, and to alleviate the problem of an aging population. Under the newborn baby bonus scheme, the government will provide a cash bonus of $20,000 to eligible parents. That is, either parent must be a Hong Kong permanent resident at the time of application for each baby born in Hong Kong on or after the 25th of October 2023. The scheme would run for 3 years. The question proposes to disburse an annual cash bonus of $40,000 to each newborn baby of grassroots citizens until the baby reaches the age of 5 to 6. In other words, each newborn baby will be disbursed with $200,000 to $240,000 within a span of 5 to 6 years. On a preliminary basis, the estimated expenditure incurred by the proposal would reach tens of billions of dollars. This is a colossal financial burden and not a good use of resources either. The government has no plan to adopt the proposal concerned. As mentioned earlier, the provision of the newborn baby bonus is only one of the whole array of measures to promote fertility. In formulating the policy initiative, the government does not consider that the baby bonus scheme alone would substantially increase the fertility rate. Therefore, we have proposed a host of measures. Among them, setting aside a quota for families with newborns to ballot for subsidized sale flats and giving them flat selection priority, as well as reducing the public rental housing waiting time for such families are policy breakthroughs. They are quite attractive. We hope that these measures, coupled with enhanced childcare support and increase in tax concessions, would encourage young families to actively consider adding new members to their families. Starting from the year of assessment 2023-24, the basic child allowance and the additional child allowance for each child born during the year of assessment have been raised from $120,000 to $130,000. In addition, to support families with newborn children, the Chief Executive proposed in this policy address that starting from the year of assessment 2024-25, the deduction ceiling for home loan interest or domestic rents will be raised from $100,000 to $120,000. That is an increase of 20% for taxpayers who live with their first child born on or after the 25th of October this year until the child reaches the age of 18. We believe that these existing or announced tax measures will help alleviate the financial burden of taxpayers from raising children. When considering proposals in respect of allowances under salaries tax, it is essential that the government takes into account the impacts of the proposals on public finance and whether the proposals are in line with the principles of a simple and fair tax regime, so as to strike a balance between reducing taxpayers' tax burden and maintaining healthy public finance. Based on our preliminary assessment, if allowances of $150,000, $300,000, and $600,000 are granted for a taxpayer in respect of his first, second, and third child respectively, it is estimated that government revenue will decrease by about $4.2 billion per year, which is about 5% of the total revenue from salaries tax and tax under personal assessment in 2022-23. As the proposal will significantly increase the financial burden on the government, we have no plan to adopt this proposal. As for the proposal on tax deduction for the expenses of employing foreign domestic helpers, as in our reply on child allowances above, in considering tax measures, including whether to introduce new tax deductions, the government must carefully scrutinize the impact of the proposals on public finance and whether the proposals are in line with the principles of a fair and simple tax regime. The ultimate objective is to strike a balance between reducing taxpayers' tax burden and maintaining healthy public finance. As mentioned in our reply to part 1 of the question, the Chief Executive has announced a series of initiatives in this year's policy address to promote fertility through a multi-pronged approach. Regarding the proposal of introducing tax deduction for expenses on the employment of foreign domestic helpers, the government has no plan to adopt this proposal. Mr. Peter Shiu. Mr. President, I just heard from the Deputy Chief Secretary that tens of billions of dollars of expenses will be incurred. But we're not talking about giving help to all newborns, but to those in need. Now you have the working family allowance for families with children. And each child will be given an allowance of $1,344. This is to subsidize their full-time education until the child reaches the age of 21. My proposal entails giving allowance to a child until he reaches 5 to 6. That means when a child reaches the age of 5 to 6, we're talking about some $570 million, and then the figure may go all the way up to $1.4 billion and $3.4 billion. So the government should consider concentrating resources to help those in need. DCS. Regarding the newborn baby bonus, in fact, we've raised the amount based on the feedback we received during the consultation exercise. In fact, if you compare our proposal to those around the world, the amount is not excessively high. And in any event, after 3 years of implementing this scheme, close to $2 billion of expenses will be incurred. This is not a small amount. We need to have regard to the government's fiscal position at the same time. Now, Mr. Peter Shiu said that instead of dishing out this allowance to everybody, we should focus on dispersing the bonus to grassroots families with newborns. But it's hard to differentiate the types of families. Now, the administrative cost will be low if there is no distinction of the class of families. But otherwise, like the chief executive once mentioned, there may be additional expenditure in the form of administrative costs. Take the birth rate. In 2022, some 33,000 babies were born in that year. Let's say if we disperse some $40,000 a year until the child reaches the age of 5 or 6, then eventually close to 300 billion to $56 billion will be incurred. So this is a colossal amount. We thank Mr. Shiu for putting forward this suggestion, but having considered our fiscal position, we'd like to maintain our original proposal in the policy address, that is $20,000 per newborn. Mr. Sunny Tan. Mr. President, in order to resolve the shortage of labor in Hong Kong, we need to boost the birth rate. I welcome the various initiatives to encourage childbearing. Now, take Seoul as an example. To encourage childbirth, the government has rolled out initiative such that families with multiple children can enjoy museum and other facilities for free. And children will also be eligible for various discounts in relation to textbooks, transports, etc. I'd like to know whether other initiatives will be put in place to promote fertility. For example, mobilizing the business sector to provide concessions and discounts, and that through family education, we can promote the status of parents in the community so that they become quality parents in the new generation. Deputy Chief Secretary. In relation to the initiatives to encourage childbearing, we take a multi-pronged approach in creating a conducive environment for childbearing. Of course, we can consider the suggestions made by the honourable member. At the same time, we need to have regard to the financial implications. For example, the member talked about subsidizing the fees for tuition classes. We need to consider how this is to be implemented. The same applies to families with multiple children. Special concessions should be given. Again, we need to consider implementation details. In fact, apart from the newborn baby bonus of $20,000, we have other supporting initiatives. So we need to consider comprehensively the effect if we roll out other initiatives. Of course, we welcome family-friendly and childbearing policies formulated by enterprises. The government is sending out this strong signal. It is the government's policy direction to encourage childbearing. And through this policy direction, we seek to further promote fertility, such as providing concessions to families with children. Mr. Tan represents the business sector, and I'm very grateful when he mentions that the government can mobilize the support of the business sector. about raising the status of parents in the community. And after all, this is about our social values. Other values are related, such as our attitude towards families and marriage. And these ideas will be incorporated in our effort to promote family education. Ms. Starry Lee. Mr. President, I really appreciate the package of measures to encourage childbearing in this policy address. Apart from the cash bonus, we have priority to flat selection and reducing PRH waiting times, so on and so forth. There is always this saying that it takes millions of dollars to raise a child. So a $20,000 bonus is just a token to incentivize young parents to have children. Now, I'm more concerned about according priority to public housing. Housing and education are core factors for a family to consider whether to have a child. Now, in relation to the priority scheme for PRH allocation or subsidized sale flat priority scheme, in other words, a special quota will be given for the families concerned to have priority in selecting an HOS flat. And if they fail in this exercise, they can go for another round and have another children. Deputy Chief Secretary, instead of just putting in place a quota, can you give priority to these families with newborns to select HOS flats? And what about the PRH PRH list? Can priority be given to families with newborns so that they have one less thing to worry about, and that is how having a roof over their head? Deputy CS. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Ms. Starry Lee for supporting our pro-childbearing measures, and I thank her for the comments. Indeed, many people say it takes millions of dollars to raise a child. I don't know if this statement is true. I do have some doubts, in fact. After all, we're talking about a huge sum, several million dollars. And this may deter young families from raising children. 33,000 babies were born in 2022. But I don't think all families have made preparations to fork out $4 to $6 million to raise his child in the future. Coming back to our priority arrangements for flat selection, Ms. Starry Lee's made a valid point. For families with newborns, it's not guaranteed that they would be able to select a subsidized sale flat or that they would be given an offer. All it means is that 10% of the quotas will be set aside for these families. In fact, 30% of the quotas have already been set aside for families with elderly to have priority in flat selection. So on top of the 30%, we're adding 10%. Altogether, 40% of the quotas will be given to priority families. Housing supply is limited. So I'm afraid we cannot do more. Now, in 2022, 33,000 new babies were born. And if it's guaranteed that all these families will be able to get a subsidized sale flat, then it is not pragmatic as it goes above the number of quotas available for flat selection. And to respond to Ms. Starry Lee's point, apart from subsidized sale flats, for a child born on or after the 25th of October, if the family wishes to be put on the PRH waiting list, the waiting time will be shortened by 1 year, and that is a major incentive. Now, say if the subsidized sale flat is there is oversubscription for the HOS flats, is it possible to accord priority to the families concerned? I think I'll relay this view to the Housing Bureau. They need to gauge the implications. Mr. Tommy Cheung. Thank you, Mr. President. The Liberal Party welcomes the initiatives to support the middle class in this policy address. In your reply, you referred to 150, 300,000 and 600,000, and the government revenue foregone would be $4.2 billion. Now, Deputy CS, I think instead of just looking at the expenditure column, you need to look at the revenue column as well. Say, after you have the third child in a family, instead of just buying one ticket, you need to buy 6 tickets for Disneyland or for Ocean Park. Probably you won't take your family along. Now, the government is now promoting night economy. Now, if the family goes out, they'll be spending a lot of money. Now, take myself as an example. After I welcomed the third child in my family, my income actually increased by multiple folds, and I had to pay more taxes. So you need to check the other side of the books because there'll be additional revenue. And then you will find that actually the Liberal Party's proposal will help the public coffers. Deputy CS. I thank Mr. Tommy Cheung for his comment. I'm afraid I didn't fully grasp what Mr. Tommy Cheung said, especially in relation to extra income after welcoming the third child to the family. I don't know whether this is the rationale that if you have more children, you definitely have more income and hence paying more taxes. So perhaps I need to seek Mr. Tommy Cheung's enlightenment in this regard. But on the face of it, for this proposal of extra allowance for the first, second, and third child to a tune of $150,000, $300,000, and $600,000, $4.2 billion of government revenue will be reduced.
Question 2, Mr. Ronald Chen. President, it's been reported that the Hong Kong Observatory plans to introduce new measures to enhance the accuracy of weather forecasts, including the development of new weather radars and the introduction of artificial intelligence in weather forecasting. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. As the observatory has pointed out that it attained a weather forecast accuracy of 92% last year, but a public opinion survey conducted last year indicated that the percentage of observatory's weather forecasts considered accurate by the public was 77%. Whether the observatory has examined the reasons for the discrepancy between these two figures, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. 2. Of the progress of introducing AI in weather forecasting and whether it has studied how AI enhances the accuracy of weather forecasts, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3. As some members of the public are of the view that in respect of the issuance of weather warnings linked to the arrangements for the suspension of work and classes, for instance, black rainstorm warning signal and tropical cyclone warning signal number 8 or higher, the advance notice given by the observatory is too short, and they are dissatisfied with the timing of issuing such signals. Whether the observatory has studied the room for using technology for further improving the issuance of weather warnings, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, as a scientific department dedicated to serving the public, the observatory has always adhered to rigorous and objective scientific methods in developing weather forecast products and regularly evaluates its service quality. To assess the accuracy of weather forecasts, the observatory calculates the percentage of accurate weather forecasts using an objective verification method. This objective method takes into account the differences between the local weather forecast and actual observations for each day of the year, including weather elements such as temperature, wind speed, cloud cover, visibility and rainfall, etc., to objectively calculate the accuracy of weather forecasts. In 2022, the percentage of accurate weather forecasts was 92%, with the average percentage for the past 10 years from 2013 to 2022 exceeding 90%. To collect feedback from users and to understand their needs regarding weather services, the observatory has been commissioning independent survey companies to conduct annual opinion surveys. Survey results show that over the past 5 years, from 2018 to 2022, the average percentage of forecasts perceived as accurate by the public was 78%, which is a slight increase compared to the average of 76% in the previous 5-year period, that is from 2013 to 2017. In addition, the observatory also conducts opinion surveys among frequent users of its forecast services, such as airlines and ship captains. The results show that the accuracy of weather forecasts as perceived by these users was over 95%, which is even higher than the percentage of accurate weather forecasts calculated from the observatory's objective verification method. We note that the accuracy of the observatory forecast services as perceived by frequent users was over 95%. On the other hand, the results of public opinion surveys reflect to a certain extent public concern about changes in weather conditions. Furthermore, as weather information becomes more widely available, the expectations of the public about weather forecast services continue to rise. The observatory will strive to enhance service levels and develop new services with reference to public opinion. This includes the continuous introduction of new instruments and technologies, such as the development of a new and more advanced radar system at TMHK next year, and active participation in the World Meteorological Organization of the United States to enhance knowledge exchange with members with advanced forecasting technology to keep the overall service quality up to date. As regards the provision of rainfall nowcast, the observatory has started to apply AI in recent years to optimize its rainfall nowcasting system. This system can generally provide alerts at 10 to several tenths of minutes before the rainfall amount reaches the rainstorm warning level. However, the development of rainstorms is highly random and can change drastically within a short period of time, making the prediction of rainstorms a major challenge for the global community. The observatory, with its internationally recognized technical capabilities, has been designated by WMO as one of the 3 regional specialized meteorological centers for nowcasting. But we will continue to strive to identify ways to improve the effectiveness of rainfall nowcasting. As for tropical cyclone warnings, global numerical weather prediction models are important forecasting tools. As regards the application of AI, the observatory has been conducting trials of an AI weather prediction model since the middle of this year to provide forecasts for wind direction, wind speed, and sea level, etc., to provide references for compiling the 9-day weather forecast and the forecast track of tropical cyclones. This October, the observatory also launched the weather forecast charts of the Pangu computer model on its website to provide users with information about future weather changes. However, the application of AI in this area is still in the preliminary stage, and further accumulation of data is necessary before we can ascertain its effectiveness. Tropical cyclones and rainstorms are 2 different weather systems. Tropical cyclones generally have a larger geographical coverage compared to that of rainstorms. The observatory closely monitors each tropical cyclone when it's relatively far away from Hong Kong and issues the tropical cyclone warning signals number 1, 3, and number 8, etc. as appropriate. The observatory typically issues an advance notice 2 hours before the issuance of the warning signal number 8 to allow the public to make preparations. However, the public should understand that when a tropical cyclone edges closer to Hong Kong, even slight changes in its position and intensity can result in different wind conditions from the previous forecast. If these changes lead to a rapid increase in local wind strength, it may be necessary to upgrade the warning signals from number 8 to number 9 or higher within a short period of time. In recent years, The observatory has actively employed more reliable computer forecast models to predict tropical cyclones. However, there are still limitations in the world-leading computer forecast models in predicting the subtle changes of tropical cyclones as they approach Hong Kong, including insufficient spatial resolution. When a tropical cyclone gets close to this territory, it's necessary to continuously assess the latest storm situation based on actual observations and the latest forecasts to issue warnings. Compared to tropical cyclones, the geographical coverage of rainstorms is smaller. The average lead time for issuing rainstorm warnings has increased in the past few years. However, the development of rainstorms is highly random, and significant changes can occur within a short period of time. There are still technological limitations that prevent further extension of the lead time for issuing rainstorm warnings. The observatory will continue to use the latest technologies and actively collaborate with the meteorological agencies, including those within the Greater Bay Area, to enhance forecasting capacities. Also, the observatory will follow up the measures proposed in this year's policy address to develop a risk-based decision support system. By using AI and big data technology to analyze historical and real-time rainfall and flooding data, an alert system will be established to assist relevant departments in taking prompt response actions. Thank you, President. Mr. Ronald Chen. President, the main reply of the Secretary gives details on the technologies that the observatory deploys to issue in advance warnings for rainstorms and typhoons so that citizens can make preparations early. However, it is said that there are challenges to issue in advance warnings for rainstorm. For instance, for the once-in-a-century rainstorm that we saw earlier, from the red rainstorm and the black rainstorm, there were only 10 minutes in between. Heavy rainfall may lead to flooding in tunnel. If people cannot grasp the situation in time, there may be dangerous situations. My question for the Secretary is that there is currently an emergency alert system. In the future, if there are extreme weather conditions, can the government make use of the alert system to inform the public about the situation so that people can make contingency response? Thank you. Secretary. President, we see that be it rainstorm or typhoon, currently the observatory is making use of different channels to disseminate relevant information. We make use of radio stations, TV programs, and also online platforms. People who have the mobile apps installed, they'll be able to get instant messages from the observatory. We see the effectiveness of using these channels. For future emergency alert, we will make use of the system, say when there is tsunami or earthquake. For information disseminated in normal channels or platforms, we won't make use of the alert system to disseminate it. However, the observatory will continue to work hard to see how we can improve our forecast capacities so that we can disseminate or issue alerts early. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. This September, there was this GBA meteorological center set up by the government. And this center will make use of AI technologies to enhance forecast capacities. While it still takes time for the government to build this center, I want to know, after the center is built, will the SAR government work with the Macau government so that we can enhance our forecast capabilities? Thank you. Secretary. The observatory, together with the meteorological authorities in the mainland, as well as the Meteorological Bureau in the Guangdong province, there are quite a number of collaboration opportunities and exchanges. On typhoon forecasts as well as rainfall forecasts, we've been keeping in close liaison with each other. On this particular meteorological center, we'll see how we can make use of it to enhance the reporting mechanism between the different authorities. We'll also see if we can deploy new methods and technologies for enhancing our forecast capabilities. In my main reply, I mentioned that we are looking at the possibility of deploying AI technologies, and we are testing out the Pangu computer model, and we're going to use this model together with the other authorities in the region so that we can make more accurate weather forecasts. We see that as we deploy AI technologies, we can better predict the track of typhoon compared to traditional methods. However, for wind strength, AI may not be as helpful or as accurate, so we need more experience to see how we can improve the technologies, but the authorities in the three places will strengthen cooperation. Mr. Martin Liao. There are a few groups and associations and NGOs set up by people who are keen on meteorology. They have their own websites to share weather information, and they also share typhoon information. I want to know if the government will consider stepping up exchanges or cooperation with these community groups so that citizens can have a better grasp of the weather forecast. Secretary. President, there are different community organizations and websites we see set up by community groups, and they're all very keen on meteorological phenomena. And they have many exchanges with other people who are keen on this area. We see that the information that they have compared to the observatory is not very accurate. I wonder if people have paid attention to the less accurate information that they have. But from what I see, overall speaking, the information that observatory has is more reliable. Professor Lau Chi-peng. Thank you, President. The observatory is a world-class meteorological agency. It's been doing well in terms of making weather forecasts on typhoon and rainfall. Well, Hong Kong is a small city, but there is a huge difference in terms of weather conditions between new territories and the urban areas. When there is rainfall in the urban areas, it may not be the case in the new territories. We see advanced development in technology nowadays. Will you look at the urban areas and the new territory separately when you produce weather forecasts, say separating the northern district and the southern district? Thank you. Secretary. I thank member for the question. In fact, in this regard, the observatory has been doing its work to try to improve its weather forecast on rainstorms. We see limitations in technology, however. It's hard to reduce the lead time or enhance the lead time for issuing rainstorm warnings. So we want to see whether we can conduct more analysis in this regard. If you have paid attention, you'll see that in the platform of the observatory, there is rainfall forecast for different districts, which is provided real time to the citizens. So we'll see how we can enhance our forecast capacity. However, if we are to issue different rainstorm warnings in different districts, we'll have to take into account how we're going to make arrangements in terms of transportation. Say, in Tsuen Wan district, there may be a black storm warning, but the rainstorm warning may be not as high in other districts. And people may have to travel to different districts to go to work. If we are to issue different rainstorm warnings, complicated situations may arise. technically speaking, if we have to disseminate rainstorm information for different districts, we are already doing that. Thank you. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. In his main reply, the Secretary mentioned about collaboration with the Greater Bay Area to enhance weather forecast capacities. We see the damage brought by extreme weather conditions. And in this regard, the Greater Bay Area or the cities in the Greater Bay Area is sharing the same situation with Hong Kong. I wonder if the Hong Kong government has a regular collaboration system with the Greater Bay Area in terms of its weather forecast. Secretary, in terms of sharing of information, we already have a system to share the information with the authorities in the Greater Bay Area. Currently, the observer also gives weather forecasts in the Greater Bay Area, and we forward the information provided by the authorities there. What is important is that we have to, through experience, enhance our weather forecast capacities. We have to try out different models. As you know, there are different computer models for different types of weather forecasts. We want to have more exchanges with the Greater Bay Area to see how we can enhance our capacity. In terms of the flow of information, we are already sharing information with each other. Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. When Koinu hit Hong Kong, we saw a number 9 typhoon signal in Hong Kong, and the MTRC suspended some of the train services, and a lot of people were stranded in the MTR stations. For high-speed rail link as well as the high-speed rail system in Japan, they make use of wind data to make decisions whether to suspend operation or services. I wonder if the SAR government will ask MTRC to draw reference from the wind speed data to make decisions. Thank you. Secretary. From the observatory's perspective, its responsibility is to make weather forecasts and gather information and disseminate the relevant information to the public as well as to the relevant government departments to support their work. Ms. Lillian Kwok's suggestion will be passed on to the Transport and Logistics Bureau to see if they are going to take the relevant measures if necessary. Thank you. Mr. Michael Teen. President, in October, we saw Koinu hitting Hong Kong, and a lot of people were stranded in MTR stations, causing inconvenience to the public. When people were in Wu Kai Sha Station, it was still number 8 typhoon signal being hoisted, and then within a short period of time, it was changed to number 9 signal. From Tuen Mun to Wu Kai Sha, it takes about 75 minutes by MTR. If the observatory is to switch from number 8 signal to number 9 signal, it will have to inform the public in advance within or less than 75 minutes so that people can go home. Once the relevant announcement is made, then the MTRC should make the relevant arrangements so that passengers will clearly know that when the outdoor train services will be suspended so that they can make relevant arrangements. Can you undertake to request MTRC to do so? It's actually very simple. Mr. Michael Teen, you have asked your question. Please be seated. Secretary. President, I understand Mr. Michael Tien's question, that is, whether the government can undertake to ask the MTRC to make the relevant arrangements or make the relevant warnings within 75 minutes. As mentioned, a slight change of wind speed or wind strength may have a huge impact. So the observatory can only work hard to issue a warning in advance. We cannot promise here that we're able to issue such warning or change the warning within 75 minutes because we have to look at the actual circumstances so that there won't be disastrous consequences. Thank you.
Question 3, Mr. Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, President. To tie in with the objective announced by the government in the 2022 policy address, the Chinese medicine clinics training and research centers, or CMCTRs, established by the hospital authority, non-government organizations, and local universities under a tripartite collaboration model in the 18 districts across the territory have increased their annual disc quota for government-subsidized Chinese medicine outpatient services to 800,000 since the 1st of last month. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it knows the total attendance at each CMCTR since January this year, as well as the current number and salary levels of Chinese medicine practitioners employed by each CMCTR, 2, whether it knows, following the increase in subsidized disc quota, the approximate daily service disc quota that can be provided by each CMCTR, as well as the criteria adopted by the authorities for allocating the subsidized disc quota, and 3, given that many members of the public have relayed that following the increase in subsidized disc quota, it is still difficult to make an appointment for the relevant services, and it is so hard to secure one single disc, whether the authorities will consider formulating new measures to meet the demand of members of the public. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Health. President, I'd like to thank Honorable Chen for his question. In consultation with the hospital authority, my reply is as follows. Chinese medicine is an integral part of our healthcare system. To promote the professional development of manpower training for CM in Hong Kong, we have established CMCTRs in all 18 districts across the territory. They are run by the HA, non-government organizations or NGOs, and universities under a tripartite collaboration model with daily operation undertaken by the respective NGOs. In addition to the government-subsidized CM outpatient services, the CMCTRs provide patients with the option of other non-government subsidized CM services. The CMCTRs also support services such as integrated Chinese Western medicine and civil service Chinese medicine clinical services, and better functions of nurturing CM talent and taking forward scientific research projects. The CMCTRs provide services for over 1.2 million attendances each year on average, of which the annual quota of government-subsidized outpatient services has increased by more than 30% from about 600,000 to 800,000 since the 1st of October this year. Recipients of comprehensive social security assistance and recipients aged 75 or above of the old age living allowance are entitled to waivers of charges. The total number of attendances at CMCTRs from January to September 2023 is at Annex 1. As at the end of 2022, there were a total of 419 Chinese medicine practitioners of various ranks employed by CMCTRs across 18 districts. The relevant information is set out at Annex 2. The terms of employment and remuneration package of the CMPs concerned are determined by their NGOs employers. The respective NGOs review and adjust the salary level of CMPs from time to time based on the market situation every year. According to the information submitted by these NGOs at the end of 2022, the monthly salaries of CMP trainees at the 18 CMCTRs range from $24,000 to $34,000, while the salaries of other CMPs of various ranks range from 35,000 to 110,000, depending on their experience, qualifications, and duties. To our understanding, the salaries of the CMPs concerned would also be increased by in accordance with the personnel management mechanisms of the individual NGOs in 2023-24 by about 4 to 5%. The aforementioned CMP trainees They are newly graduated and registered CMPs, and they have chosen to work at the 18 CMCTLs to accumulate clinical experience. And as indicated by the positive responses of job applications received, the work nature and remuneration packages of the CMP trainees are attractive to applicants to a certain extent. As regards the distribution of government subsidized service quotas, the annual service quota of 800,000 are distributed evenly among the 18 CMCTLs. Generally speaking, half of the service quota distributed to each CMCTL will be allocated for appointment by patients with episodic illnesses, and the other half for follow-up consultation for patients. In addition, CMCTLs in different districts will flexibly adjust the allocation of their daily service quotas according to clinical operation and manpower arrangements, hence such quotas may vary. In line with the increased service quotas, CMCTLs in various districts have taken corresponding measures, including increasing the number of consultation rooms and treatment rooms, upgrading facilities and fittings of outpatient clinics, employing extra manpower, etc. Since the further increase of the service quotas, the overall service capacities of the 18 CMCTLs have already risen in the first 2 weeks of October 2023. A service quota of about 2,900 is available daily, which comparing to about 1,800 last year, represents an increase of over 60%. The average daily service quota of each CMCTL is about 130 to 160, a significant increase compared with the same period last year, about 90 to 110 daily. On booking methods, at present, patients with episodic illnesses may call individual CMCTLs in the 18 districts or use CHA's 18 CM clinics mobile application to make an appointment for government-subsidized CM services. Patients who have previously registered for services at any of the CMCTLs may use the mobile application to make an appointment. Alternatively, they can also ask their relatives to do so on their behalf. We will continue to work with the HA to review the usage of and demand for government-subsidized CM outpatient services and increase the service capacities of some CMCTLs through reprovisioning. Hong Kong CM services will also be greatly enhanced when the first Chinese medicine hospital in Hong Kong starts to commence services by phases in 2025. In parallel, we will liaise with the CM sector to formulate a Chinese medicine development blueprint in which we will conduct a comprehensive review on the long-term strategies and planning for the development of CM services as well. I would like to stress that CM outpatient services constitute an integral part of the primary healthcare system, and private service providers in Hong Kong play a significant role in delivering primary healthcare services, contributing the majority of resources in the CM sector. The private sector has recorded around 10 million patient visits for CM outpatient services each year. Currently, apart from providing subsidies for CMCTL services, the government also offers healthcare vouchers for elderly persons aged 65 or above to pay for private primary healthcare services rendered by CMPs. In 2022, the amount claimed for CM services was about $850 million, with around 1.65 million transactions of voucher claims. We will continue to develop various primary healthcare services, including CM services, in accordance with the primary healthcare blueprint, thereby optimizing the use of resources in both the public and private CM sectors. Thank you, President. Mr. Chen, thank you for the reply from the Secretary. I'm pleased to hear that there will be reprovisioning of some of the CMCTLs in order to enhance the services of CM to the public. But then, between January and September, the total number of attendants for the 18 CMCTLs was over 1.2 million. In other words, on average, the total number of visits were around 300 to 350 every day per clinic. But then the number of subsidized quota would only be 130 to 160. Obviously, the demand outstrips the supply. And therefore, my question is, will there be more such CMCTLs in the 18 districts? And also, would there be a CM department in public hospitals in order to provide better public CM services in order to meet the demand by the public, and also to realize the commitment by the government in enhancing CM services? Secretary, thank you for Mr. Chen's question. Well, the first question is about whether or not we will enhance the services. In fact, since 2018, we have already got 18 CMCTLs in 18 districts, and only in 2020 did we start the subsidized services, and we already increased the number of quotas from 600,000 to 800,000. That would already cover all the 18 CMCTLs, and that would account for 60% of the total demand for services. And while we are providing such services, we would also like the public to have choices in terms of the CMPs. For example, they can also use non-subsidized services at clinics. And for those over 65, they can also use healthcare vouchers for elders by going to the private clinics. And that's the reason why we have to be flexible about this. And even if we were to expand the CM services, well, the size of the area is currently limited, and therefore we will have to reprovision some of the clinics in order to provide bigger areas so that we can enhance the services. But then CM services are also playing dual roles, and therefore we must not forget that we are also nurturing talents and also conducting scientific research projects. And therefore, whether it's the subsidized CMCTLs and also in terms of space provision, we would also have to take care of nurturing talents' needs and also scientific researchers' requirements. In the long run, we would also have to look at other alternatives. For example, in 2025, the Chinese Medicine Hospital will also be commissioned. So can we provide more subsidized services there? And therefore, we do look forward to a more in-depth discussion under the primary healthcare blueprint. And also, majority of the CMPs, most of the registered CMPs, there are about 10,000 right now in Hong Kong. And then as far as the subsidized CMC TL's service is concerned, we have only got some 400 CMPs, so majority of them are working in the private sector, and therefore the emphasis should be about how we can make better use of those CMPs practicing in the private sector. And I do look forward to the primary healthcare blueprint so that we can make better use of the CMPs in private practice. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chen Hon Pan. Well, indeed, CMCTLs are indeed very important for the nurturing of talents because there is teaching and there is also practice, and therefore for fresh graduates it's a very good place for their internship, and by seeing patients on a daily basis that would also give them more clinical experience. But then looking at the government's reply, well, in the past the daily quota was about 1,800. And now they have increased that to 2,900. So the quota has been increased already. So in fact, there has been an increase by about 1,000 already. You can see that these CMCTLs are very popular, and many people would find Chinese medicine more acceptable even after the pandemic. So if they are very busy already and they are not able to take care of scientific researchers and so on. So my question is, well, we only have 18 CMCTLs right now, so would the government consider, in light of public demand and also given the pace of increase, well, other than the 18 CMCTLs, can we have 19, 20, or even 21? So can that be done in order to ensure that for the outpatient quota that can be increased, and there can also be other work done? Thank you for your question. Well, for the CMCTL services, they are very popular, and in fact, we can look at it from two perspectives. Other than the subsidized services, there are also non-subsidized services, and the fees charged. Well, let me put it this way. Well, for non-subsidized services, the per visit charge is about $130 to $300, and still it's very popular. So over half of those patients would be those over the age of 60. And therefore, in terms of increasing the service quantity, we would also have to look at how we can increase both subsidized and non-subsidized services. Most importantly, there has to be sufficient space, whether or not we have sufficient space where we can open up more clinics, because patients go to these clinics not just for consultation. We would also have to make use of the space in order to develop CM and also teaching and also scientific researchers and so on. And there would also have to be dispensaries. And therefore, we will have to identify spaces for the reprovisioning of such a CMCTR so that we can do more within each CMCTR. Another emphasis is that by 2025, with the opening of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, in terms of the outpatient quotas, can there be further increase? We will review that, and therefore, in the Chinese Medicine Development Blueprint, we will look further into that. Thank you. Ms. Chen Hao-yan. Well, for the tripartite collaboration model, it's very popular and is of high quality and is also very popular among families. And therefore, I'd like to thank the CMP and also the relevant healthcare professionals. But then the HA has only arranged for the number of this, and also in terms of the arrangement is not satisfactory at all. It leaves a lot to be desired. Well, apparently these CMCTLs will look at the operation and also manpower arrangement, and there'll be flexible arrangement in terms of the daily quota. In fact, how many quota is available every day? Well, will there be announcement? Well, even the staff concerned are not aware of that. So you will have to understand the patient's plight, because they don't mind queuing up already. So their very humble request is that they will have to know exactly how many quota is available and where they can go to if there is a spare quota available, because they are not able to make an appointment online, and if they call, it's not answered, and even if they go there personally, they still would not be able to get a quota or a disc. So that's the problem. So would the administration be urging the HA? Well, on the 200,000 additional discs, would there be more even distribution? And also, can you announce it in advance every month or even every week, so that the elderly would know where to go to when they want to see a CMP? Secretary. Well, in making appointment for consultation, there needs to be pre-appointment, and you can do it by call, or you can also use the mobile app to make an appointment. We also suggest that the public should make use of the mobile app, because when you use the mobile app, you'll be able to see exactly how many quotas are available in which clinic in the 18 districts. And also, they would also give you a new disc, so you'll be able to see everything by browsing the apps. And of course, it's also very influential. We can also teach the public as to how you can identify or locate which clinic would have more quotas. And of course, we will have to work to make things easier so that the appointment system can be further enhanced. At present, there are some problems, because for the 18 CMCTLs, indeed, they are run by different NGOs in different districts, and therefore they might have different numbers, and therefore you will have to remember it before you can call the individual clinic. And as to how we can make things easier, we will look into it. Thank you. Dr. Kenneth Wong. President, from the government's reply, we can see that for the 18 CMCTLs and also the research centers, there is a huge demand for such services. And we can even say that it's not that easy to make an appointment, and the demand for this outstrip the supply. And we do have high technology, because I can see it from the HKUST. That is, there can also be remote consultation, so that the practitioners can make use of such high-end technology, and then they will be able to get hold of the information about the patients, for example, body temperature and even blood pressure and so on. So if the CMP is able to deal with such situations or make use of such devices and apps, then can we increase the number of such remote consultation figures in order to meet the unmet demand? Thank you for your question. Well, about remote consultation. Well, I don't pretend to be a Chinese medicine practitioner, but then I suppose they would also have to really feel the pulse of the patient, and also see how the face of the patient looks. It's not like Western medical practitioners, because I can feel the pulse and then I can feel the heartbeat and so on and so forth. But then what about CMPs? We will have to discuss with them to see if such software would be able to help. But then during the pandemic, we have also tested with some remote consultation by CMPs, but then that's a very extraordinary situation, and right now the pandemic is behind us. So would it be better for the CMP to see the patient in person? Would that be better for both the patient and the practitioner? But then that's the overall direction that we can consider. Can we make use of new technology in order to meet with modern day needs? That's something that we will look into. Benson Look. Thank you, President. Well, in the oral question and reply, it shows that the CM system and the healthcare system as a whole are subject to a lot of pressure. And in the main reply, the Secretary says that the measures have been taken. But then, with regard to the situation that is hard to get a disc, is still very much a problem. We haven't been able to resolve it. And then for CMPs, they often say that prevention is better than cure. Even the Western doctors would say the same. And we are now faced with a situation whereby there is a potential risk with regard to healthcare system. And that is the problem with bed bugs that have been experienced by South Korea. So we are very close to that geographically. And therefore, if we are not able to take preventive measures, then the problem might be even more serious. So with regard to bed bugs problem faced by Korea, what measures will be adopted in order to cope with that? Mr. Lok, your question is quite a far cry from the main question. But then, Secretary, do you have anything to say? Well, I'll try my best for bed bugs. Well, our Department of Health colleagues, as soon as that problem was exposed, we already discussed and said that there might be some problem of the import of bed bugs into Hong Kong. And indeed, we have been taking measures. Well, medically speaking, well, for bed bugs, with regard to the impact on personal health, I'm talking about health. It's not a very serious problem, but then hygiene-wise, it might pose a problem. And I'm sure relevant government departments will be making announcements as to how we can prevent the spread of bed bugs and how that can be dealt with. So, Mr. Lok, you may want to pay attention to that.
Question 4, Mr. Frankie Ng. President, it has been reported that while the Subsidized Housing Committee of Hong Kong Housing Authority endorsed in May this year the implementation of enhanced measures for the marking scheme for estate management enforcement, the marking scheme, and the misdeed items applicable to public rental housing flats in tenants purchase scheme TPS estates continue to remain at 14, and the misdeeds under the marking scheme are still not applicable to the public areas of such estates, resulting in the management of such estates failing to improve with the implementation of the enhanced measures. In this connection, with the government informed this council, 1, of the situation of the tenants of TPS estates being allotted penalty points in each of the past 5 years, with a tabulated breakdown by district council, district, and misdeed. Among such cases, the respective numbers of those in which the tenancies of the tenants concerned were terminated and their flats were recovered due to the allotment of 16 penalty points or more to them. 2, whether it knows the number of complaints received by the authorities, including the owners' corporations, OCs of TPS estates, about the hygiene and noise in public areas of TPS estates in each of the past 5 years, as well as the details and the follow-up situations of those complaints. And 3, whether it will launch targeted actions in respect of the management of TPS estates, such as enhancing the marking scheme and coordinating or taking joint actions with OCs. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. Thank you, President. Secretary for Housing. President, in tenant purchase scheme TPS estates, more than 80% of flats have been sold and have become private properties. The general estate management is no different than that of private properties, which is undertaken by their respective owners' corporations, OCs, by virtue of the powers granted under the Building Management Ordinance Cap 1344 and the Deed of Mutual Covenant, DMC. For public rental housing, PRH flats in TPS estates, the tenants are currently subject to 14 misdeed items under the marking scheme for estate management enforcement, the marking scheme of the Hong Kong Housing Authority, HA. In support of the government's measures to tackle territory-wide environmental hygiene issues, HA approved in May 2023 the implementation of the enhanced measures of the marking scheme. Among the enhanced measures, 3 are applicable to TPS estates, including causing noise nuisance, of which the penalty points will be increased from 5 to 7, and using leased premises for illegal purpose, and damaging down or sewage pipes causing leakage to the flat below. The penalty points will be increased from 7 to 15. The warning system for the latter misdeed will no longer be applicable. When 16 points or more have been allotted to a tenant, HA will issue a notice to quit. The enhanced measures will take effect from mid-December 2023. Regarding the common areas of TPS estates, if a resident, whether an owner or a tenant, commits misdeeds such as damaging environmental hygiene or creating nuisance, the Property Management Company, PMC, appointed by OC, can take action to regulate the misdeed in accordance with the provisions of the DMC. If OC or PMC refers any case involving PRH tenants committing misdeed in the common areas to the Housing Department, HD will take follow-up action, including conducting investigation, carrying out joint operation with PMC or other departments, and taking tenancy enforcement action, such as issuance of warning letters against the offending tenant. For serious cases, the tenancy will be terminated to recover the PRH flat. My consolidated reply to the questions raised by Dr. Frankie Ann is as follows. At present, there are about 30,000 PRH households in the 39 TPS estates. In the past 5 years, 2018 to 2022, the number of points allotment cases under the marking scheme in TPS estates per year by 18 districts is set out in the annex. The misdeeds include mainly not allowing HA staff or its authorized persons to enter the premises for inspection and carrying out works, keeping animal inside the premises, accumulating a large quantity of refuse inside the premises, creating hygienic nuisance, etc. Among the cases, there was one case where the tenancy was terminated and the PRH flat was recovered after 7 penalty points were allotted thrice due to accumulating a large quantity of refuse inside the premises. In the past 5 years, HA received about 800 complaints and inquiries relating to hygienic and noise nuisances in the common areas of TPS estates. HD relayed these cases to the respective OCs and PMCs and requested them to follow up. Upon receiving reports from OC or PMC on misdeeds committed by PRH tenants in the common areas of TPS estate, HD will interview the tenant concerned and ask them to rectify. Written warning will be issued to uncooperative tenants. For serious cases, HD may consider terminating the tenancy concerned. The HD staff will also discuss with PMCs or other government departments on whether to conduct joint operations, for example, to investigate noise nuisance, with water dripping from air conditioner, throwing objects from heights. For individual tenants with special circumstances such as the need for medical or counseling services, upon obtaining their consent, HD will refer their cases to relevant government departments or social welfare organizations with a view to providing appropriate assistance and counseling to them. HA does not have information on complaints relating to common areas received by OCs direct. HA has been actively participating in supporting the estate management work of TPS estates. Through participation in the management committee, the HA staff will proactively tender advice and information on property management, share HA's management experience, in particular on matters relating to building safety, public facilities, environmental hygiene, and good management practices. HA will seriously implement tenancy management policies and stop misdeeds through tenancy management and the marking scheme. HA will promote the enhanced measures of the marking scheme to the tenants through different channels, explain the salient points of the enhanced measures to OCs and PMCs, communicate proactively with OCs to maintain close cooperation, and conduct joint operation against the misdeeds of PRH tenants. Regarding members' suggestion of incorporating the misdeeds committed by PRH tenants in the common areas of the TPS estates into the marking scheme, HA will seriously consider the proposal and will communicate with OCs and PMCs to study the details, targeting to formulate specific recommendations to HA's Subsidized Housing Committee in the second quarter of 2024. Thank you, President. Mr. Frankie Ng. Thank you, President. I would like to thank the Housing Bureau for formulating specific recommendations in the second quarter of 2024 on incorporating misdeeds committed by PRH tenants in the common areas of the TPX estates. Now, we receive any complaints as members, water dripping air conditioners, littering, and so on. The problem is the PMC of the HA is not there. There's only the PMC of the OCs. So in future, if there's to be enforcement under the marking scheme, how can HD carry out the enforcement? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Ng. Now, TPS estates are not any different than other private housing estates. Now, about 70%, or rather about 30% of the occupiers are PRH tenants. In other words, 87% of the occupiers are owners. And so we will have close communication with the PMC of HTs if there are any misdeeds. For example, there's noise nuisance or large quantity of refuse inside premises and so on. The PMC will inform HT, and then HT staff will talk to the tenant and explain the situation to the tenant. The tenant will be advised to make improvement. If necessary, we will issue warning letters. I understand from my colleagues that very often, after communication and giving advice, tenants usually will rectify the situation. But if there are uncooperative tenants, then we will allot penalty points under the marking scheme. And there have been such cases in the past. For example, there are some tenants who accumulate a large quantity of refuse, causing hygiene nuisance. Now, under the marking scheme, 7 penalty points are allotted, and for one tenant, 7 penalty points were allotted twice, and then he had to move out of the unit. Thank you. Ms. Doreen Kwong. Now, the marking scheme is a way for the HA to regulate or manage PRH tenants. Only after 16 points have been allotted will tenant be asked to quit. Now, but what about DMCs? How is it related to PRH tenants? For example, some PRH tenants are, causing much serious hygiene nuisance, such as rodent problems and so on. Then under DMC, could if that's the case, which HA asks its tenants to quit at once? Secretary. Now, the marking scheme applies to PRH tenants in TPS estates. There are about 13% or 30,000 PRH units in TPS estates. As for other owners, if they commit misdeeds, they could be dealt with in accordance with the DMC. So the DMC and the marking scheme complement each other. We will keep in close communication with the OCs of TPS estates. In fact, in our own tenancies, there are certain provisions regulating certain behavior. Maybe in TPS estates, we may not invoke certain provisions in our tenancy agreement and require tenants to move out. But then, say, in my own estate, there may be cases that certain residents behave inappropriately in the corridor. Then we could invoke the tenancy provisions and require the residents to move out. So apart from the marking scheme, we could also deal with the misdeeds under the tenancy agreement. Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, President. Well, yes, you have the marking scheme, but then it's not enforced satisfactorily. as you mentioned, very often you would give advice for, many times before you would actually allot penalty points. Now the problem is about management of common areas. This is now handled by PMCs in TPS estates. So therefore, compared to PRH estates, PMCs would resort even more to advice first. Now, even if you have a very good marking scheme, if you don't enforce it, it means nothing. So would you step up enforcement of the marking scheme? Secretary, thank you. I think what you're referring to is about enforcement in relation to behavior you see in common areas such as smoking, noise nuisance, littering, or pets fouling public places, and so on. Now, for our marking scheme, in PRH estates, there are 28 misdeed items. As for TPS estates, we mostly deal with the behavior of tenants inside the premises. There are now 14 misdeed items that apply to these tenants. But as I mentioned in the main reply, for the other 14 misdeed items on common areas, we're now actively studying the possibility of applying these items to TPS estates, in particular PRH tenants there. For example, in future, if PRH tenants litter or smoke or cause nuisance in common areas of TPS estates, we could also enforce the marking scheme, and we have already stepped up the penalty on the marking scheme, so there should be a better deterrent effect. So for PRH tenants living in TPS estates, we hope that they will also behave appropriately, and then everyone will enjoy a good living environment, and then misdeeds could be handled properly to minimize nuisance on disturbance on others. Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, President. Apart from allotting penalty points, would you mobilize the district resources, such as the care team, to provide services? Secretary, thank you. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Yim. Yes, after the care teams are set up, the relevant estates are in close communication with the care teams in the district. If care teams could help us in both PRH estates and TPS estates, we welcome that. So we will make sure there is proper coordination. I think what is important is that HD colleagues, PMCs, or care teams who are keen to help residents enjoy good living environment, we will work with all of them and manage the environmental hygiene properly in the estates. Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, President. In the main reply, the Secretary mentioned some misdeed items. On most cases, you would first issue warnings, but then in serious cases, you may allot penalty points without warning. Now, I read the annex for in 2021 a warnings given on noise nuisance. There are 9 and 17 cases respectively for 2021 and 2022. Now, I wonder if you will review for the misdeed items and see for which items there's no need to issue warning. Because in 2022, in terms of warning cases and penalty point cases, probably figure shows that warning didn't work at all. They just ignored warning. Secretary. Thank you. Now, for using premises for illegal use or damaging sewage pipes and so on, the penalty points have been increased from 7 to 15. And then, leakage of sewage water to the flat below affecting others, we also simplified the warning system. Now, where there is a serious nuisance caused, we would consider skipping the warning system or cancelling the warning system altogether. But we don't know if for noise nuisance, sometimes there's loud noise just, caused inadvertently. Then we will first issue warning or talk to the tenant. Very often that's enough. So we'll keep monitoring the situation. If there are certain serious cases, then we could include these misleading items into the system, so there's no need to give warning, and a point or 2 points could be allotted at once. Mr. Dennis Leung. Now, I'm a tenant in TPSSA. I'm also a member of the Reference Subcommittee of the Housing Authority. Now, for those tenants living in PSSAs, they only have contact with HG staff when they have to pay their rent. Very often, actually, the HG staff rarely would inspect TPS estates or talk to the PMC. Is there any mechanism requiring the manager or the officer in charge to have a monthly communication with PMCs or to collect useful information? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Leung. Thank you for your suggestion and your feedback. Now, if there are OC meetings in TPSSA's housing estate manager will definitely attend these meetings. As for other communication and so on, there will be flexibility depending on needs. But I've heard your views. I'll talk to my colleagues to see how we could enhance the communication between estate managers and the PMCs. Thank you.
Question 5, the Honourable Jimmy Ng. Thank you, President. In the 2019-2020 budget, the government announced that $20 billion will be allocated for the purchase of 60 properties for accommodating more than 130 welfare facilities. The relevant funding was approved by the Finance Committee of this Council in June 2020. However, it has been reported that withstanding the plummeting prices of industrial and commercial properties during the epidemic, the government only made sporadic purchases. In this connection, will the government inform this council one of the details of the premises purchased by the government under the aforesaid initiative in the past 3 years, including the location and purchase price of the premises as well as the welfare facilities to be accommodated? 2, whether the authorities have encountered any difficulties in the process of extending an open invitation under the aforesaid initiative for the submission of sale proposals by owners of potentially suitable premises. And 3, whether it will set key performance indicators for implementing the aforesaid initiative, if so, the details and timetable, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, the government adopts a multi-pronged approach of long, medium, and short-term strategies to identify suitable sites for premises for the provision of welfare services to meet their acute demand. As a long-term strategy, we have reinstated the population-based planning ratios in the Hong Kong Planning Standards and Guidelines, or HKPSG, in respect of subvented elderly facilities, with a view to reserving sites and space required for these facilities early in the planning process of new and redeveloped areas. Similarly, we've incorporated the population-based planning ratio for the provision of subvented childcare centre places in the HKPSG to facilitate the planning and reservation of suitable premises for the provision of childcare facilities. We've also incorporated a population-based planning ratio for rehabilitation facilities, including preschool rehabilitation, day rehabilitation, residential care and community support services, so as to reserve suitable premises for relevant rehabilitation facilities. As regards medium-term strategies, the Social Welfare Department maintains close contact with the relevant departments to identify suitable sites in public housing development or redevelopment and urban renewal projects for accommodating welfare facilities. The government also endeavours to increase the provision of welfare facilities appropriate through the land sale programs and the special scheme on privately owned sites for welfare services. In addition, we will make the best use of available government sites, including vacant school premises, and explore whether they are suitable for conversion into welfare facilities. In parallel, SWD also takes forward the short-term initiative of purchasing premises in the private property market. My reply to the questions raised by Mr. Jimmy as follows. With the assistance of the Government Property Agency or GPA, SWT has been striving to identify suitable premises for purchase through different channels for the provision of welfare facilities. The government has set up a steering committee with the Director of Social Welfare as chairman and the GPA as member to oversee purchase exercise and make decisions on the purchase of premises to ensure the premises are purchased at a reasonable price and that public funds are used prudently. As at the 31st of March 2023, SWT has incurred approximately $150 million in actual expenditure on purchase of welfare premises under the Capital Works Reserve Fund, covering the payment for 4 premises which are located in Sumshui Po, Central, Western, Eastern, and Kwun districts respectively, for operating a parent relatives resource center and a support center for persons of autism and office based on on-site preschool rehabilitation services. GPA is responsible for assisting SWT in open invitations to owners who may have potentially suitable premises available for sale in all districts of Hong Kong to submit their sale proposals for consideration. GPA will forward sale proposals received to SWT for assessing the suitability of these premises. The progress of purchase is subject to the availability of suitable properties in the market, as well as factors including the availability of suitable fire safety and barrier-free access facilities, whether their size and location meet the operational requirements, the compatibility of the surrounding land uses, and whether the prices offered by owners are within the acceptable price ranges determined by GPA with reference to market value. In this regard, we consider it not appropriate to set a performance indicator for the purchase exercise. SWT and GPA continues to identify suitable premises for purchase and have already earmarked a provision of $789 million for the relevant exercise in 2023-24. Thank you, President. Mr. Jimmy As mentioned in the Secretary's reply, only 100 million or so have been used for purchase of premises. Now there are 2 working committees to identify the right premises, and there is also valuation before negotiations with owners will take place. Because 2 committees are involved, the time taken may be longer, and social welfare facilities cannot be commissioned as soon as possible. To address the acute shortage of welfare facilities, will the government compress the timetable for purchase? Now, can the Secretary tell us usually how long does it take to acquire one site, and can the process be streamlined? If so, can you tell us whether that can be done? If yes, the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary, thank you. We've set up a steering committee with 2 subcommittees under it. The purpose is to ensure that public funds are used prudently, and second, to assess whether the sale proposals are suitable. According to experience, it is difficult to fix a timetable for handling a particular case. I believe Mr. will understand that details are involved in the negotiation, and we have a lot of requirements. For instance, if we want to purchase a welfare elderly center, it may not be 12 meters, more than 12 meters above ground floor, and then surrounding users will have also to be compatible. There cannot be massage parlors or entertainment places. Sometimes when the height is right, it is a old building, then we don't have adequate barrier-free access facilities and fire safety facilities. But of course, we want to make good use of the $20 billion allocated. I understand that the property market is rather quiet, so we will do our utmost to identify as many suitable premises as possible. Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. We have an acute demand for welfare facilities, and therefore in the 2019-20 budget, there was this proposal to acquire premises using $20 billion. We want to move as speedily as possible. Now, we have certain criteria for choosing the right premises. My concern is whether in your checklist you can ensure that you have sufficient choices. My concern is the open invitation list was set up a few years ago. After the pandemic, we may have more suitable premises available for sale in the market. So can you expand your list so that you can have more choices and things can move more quickly? Secretary, I thank Mr. Stanley Lee for his question. We share the same goal as members. When a suitable site comes by and if the price is within our predetermined range, we would like to negotiate as soon as possible and turn it into social welfare facilities. As regards our list, we are in close contact with the market. When there are suitable premises available, we will be informed as soon as possible, and we want the exercise to be successful. We spend more, the allocation for this year will be higher than the $150 million already spent. We will do our utmost in order to purchase facilities for welfare users. Mr. Benson, look, in the main reply, we can see that there are long-term and medium and short-term strategies. Using public money to purchase premises is a short-term strategy. The objective is to provide as many welfare premises as possible in the short term, but 4 years have elapsed. $20 billion were set aside for acquiring 130 facilities, but we've only spent so far $150 million for 4 properties. Does that mean that this strategy doesn't really match the needs of our social welfare sector? Will the government consider setting a line? Now, if these $20 billion cannot be used, will it be spent on other items in the social welfare sector instead? Thank you. We've been pragmatic in spending this $20 billion. We endeavor to find the right premises to provide facilities required. The funding approval was done by the Finance Committee with very clear guidelines for spending. It has to be spent for acquiring properties for welfare facilities. Any change in the use will not be within the parameters approved by the Finance Committee. The objective was clear. The $20 billion could only be used for acquiring properties for welfare facilities. Ms. Doreen Kwong, thank you. In the Labor and Welfare Bureau, we have a clear list to identify welfare facilities needed in all 18 districts. In fact, there are a lot of facilities require, and then the criteria are not that tight. I find it strange that only $150 million has been spent out of $20 billion. Is that because you have been very stringent, and is it because the plan or the operation doesn't tally with the original intent of the scheme? It's true that on our website and also paper to the administration, or to the council, we have a list of premises for provision of welfare facilities. We want to have childcare centers, daycare center for the elderly, rehabilitation facilities, etc. We have been working very hard, hoping to find right premises to accommodate welfare facilities we need, so long as the premises are within the market range. GPA is willing to consider. It's just that there are many constraints. For instance, we have very clear requirements on fire safety facilities and barrier-free access, etc. Many of those sale proposals come from buildings in older areas, meaning that the fire safety and barrier-free access facilities may not meet nowadays requirements, owners are not always willing to alter those facilities so as to suit our needs. So when it comes to actual operation, we have seen challenges. Still, we will do our utmost to purchase premises. We have also adjusted our requirements. We understand sometimes we need a subbase and the requirements are less stringent, and then we can expedite our process. So we are liaising with the market, and if there are facilities that are easier to acquire, we include them into our list. So we are trying to make the best use of resources available to meet the needs of the community. Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, President. In the main reply, the Secretary said that they will make good use of vacant school premises as far as possible. We have quite a number of them in Hong Kong waiting to be used. I'd like to know, in the past few years, the number of vacant school premises considered and successfully converted to welfare facilities. Secretary. I thank Mr. Dennis Leung for his question. We do not just consider vacant school premises. Where possible, we will cover vacant government accommodation. To give you a few examples for vacant school premises, we have considered 3 in Sai Kung, Tai Po, and Tuen Mun respectively, converted into elderly and rehabilitation facilities to provide additional places to meet the demand. We have a bigger one in Kwun Tong, is a former sheltered workshop and a hostel for the disabled, and in Tuen Mun, Siu Lam, we have also got a large complex that can serve the mentally retarded, the mentally handicapped, and also the ex-mental patients. We provide residential care places there. Dr. An Men Yu. Well, as said by the Secretary, they are trying very hard to identify suitable properties. I'd like to know whether they will consider using the money for renting premises instead of buying, so that we can have more premises for welfare facilities so that they can serve the public earlier. Secretary. Thank you. I thank Dr. An for his suggestion. The $20 billion approved by the Finance Committee has very clear guidelines for spending. When we applied for funding from Finance Committee, we said that the money will be for purchasing properties, and therefore we cannot spend it for renting. Instead, we have to buy welfare facilities as approved by the Finance Committee back then. Mr. Tony Sze. Thank you, President. The funding was approved more than 3 years ago. We are all concerned about the fact that only a small portion of the $20 billion has been used, and we doubt the effectiveness of the scheme. In the main reply of the Secretary, it is said that with the assistance of GPA, SWD has been trying to identify suitable premises for acquisition. The SWD must be proactive enough, given that the current market is rather quiet. I'd like to know whether GPA has use various ways and means, and if so, what are they, and whether GPA has been proactive in providing suitable premises for the SWD to consider, and how many. Secretary, I thank Mr. Tony Sze for his question. I've got some information with me. In the past 3 years, the SWD has received 450 sale proposals submitted to the GPA. Now, we have purchased 4 and for 300 after assessment, they are considered not appropriate because of the lack of suitable fire safety and barrier-free access facilities and the zoning they are in. As we all know, if we have a childcare center, then some other businesses are not considered compatible in the vicinity, and then 60 have been withdrawn by the owner, and 8, well, the overprices are out of range, and we have about 70 still under consideration of assessment. I can give you a breakdown. 8 have reached the final stage. 28, well, we have done an on-site assessment, and we're following up for the remaining sales proposals. They are not that close to completion. Now, if you have experience of acquiring properties, you will understand that there are a lot of proposals, but after screening, not many of them are considered suitable. But for those who seem to be suitable, and if they have adequate fire safety and barrier-free access facilities, we will negotiate with owners if the price range is reasonable. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply. Mr. Perry Yu. Thank you, President. The 2022 policy address proposed continued efforts to promote characteristic local tourism and encourage the tourism industry to develop products with cultural and heritage elements. There are views that some buildings relating to the disciplined services, such as the Old Yamate Police Station listed as a Grade 2 historic building, are currently check-in hotspots for inbound tourists. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the current number of buildings graded by the Antiquities Advisory Board as historic buildings that are being managed by each disciplined service, and among them, the number of those open to the public? 2, whether it will study, without affecting the normal operation of the old Yaomate Police Station, the idea of allowing a reasonable degree of public visits to the police station so as to complement scenic spots such as the Temple Street Night Market and Tin Hao Temple in Yaomate, and bring characteristic tourism elements into the district. And 3, whether it will set up a disciplined services museum to exhibit decommissioned equipment and modes of transport of historical value from various disciplined services so as to attract tourists. Secretary for Security. President, the development of heritage tourism involves different aspects, including policies on tourism as well as the usage, promotion, and revitalization of historic buildings, etc. Having consulted the Cultural, Sports and Tourism Bureau, Development Bureau, and other relevant departments, I give my reply to the 3 parts of the question as follows. 1. Currently, 32 of the graded historic buildings in Hong Kong are managed by the disciplinary or auxiliary forces under the Security Bureau. Among them, 2 are graded with Grade 1 status, 16 are with Grade 2, and the remaining 14 are Grade 3. The details are set out in the attachment. The Cotton Tree Drive Marriage Registry, that is, on the ground floor of Rawlinson House of the old Victoria Barracks, is a Grade 1 historic building. This is managed by the Immigration Department. It provides marriage-related services, including solemnization of marriages to citizens. People may visit the premises during office hours as long as their visits do not affect the provision of public services. Another Grade 1 historic building is the Stanley Mosque, managed by the Correctional Services Department. The mosque is within the restricted area of the CSD. For security reasons, the mosque mainly caters for the needs of the CSD's Muslim staff members. If citizens wish to use the mosque, they may apply to the CSD in advance. The other historic buildings are mostly used as departmental facilities, such as police stations, fire stations, staff training venues, and office premises. For operational and security reasons, these historic buildings are in general not open to public visitors. However, group visit appointments are accepted for some historic buildings if such visits do not affect daily operation and the provision of emergency services. Besides, our departments will organize open days in these buildings on special occasions like departmental anniversaries. This is to let people learn about the historic buildings and the work of the department. Apart from the historic buildings currently owned by the disciplinary or auxiliary forces, the disciplined forces have released buildings or facilities of historic value that are no longer in use to relevant departments or other users. Examples include the former Central Police Station and the former Victoria Road, now revitalized as a Tycoon, and the former Hollywood Road Police Merit Quarters, now PMQ, in Central, and also the old Tai O Police Station, now the Tai O Heritage Hotel. These venues are now managed by other parties or departments. The old Yaomate Police Station is a Grade 2 historic building. The old wing of the building is now used as police offices and therefore unsuitable for public visits. The new wing of the building is temporarily occupied by the Highways Department as the work site of the Central Kowloon route. To celebrate the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region and the centenary of the establishment of the old Yaomate Police Station, the Hong Kong Police Force held a 4-day old Yaomate Police Station 100th anniversary open days event in August last year, showcasing the police's rich history and remarkable achievements. As mentioned, our disciplinary or auxiliary forces will continue to arrange public visits to these historic buildings on special occasions as appropriate. As for the old Yaomate Police Station, its public opening is not in the scope of the Temple Street Night Market Initiative. 3. Currently, of the 6 disciplinary forces, 5 have their own departmental museums or exhibition galleries. The exception is the Government Flying Service. The Police Museum and the Hong Kong Correctional Services Museum are open to the public and tourists. For the Fire and Ambulance Services Education Center cum Museum, the Customs Headquarters Building Exhibition Gallery, and also the Immigration Department's Training Gallery. Individuals, including tourists or organizations, can make visit appointments. Admission to these venues is free of charge. Our departments are committed to constantly renewing exhibitions and items in their museums and galleries and curate thematic exhibitions from time to time in order to enhance the appeal of these museums and galleries. For instance, the Police Museum located at the former Wan Chai Gap Police Station went through a revitalization project in mid-2020 and reopened to the public on the 15th of September 2022 with a new look. Through the project, the new interactive technologies and interesting elements are added to the museum to help citizens and tourists better understand the history, development, and daily work of the police. The project serves to better preserve the historical heritage of the police and promote related historical research. Equipment and vehicles play a vital role in the daily operation of the disciplinary and auxiliary forces. The forces have made every effort to preserve and display their retired equipment and vehicles for public education. For instance, the Government Flying Service has 2 Jetstream 41 fixed-wing aircraft. 2 such aircraft were retired in 2016. The GFS has provided 1 to the Leisure and Cultural Services Department for exhibition at the Kai Tak Runway Park. Furthermore, the Energizing Kowloon East Office and the Hong Kong Science Museum have promised to arrange a long-term public exhibition for the recently retired of the GFS, including 1 Super Puma helicopter, 1 EC-155 helicopter, and 1 fixed-wing aircraft. The exhibition will tentatively start in 2027. These museums and exhibition galleries of the disciplinary forces also display an array of retired vehicles and gear. The forces will continue to explore different means of preserving and displaying these items. Other than the display of retired vehicles and gear, the disciplinary and auxiliary forces will from time to time showcase their serving vehicles and equipment on occasions such as government events, like parades and departmental open days and other public education events, such as the Mountaineering Safety Promotion Day. Most such events are open to the public and tourists. President, building on the existing foundation, the Security Bureau, together with the disciplinary and auxiliary forces, will keep exploring ways to better utilize our historic buildings, museums, vehicles, and equipment to help the public and tourists learn more about the work of our disciplinary and auxiliary forces and tell good stories of Hong Kong. Thank you, President. Mr. Perry Yu. Thank you. I thank the Security Bureau for its support for Hong Kong's tourism, especially the work the enhancements to the cross-boundary facilities and also the work about opening up the shuttlecock restricted area. The Secretary is personally involved in the work. The main reply sets out buildings that are no longer in use. There are also examples of revitalized buildings like the Tai Kwun PMQ and the Tai O Heritage Hotel, which used to be the Tai O police stations. These are good examples. For cases like the Yau Ma Tei police station, it's partly in use. Can we turn it into the next revitalization success story? In Shuttlecock Takulang, there's a fort. It's abandoned, not in use. Has the government given it any thought about opening up the fort? That we will have a blue-green eco circle in the northern metropolis. Is there any thought given to the idea of opening up the facilities and add new elements to this area? For the Yau Ma Tei police station, the old wing is used as a police office. The plan is that the highways department will finish the work, and once it's returned to us, we will use it as police offices. This will be used for police operations. So it's not suitable for opening up. Outside the Yau Ma Tei police station, it's a popular spot for people to take selfies and upload to social media. Many people take pictures there. On special anniversaries, occasions, we will do open days for the public to visit inside of the building. Macintosh, the fort. There are 7 such forts. It no longer serves any practical use. 2 such forts have undergone basic revitalization. On special occasions, they are open to the public. As for the remaining 5, they are set aside. If other departments feel they are ready to pursue tourism projects, we'll be happy to make use of the Macintosh Fort for more people to visit there. Dr. Junius Ho. President, I thank Mr. Perry Yu for bringing up the idea of characteristic local tourism. This question has to do with the police. At the Public Works Subcommittee this morning, we talked about tearing down the Lai Chi Kok Reception Center. We tried to demolish the Fenwick Street Pier. The AAB asked us to keep it. And then we had the Lai Chi Kok Detention Facility. There were all kinds of people were detained there. But now we want to spend $5.5 billion to demolish the old facility, to add 410 cells. I'll finish quickly. Please get to your question. We don't want to bring in the debate from the PWSC to the council meeting. We have to learn from the past, President. We need to ensure continuity. We need to spend with caution. We need to boost revenue and cut spending. I agree with all the ideas about green tourism and use of discipline services. In Australia, they have tourism featuring the cell experience. We should look beyond just the police. We should look to prisons. There's collective memory. There's a cell, say, Benny Tai used to stay there. Can we give some thought to this idea? We should keep prison cells with a long history, such as the Lai Chi Kok Detention Facility. If we tear it down, wouldn't that be a waste? Thank you. We need to strike a balance between conservation and development. Some buildings are graded, and if we see a need to conserve it, we keep it. Now, for other facilities, there may be little conservation value, and we need a space for new development. to serve as facilities such as correctional facilities, then we pursue those development projects. Some correctional facilities, such as the Mahang prison, it's been out of use for some time. We will revitalize it to turn it into training centers, training venues for staff and young people. We won't let it go to waste. Ms. Chen Yutming. Thank you, President. Mr. Perry Yu has already asked the question I had in mind. The Secretary has given us a detailed response. Professor James Lau. Thank you. I thank Mr. Yu for his oral question. The history of our discipline services is closely intertwined with Hong Kong's history. I took part in the grading of buildings belonging to the discipline services and also took part in the revitalization. People are pleased to see the results. Mr. Yu's question touches on the Yau Ma Tei police station. This police station comes first when people think about police stations that have to do with their daily lives. Of course, there are other police stations where we also see good work, such as the Tai O police station. Will the government be more proactive and engage with the community? We have the Development Bureau, the CSTB. Can we raise the grading of the Yau Ma Tei police station and revitalize this police station and turn it into a historic building featuring the police so that it can meet the needs of people? After all, people see the Yau Ma Tei police station in film and drama a lot. Thank you. The Yau Ma Tei police station is still used as offices. We have to balance actual operational needs. Some buildings have historic value. Is there really a need to vacate such buildings and use it for other purposes? Do we have to do that to keep it and let people appreciate its value? We can keep this police station as a police station. People can visit this area. We open the facility on special events. Then people can tell, other than using the police station as a museum, this police station can continue to serve its purpose. Then it's also a way to achieve preservation. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you. I want to focus on the Yau Ma Tei police station. It's a popular police station. This has to do with the recommendations on Xiaohongshu. There's a whole guide on taking selfies at the police station. There are old classic TV drama featuring this police station. That's why it's so popular. Just then, the secretary told us the police station is still in use. Can we make such places available and turn it into part of a package for tourists to bring out Hong Kong's characteristics? Secretary. As many members have said, the entrance of the Yau Ma Tei police station is popular. Using this police station for the police will not affect those trying to take a picture there. We still need the space as office. We can keep it as an office and people get to see this building continuing to serve its historic purpose. This also matters. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you. We have historic buildings. Tourists also take an interest in the drills of the discipline services. Some of these venues are open to the public. Will the government consider holding more events for tourists to take part? At 5 discipline services, they have open day events, such as the National Security Day. There's a joint open day. There are also regular events, drills, counter-terrorism drills, for example. Opening up these events can help promote tourism, and it can also help promote Hong Kong's image as a safe city. Dr. Johnny Ng, your question is not closely linked to the main question, but let's see if the Secretary has a response. On these open dates, tourists are welcome to have a look. Drills are not a performance. Drills are for our staff to prepare for challenges. We want to get the public prepared too. That's why there is public participation in the drills of discipline services. So we get some members of the public to take part in the drills, but this is not meant to be a tourism event. Dr. Chow Man Kong. President, the impression formed by tourists come from movies, and police drama play a key role. Will the Bureau work with the CSTB to enhance the appeal of Hong Kong's tourism? Thank you. I watched a police drama, and that's what got me to sign up for the police. Now, as long as it does not affect the operation of discipline services, we try to facilitate film production at our training facilities for the discipline services. Film production took place. This can help enhance our positive image. Mr. Dominic Lee. Will the government consider working with the Hong Kong Tourism Board on creating a guide? Can we put all the attractions related to the disciplinary services into this guide and promote it to inbound tourists? President, we're happy to give support to that. We have the police museum. Some local tourism groups visit the police museum. As for the other attractions, such as the Macintosh Fort, there may be room for development. The Yau Ma Tei police station is still in use. Tourists don't always have to go inside. Looking at the entrance is also a good experience.
Government Bill, first reading. Stamp Duty Amendment, Residential Properties Bill 2023. Second reading, Secretary for Housing. Mr. President, I move the second reading of the Stamp Duty Amendment, Residential Properties Bill 2023. The bill seeks to amend the Stamp Duty Ordinance of Cap 117 to implement the adjustments proposed in the 2023 policy address in relation to demand-side management measures for residential properties. They include 1. Shortening the applicable period of the special stamp duty SSD from 3 years to 2 years so that a property owner who disposes of the property 2 years after acquisition will no longer need to pay the SSD equivalent to 10% of the property price. 2. Reducing the respective rates of buyer's stamp duty BSD and the new residential stamp duty NRSD by half from 15% to 7.5%, and 3. Providing a mechanism for suspension of payment of BSD and NRSD for incoming talents' acquisition of residential property in Hong Kong, including conditions pursuant to which the liability of the suspended stamp duty will be waived and circumstances where the outstanding stamp duty will need to be paid. Maintaining the healthy and steady development of the residential property market is one of the important objectives of the government's housing policies. The government has been adopting a pragmatic approach in closely monitoring the situation. In light of a strong demand for home ownership and tight supply since 2010, the government has introduced several rounds of demand-side management measures, or DSMMs, to curb short-term speculations and reduce external demand so as to ensure the market's healthy development and according priority to the home ownership needs of Hong Kong residents. Yet over the past year, interest rates have risen significantly and different economies have slowed down. Locally, property transactions have declined in midst of housing market corrections. Compared with the period before the DSMMs were introduced, there have been significant changes in the market conditions and demand-supply balance. With continuous increase in housing supply in Hong Kong and having considered the overall situation, the government believes that there is room for suitable adjustment of the DSSMs. Mr. President, in light of the current economic and market situation, suitable adjustment of the DSSMs may help meet the public's home ownership aspirations. A relaxation of the special stamp duty may reduce the financial burden on homeowners who have to sell their flats after holding period of 2 years, perhaps due to change in personal and family circumstances. The relaxation is also expected to boost market turnover of residential properties by releasing the locked-up housing stock and increase housing units available for sale in the secondary market for home buyers, thereby increasing overall housing supply. The buyer stamp duty and the new residential stamp duty were introduced with a view to curb external and investment demand and a core priority to meeting local home ownership needs. By reducing the rates of BSD and NRSD by half, we can alleviate the financial burden on Hong Kong permanent residents who already own residential properties in their acquisition of another residential property, as well as reduce the cost of non-Hong Kong permanent residents in acquiring residential properties. On the other hand, the government strives to attract and retain global talents to create growth impetus for Hong Kong. As one of the measures to attract and retain talents in the 2022 policy address last year, the government has introduced a refund mechanism under the BSD and NRSD regimes to reduce the cost of property acquisition by eligible incoming talents. That is the refund mechanism. Having considered the housing market situation, as well as the feedback gathered upon implementation of the refund mechanism, we consider there is room to enhance the related arrangements to further facilitate their home purchase. As such, the 2023 policy address has proposed a mechanism for suspension of payment of BSD and NRSD for incoming talents' acquisition of residential property in Hong Kong. Only when they eventually fail to become Hong Kong permanent residents would they be required to pay the duties. That is the so-called suspension mechanism. This will reduce the incoming talents' upfront cost of property purchase and enhance a sense of belonging to Hong Kong and their incentive to stay here for development. To safeguard the coffers, we will provide for the conditions pursuant to which the liability of the suspended stamp duty will be waived and circumstances where the outstanding stamp duty will need to be paid, such as when the incoming talent sells the property before becoming a Hong Kong permanent resident. Then the incoming talent will be required to pay the relevant stamp duties. To ensure that property buyers and incoming talents can benefit from the above measures in the 2023 policy address on the date of announcement, the Chief Executive made the Public Revenue Protection Stamp Duty No. 2 Order 2023 on the 25th of October this year, which gives full force and effects of law to the bill. We will give our full support to the scrutiny of the bill by the Legislative Council. As the order will remain in force for 4 months, we urge members to support us so that the bill can be passed before the lapse of the bill. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
無立法
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Reverend Peter Kuhn will move a motion on reviewing public finance policies. 3 members will move amendments to the motion. Thus, Council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I'll first call upon Reverend Peter Kuhn to speak and move the motion. Then I'll call upon Mr. Tony Che, Dr. Simon Lee, and Dr. Wendy Hong to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon Reverend Peter Kuhn to speak and move the motion. Reverend Peter Kuhn. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. President, earlier, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, released an assessment report on Hong Kong's economic condition. One of the highlights of the report is to call for the SAR government to expand its tax base to ensure steady source of revenue. From 2018, the fiscal reserve of the SAR government dropped from $170.9 billion to $650 billion, representing a 40% drop. If it is not because of the housing reserve as well as the bond issuance, the loss will be up to 50%. The fiscal reserve is enough for 9-month expenditure. It's the lowest level in the recent years. And we see an increase of outstanding debt. For instance, there is outstanding debt of green bond, and it counts for 0.3% of the GDP in over the past 4 years to 4.3%. Some are worried that we are going to follow the debt-laden path of Western countries. Also, the debt to GDP ratio increased from 14.13% from 1997 to 28.44% currently. We're not seeing a very pressing issue with the public finance. However, we're seeing an increase of public expenditure. The government should definitely plan ahead to consolidate the basis of public finance to deal with any potential crisis. Expanding the tax base is not a new topic. Over the past 1 to 2 decades, the topic of expanding tax base has been on the agenda of the Legislative Council, and all along the government has been talking about setting up committees and submitting reports. In 2006, the then Financial Secretary suggested having the consumption tax. However, it never came into fruition. In 2007, the FSTB also conducted a public consultation on expanding tax base, and it submitted a report. The report highlighted 2 points. One is that the government will continue to study the feasibility of expanding the tax base, and that it will pick a right time to deal with the issue. Second point is that the government will continue to carry out public consultation. The report also pointed out that the public finds that there is the need to expand the tax base and that there should be a steady source of revenue for the public finance to cope with the long-term challenges. However, over the years, the government did not take it seriously, and it's been procrastinating on the issue. We've been waiting for a long time, and we are still not seeing any progress in this regard. If the government still turns a blind eye, I believe it is the public that will suffer in the end. It's been 15 years now, and we don't have much time left. The public has already expressed its wish to expand the tax base, and the government should address people's concern and face the issue squarely to realize people's vision of expanding the tax base or rolling out a tax reform. President, we may look at the changes in the tax system of Hong Kong over the years. We have not expanded the tax base, and the tax base has become narrower. Over the past decade or so, there has been different types of tax. In 2008, there is the hotel rent tax as well as wine tax. the amount of revenue from levying these taxes is not significant. By scrapping these taxes, the government may be making the right decision. Over the past 3 fiscal years, the major 5 pillars in terms of tax revenue is profits tax, salaries tax, debt duties, etc. And they account for 90% of the annual revenue. And they account for tens of billions of dollars. Also, one of the sources of revenue is narrow, and we are seeing very few taxpayers. There are in total 1.82 million taxpayers, accounting for 3.56% of our population, and those with a yearly salary of $700,000 account for 20% of the taxpayers. And these taxpayers in total pay 90% of the salaries tax. We are relying on one group of people for the tax revenue. According to FSTB statistics, between 2019 and 2020, the assessment year, there are about 1.27 million companies registered in Hong Kong. 9% of the companies, that is about 110,000 companies, have to pay profits tax. This percentage has remained more or less the same over the past 5 years. The companies registered that pays the highest amount of tax account for 5%, and that represents about 90% of the income. If we take into account of taxpayers number, it's about 20%. And 90% of the profits tax are paid by 5,000 companies in Hong Kong, and this is a very narrow tax base. In the long run, it's not healthy. President, I think that we should stick to a simple and low tax regime, and that's the cornerstone of our success, and it's been attracting foreign companies to invest in Hong Kong. However, we are seeing a diversified development in terms of our economy. If we stick to the simple tax regime and do not tackle the root problems and avoid implementing a tax reform, it would not be desirable. For GST as well as other types of property tax were in place. Public discussions would help the public have a better knowledge of our tax regime. With Khao Yi Chau, Artificial Islands, and Northern Metropolis, we want them to these major projects to be completed on schedule. With aging population, we are going to see an increase of public expenditure. I'm sure that that's going to put pressure on the public coffers. If we can expand the tax base but not affect the investment environment, that would be great, but will require the wisdom of the government. I'd like to collect the wisdom of all members, and I'd like to hear more ideas from members to bring Hong Kong to a new height in terms of its economy. Thank you.
I now propose the question to you that Reverend Canon Peter Koon's motion be passed. Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I thank Reverend Peter Koon for moving today's motion so that we have an opportunity to debate on the public finance policies in Hong Kong in this council. As I mentioned in my amendment, in 50 years' time, 1 in every 3 people in Hong Kong will be an elderly. That means a shrinking labor force will couple with increase in public expenditure and fewer tax income. That is why deficits will be incurred. In fact, in recent years, the government has recorded consecutive deficits in consecutive years. I support the original motion. I urge the government to examine the current conditions of public finance and conduct studies to prepare for the future. But I'd like to address the three shortcomings in the original motion. It is said that the government should examine the proposal of increasing financial revenue. However, the motion is silent on expenditure. I am moving this amendment so that we can abide by the principle in Article 107. That is, the government should also exercise stringent control over increases in recurrent expenditure. Dr. Hui Li and Dr. Wendy Hong have also moved amendments, and I think that they are building on my amendment. Apart from pulling the purse strings, the government should also reduce unnecessary expenditure. In fact, we haven't had any discussion. It shows that G19 coincidentally put forward the same idea. We should not arbitrarily cut tax revenue and give more welfare handouts. Against the aging population and the increasing financial burden on the government, we need to make early preparation. Well, this sounds pessimistic. An aging society, of course, will pose a burden on our society, but it doesn't mean that there are no merits. According to this year's policy address, many elderly in Hong Kong are full of energy and capable. They are fully capable of taking up employment, and they are good consumers. For example, the government has rolled out measures to promote lifelong learning among the elderly population, and there is also a committee to examine the promotion of the silver hair market. In fact, in the past, I also put forward proposals to encourage our elderly population to make contribution to our society so that meanwhile they find a sense of purpose beyond their retirement, so that with their contribution we can alleviate the burden on younger taxpayers. The third shortcoming is that there is no mentioning of the participation by the private sector. Now, in face of deficits in the public coffers and an aging society, the government still plans to go ahead with mega projects such as the Kao Yi Chao artificial islands, and there are reservations on whether our public coffers will be depleted. I don't think we should be short-sighted and refrain from investing in the long-term development projects because of the short-term deficits. In fact, my sector earlier proposed leveraging on the private sector, such as multifarious financing and sustainable financing options. There should be public-private partnership to take forward projects that are conducive to the long-term development of Hong Kong, as well as improving people's livelihood. This year's policy address has incorporated our suggestions. The Financial Secretary will be leading a committee on the financing of major development projects. A relevant office will also be established. I hope that the committee can start its work as quickly as possible so that recommendations can be put forward for the government's implementation. That way, we can tackle the problem of aging population and the commencement of infrastructure projects. I so submit, Mr. President. I urge members to support my amendment. Dr. Hui Li. Thank you, Mr. President. As our economy grows, the government is provided with revenue to cope with public spendings to meet various demands. Today, Reverend Peter Kuhn has put forward his concern on the challenges posed by an aging society, as well as changes in the external environment and geopolitical tensions. There is now a question mark as to whether this approach is sustainable. In 1980s, when the Basic Law was drafted, the standard was laid down in relation to public finance. According to Article 107 of the Basic Law, the Hong Kong SAR shall follow the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenues in drawing up its budget and strive to achieve a fiscal balance, avoid deficits, and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of its GDP. Of course, one must not gauge a situation on an annual basis. We should have regard to the actual circumstances in putting in place adjustments. However, it should not take protracted approach. Meanwhile, there should be adjustments to public spending as well in light of changes in government revenue. And that is why we're holding the debate here today. In light of changes unseen in the century, the new global order, we are facing a lot of challenges, not to mention demographic changes in Hong Kong. They all pose a challenge to our economic development. It is an opportune time to rethink public finance policies in light of Article 107 of the Basic Law and the changes in the world. All along, we've been abiding by an economic structure that is quite fragile because we receive income from land sales only. And like Mr. Reverend Peter Kuhn said, we have all along been having a very narrow tax base. During the upcycle of the economy, it may be all right, but at this downturn, expenditure may, on a prolonged basis, exceed income, and deficits inevitably will be incurred. Against the new development pattern of innovation-driven development, the government should take the lead. So in terms of public expenditure and investment, we need to closely scrutinize these spending to make sure that they are in line with bringing benefits to our society. More importantly, we need to invest in matters that can guarantee a future. We should reduce allowances and subsidies so that we will not take a demand-led approach when it comes to public policies. Only by doing so will we be able to promote economic development and bring impetus for growth. There are also other measures that the government should consider, including broadening the tax base. A small government, a narrow tax base, are successful only if certain prerequisites are met, and that means high-speed economic development. However, when economic growth slows down, we need to rethink our strategies on public finance. I so submit, Mr. President, I support the motion and the 3 amendments. I also urge members to support my amendment. Thank you. Dr. Wendy Hong. Well, it's a common refrain that we should provide for the aged in our society. Now, I am one of the beneficiaries because I eventually will become one of the elderly in Hong Kong. But the elderly population is expanding rapidly in Hong Kong against a shrinking younger population. Is it possible for our next generation to support us? Is it sustainable? In order to avoid bringing a burden to our younger generation, we need to rethink. We're facing 3 major risks. One, a continuous increase in public expenditure. Say for welfare, it's increased by 52.2%, for healthcare 44%, and education an increase of 21.6%. We need to find out and weed out populist measures. The second point is starting from 2019 until March this year, in our capital account, we have incurred $600 billion of deficit, and at the end of the financial year, the amount could go up to $100 billion, and that's really staggering. We have a dwindling fiscal reserve. We had in March 2019, $116 billion in our reserves, but these reserves are dwindling at a speed of $100 billion a year. So these are alarming. We must reduce unnecessary expenditure and tap new sources of income. I don't think we can develop new taxes. So we need to broaden our income base by making investment. For example, the government has been investing in long-term infrastructure projects, building a land reserve, etc. I fully agree that this should be the way to go for our long-term development. However, we must also pull our purse strings. That is why in my amendment, we need to proactively reduce ineffective and even unnecessary expenditure. Now, it seems that we are becoming a welfare state with our place giving welfare handouts. With increase in public expenditure, the public coffers are under a lot of pressure. For the families, for the low-income families, the bottom 20% of our population, 1 in 3 families are out of work. Our welfare system is such that many of these families are lying flat. The labor participation rate in Hong Kong is 10% lower than Singapore, and it's on a continuous decline. We're the lowest among Asia. Many organizations are still asking for more welfare handouts. They are adopting a populist attitude in the name of helping the grassroots. We, of course, should provide the basic security net for the lowest class, but we should help people to be self-reliant. That is why we should consider the push and pull factors. On the push factor, we should consider a welfare withdrawal mechanism. For the able body, without anyone in their family that requires care, limitations should be put in place for these people to get a PRH unit or limit how long they can stay in the unit, because it's not difficult for them to get a job. As for adult children, they should be encouraged to work instead of having the whole family queue up for the dole. On the pull factor, we should provide an incentive for the able-bodied to be self-reliant. For non-elderly, non-carer, new arrivals, they should be given various employment training. There should be more support for carers to encourage them to work. On helping the grassroots to be self-reliant, I agree that more should be done. I also agree with Reverend Kuhn that we should increase the source of financial revenue. But more importantly, we need to review the whole mechanism to reduce ineffective and unnecessary expenditure. I so submit.
Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. Madam Deputy, first of all, I'd like to thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for moving this motion on reviewing public finances so that we can listen to members' views and taking the opportunity of this motion debate. We can also explain to you the situation with regard to public finances in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a small and open economy. Our economic performance inevitably would be subject to the impact of the external environment. In recent years, the deficits that we have faced were due to the recent revenue drop during the pandemic, as well as the allocation of more resources to cope with the pandemic. And also this year, with regard to our overall performance of our economy and our assets, they have been worse than expected, and therefore, inevitably, our revenue in the form of taxes and stamp duty would come down. This year's operating deficit would be more than $100 billion when compared to the original estimates in February this year is somewhat higher. And yet we should not be focusing on the short-term performance. We should be looking at the situation in the whole economic cycle. As things now stand, as the with the economy recovering now, our economic or fiscal financial position would also be improving. And the government's responsibility is to take care of the well-being of the public. Therefore, healthcare, education, and social welfare, which are the three main livelihood-related spendings, would account for some 60% of our total spending, out of which social welfare account for some 22%. As the Honourable Peter Kun has rightly pointed out in his motion, Hong Kong is faced with the problem of an aging population, with the number of elderly aged over 60 increasing significantly in recent years, accounting for over 30% of the total population right now. As regards the government's livelihood spending, it has been increasing significantly in recent years as well. For example, government welfare spending increased between 2018 and 19 to 2023-24 by some 52%, mainly for the purpose of enhancing the relevant services and expanding the relevant investments. In this regard, the government has been working very hard to increase its long-term commitment to improving social welfare. On the other hand, it also shows that an aging population has indeed posed a lot of pressure on the government, resulting in an increase in livelihood spending. Therefore, the government has to monitor this very closely in order to ensure that it will be managing its finances prudently. In terms of considerations for public finances, Article 107 already provides that the Hong Kong SAR shall follow the principle of keeping expenditure within the limits of revenue in drawing up its budget and strive to achieve a fiscal balance, avoid deficits, and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of its GDP. In other words, the government has to manage its finances prudently and has to achieve a fiscal balance within a certain period of time. So the government has to keep a sufficient reserve. So in the face of huge deficits in recent years, and also on top of that, the external environment is still very challenging, and therefore we will continue to adhere to the fiscal discipline by keeping our expenditure within the limits of revenue, and we would also be exploring how we can further open up more sources of revenue. In terms of government revenue, the government will need to boost its income through promoting further development, and we will continue to promote the development of our economy in order to increase our revenue. Even though Hong Kong is still subject to the impact of the external economic environment and the pace of recovery is slower than expected, in light of this, the policy address has already put forth many initiatives to strengthen Hong Kong's competitiveness in order to attract more enterprises and talents to come to Hong Kong. We will consolidate and sustain Hong Kong's positioning of the 8 major centers under the 14th Five-Year Plan that will ensure Hong Kong's competitiveness and economy will continue to thrive. The government expects that through a number of initiatives, we can enhance the business environment and attract more enterprises and talents to come and settle in Hong Kong. These enterprises and employees would also make contribution to the tax revenue of Hong Kong. In terms of savings, the government will continue to maintain the zero growth target for the civil service in this financial year and will continue to implement the efficiency enhancement program within the government. On the premise of not affecting livelihood spending, there will be slashing by 1% in recurrent spending by various policy bureaus and departments, together with another 1% cut in 2025 to 26. The resources saved would be redeployed for the launching of new policies and initiatives. Hong Kong has faced many challenges in the past few years, and yet the SAR government has continued to maintain its fiscal robustness. We will continue to develop Hong Kong's economy in order to bring in more tax revenues from different sources. We believe that would enable us to continue to support various livelihood-related initiatives. We will be monitoring closely the situation in order to make sure that the pace of economic recovery after the pandemic, as well as the government's revenue situation, will be able to determine whether or not we need to implement other controls. We will continue to keep expenditure within the limits of our revenue by managing our finances prudently in order to avoid increasing the budget. The SAR government attaches importance to the robustness and sustainability of our finances. We will listen carefully to members' remarks and will respond to them in a consolidated manner. Thank you, President.
Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to thank Reverend Peter Kun for moving this motion. Hong Kong has one of the lowest birth rates in the world, and it has the highest life expectancy. With these two factors, people aged 65 or above by the middle of 2021 exceed 20% of the population. We are entering an aging society. We're not just facing an aging population, but with baby boomers aging, we're going to see a rapid growth of elderly people in Hong Kong. In 2018, a population of elderly people in Hong Kong is 18%. Compared to Japan, it was 28%, and the difference is about 10%. In 2083, the population of elderly in Hong Kong will account for 32%. It will similar to 34% in Japan. Comparatively speaking, this figure is staggering in Hong Kong. European countries and the US, which are also facing an aging population, it is expected that 50 years later, the population of elderly people will be capped at around 30%. The current-term government is clearly seeing the impact brought by an aging society. The chief executive in his last year's policy address announced various schemes for trawling for talents. This year's policy address has taken on board New People's Party suggestions, such as the newborn bonus, etc. However, the SAR government is lacking the measures in place to tackle the issue. As the Financial Secretary said, we have to grow the pie. So to revive the economy, the SAR government must roll out short-term measures to lower the revenue, such as reducing stamp duty, buyer stamp duty, etc. Nevertheless, the only ways that the SAR government opts for to enhance revenue is to, for instance, open up the bet duties. For land sale, it accounts for a major source of income for the government. From 2022 to 23, the percentage grew from 10% to about 20%. But because of the general economic environment, we cannot rely too much on revenue from land sales. With an aging population, we are going to see an increase of public expenditure. So the SAR government has to think about how to broaden the revenue base. We understand that the tax base in Hong Kong is narrow. Back in 2000 to 2007, the SAR government conducted 2 large-scale consultations on expanding the tax base, and the reports back then mentioned about how aging population would bring a huge burden on our public coffers. At the end, we didn't see any results arising from the consultation. The government only said that it would continue to explore the feasibility of expanding the tax base. In 2017, the SAR government set up a tax group to study the feasibility of expanding tax base, but up till today, we are still lacking of any concrete proposals from the government in expanding the tax base. I understand that the SAR government has to be prudent, but there is no time left. Since we last conducted the public consultation, we have already entered an aging society. That is a super aging society. I think the government should give an answer to the public in this regard. Even though it may not have any concrete proposals to broaden the revenue base, it should allow enough time for the public to think about the issue if any new measures are to be introduced. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Rock Chen. Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for proposing this motion of reviewing public finance policies to give members a chance to raise a discussion on this issue. Currently, we're seeing huge pressure on our public finance. Aging population is one of the major factors contributing to this issue. However, the crux of the problem is that the traditional source of revenue with high interest rates as well as geopolitical tensions, such traditional system has shown structural problems. In the future, we have to think about coming up with a system that suits the external environment and one that follows Article 107 of the Basic Law, that is to keep the expenditure within the limits of revenues. Profits tax and land revenue account for 50% of the government's income. However, due to the pandemic as well as the sluggish stock market and property market, we're seeing a huge loss of such revenue and we're seeing a serious fiscal deficit. And the fiscal reserve has dropped to about $700 billion for the government. The consolidated fiscal deficit may exceed $100 billion. Deducting the $46.6 billion proceeds from green bond, we have about $150 billion now. We all know that by issuing bonds, the proceeds we get are not revenue. By issuing bonds, we want to sustain our fiscal sustainability, and we have to pay back the debt when the bonds expire. The government, therefore, has to look for a new formula to create revenue. I have some suggestions in terms of some midterm and long-term measures. We have to keep the expenditure within the limits of revenues. It is understood that the government cannot 100% be accurate in terms of its estimate. However, the government will have to keep a close eye to its expenditure. It's not easy to broaden revenue base now, so it has to start with controlling administrative costs and be stringent when it considers recruiting more people. So it has to minimize costs that are not necessary. At the same time, it has to make use of innovative technology to increase the work efficiency of civil servants. We also have to keep the level of investment return so that when the government is facing a challenge, it has some capital in hand. Also, it is mentioned in the policy address that it's going to continue to trawl for talents as well as attract companies to redomicile in Hong Kong, etc., to bring more capital to Hong Kong, talents as well as tax revenue. In the long run, ideally speaking, we have to ensure a transformation and upgrading of industries as well as have enough talents to ensure that we have a steady revenue base. The government should actively take forward the policies mentioned in the policy address, including the development of Hong Kong into 8 centers, revive tourism, and promote new energy for transport. And also, it should also develop itself as an international education hub, as well as an innovative transport hub to bring new impetus to Hong Kong so that Hong Kong can create a new economic pillar, so that we don't have to rely on the stock and property market to broaden the revenue base. Deputy President, I speak in support of the motion. Thank you. Mr. Benson Luke, Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for proposing this motion of reviewing public finance policies. I also thank Mr. Tony Che, Dr. Simon Lee, and Dr. Wendy Hong for their amendments. According to Article 107 of the Basic Law, we have to stick to the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenue, and we have to strive to achieve a fiscal balance to avoid deficits and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of its gross domestic product. According to government statistics, since 1998 and 1999, and for over the past 25 years, there are 9 deficits. It shows that the government has experience in adopting counter-cyclical measures. the first three major expenditure goes to elderly care, healthcare services, and education, and these account for 44% of the public expenditure. For the first two items, they have to do with aging population. Over the past few years, we recorded a fiscal deficit because it was the time when we saw the biggest challenges, and the public is expecting the government to allocate more resources to deal with livelihood-related issues. For instance, during the pandemic, the SAR government was expected to allocate more resources to fight the pandemic and stabilize the economy. We hope that in the near future, there will be opportunities in Hong Kong, but at the same time, we'll see challenges. As to how we can seize opportunities, we'll have to continue to create impetus for growth. I have the following 4 suggestions for the government. First, the government should not increase profits tax and salaries tax. It's because profits tax is one of the biggest advantages for Hong Kong. For our competitor like Singapore, it has also reduced its profits tax to draw for talents. So we should not go against this. I also personally object to levying consumption tax or sales tax. One of the advantages of Hong Kong is that we have a simple tax regime. I believe that members of the general public would not be willing to see new taxes so that the livelihood won't be affected. In the long run, we have to grow the pie to broaden our revenue base. As mentioned by the chief executive, we have been managing $4,000 billion. And Hong Kong is also the second largest private equity centers in the region. So Hong Kong is one of the biggest economies in the world. Also, Hong Kong has been developing new industry sectors, and we've been trying to call for more family offices. All these will bring about new impetus to our economic growth. In addition, apart from increasing tax revenue, the government can consider issuing more bonds to promote social sustainability or sustainable development of our society. There is still room for us to do so. According to IMF in 2022, the top 35 economies in the world, they saw about 120% of their GDP in terms of their revenue. For Japan, the figure is 264, and in South Korea it's about 154. For Hong Kong, we're seeing a single-digit percentage. For the third runway system, we are also financing the project through bond issuance. For, say, Northern Metropolis or Lantau Tomorrow project, I think the government can also consider raising funds through issuing bonds. One of the major revenues, apart from salary tax, profits tax, the other is land sale. For the first two items, as mentioned, we should not change the tax level. If we want to increase land sale income, in the long run for Northern Metropolis and Lantau Tomorrow Vision, there will be a large amount of land generated from these projects to support our additional public expenditure, especially those on population aging. So I hope in the long run the government can consider my proposal. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Ronald Chen.
Mr. Chan Chun-ying, well, Hong Kong's fiscal policy has always been very robust, and yet we have spent more than we had expected during the past 3 years because we have to cope with the pandemic, and therefore we have close to $100 billion of deficit, and therefore with an aging population, we are very concerned about whether or not we will continue to maintain that fiscal robustness, and therefore with the motion debate moved by Honorable Peter Kun, today we will be able to debate that there are 4 points under public fiscal policy. First, under Article 107 of the Basic Law, we will have to live within our means. And of course, the Financial Secretary has repeatedly emphasized that there is a lot of flexibility under this provision. We don't have to achieve that within a year. It depends on whether or not in the long run we'll be able to achieve a fiscal balance. And secondly, we will also have to consider the linked exchange rate system, because with that we will have to keep the exchange rate at about 7.75 to 7.85, and therefore Hong Kong's monetary base will also have to be fully supported by the US dollar, and therefore we need to have a strong reserve in order to support that. And also, we would also have to have good public financial management in order to keep our credit rating so that we'd be able to lower the cost of loans. And also, we will also have to keep a sufficient fiscal reserve despite the anti-cyclical measures, for example, the protection for employment, and also the consumption vouchers and so on. That would help ease the pressure under the pandemic. But then we would also have to make sure that we will be exercising financial prudence in order to enable the government to have enough room to maneuver. And healthcare and also welfare spending would account for a very large share of our spending, and that has a lot to do with our population or demography. Well, for those over the age of 65, that's already one of the that's one of the highest around the world. And according to the projection, the aging process will continue. And for those over 65, in the next 25 years, they will double. And from 1.45 in 2002, that would increase to 2.74 million in 2046. So the elderly population will increase, and by 2069, those over 65 would account for some 38% of the total population. So 2 in 5 will be elderly, and also because of the change in the birth rate, and also because of the change in the thinking of women, many people are not inclined to having children, and therefore, so every 1,000 population will have to support some 712 elders, and that would also affect our affordability. So with that aging trend, the administration will have to take early measures to cope with the situation, including appropriately strengthen the investment structure of the MPF. We would also have to introduce more capital preservation products. We would also have to ensure that there would be more investment in the infrastructure to ensure more steady long-term income, and we would also have to expand the pilot program for Hong Kong people to retire in the GBA area, and that would also lower the pressure on government spending here. And also, most elderly people would require a lot of healthcare services, and primary healthcare development has not been adequate. And for a very long while, public hospitals have been overloaded, and therefore, an aging population would pose even higher pressure. And therefore, we will have to do something about it, and spending would only grow if nothing is done about it. And therefore, we will have to adopt a preventive-based approach in order to ease the pressure. Madam Deputy, our fiscal reserve has already come down from about 1,000 billion to about 650 billion, and that's already much less than the 28-month spending that would be necessary. And we are also heavily reliant on salaries, profits, and also land premium revenue. But then for some infrastructure and welfare spending, that would also that would only go up, and therefore the cumulative growth has been 2.6 times, and yet revenue has only increased by 1.2 times, and therefore is very much a cliche. And still, we have the need to review public spending to see whether or not we are spending in the right place, and we would also have to consolidate the basis of our public finance in order to rebuild our buffers. And I support the original motion as well as the 3 amendments. Thank you. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm grateful to Reverend Peter Kun for the original motion as well as the 3 amendments. Well, an aging population is the worldwide trend, and is also a challenge. Well, Hong Kong is a city of longevity, and therefore government spending in this has been increasing, and therefore that has posed a lot of pressure on our government. Well, with an aging population, the situation is going to get worse. And therefore, the administration has the duty of care, and yet we are also subject to a lot of economic pressure. Does that mean that elders mean negative? The old saying is that if you have an elder in the family, it's a treasure, and therefore they should not be viewed as a burden. And therefore, we have to review their status, and we should treasure them. And therefore, we should allow them to develop their potential so that they can also become a driving force for our economy. Well, there are three characteristics. They have high retirement income and high education, and they're also highly prone to using new tech products. And therefore, we have noticed that there is an increase in the number of middle-aged or middle-class elderly. And for those owning their own homes, only 7.6% of them are in the younger generation. So, in other words, most of them are elders. When compared to 1997, the number has doubled. And therefore, for silver bonds, those holding such bonds has also increased. In 5 years, that has increased by 5.2 times. And also, the number has also gone up by 18 times. And also, many elders are able to enjoy a very handsome income after retirement. And therefore, they are actually enjoying a very comfortable life, and therefore we will have to ensure that the silver hair will be able to enjoy their retirement life, and therefore we will have to ensure that if they are able to spend, then our economy will thrive. And therefore, from a different perspective, Hong Kong's retirement protection is relatively simple. Other than the MPF, other spending would also have to be heavily reliant on the government, and therefore elders would be reliant on the old age living allowance, and also more people are also taking the disability allowance and so on. And therefore, we will have to provide more incentives, and there should be policies and initiatives so that for those who can afford it, they should retire early, and they can also take out insurance coverage so that they can also invest prudently in order to get good returns. In particular, the baby boomers are now retiring, and they are actually hanging on a lot of assets and wealth. And therefore, for this group of people, if they can also become the source of investing in our future, that would also be good. Instead of relying on the transition of the different age groups, in fact, many of the elders who have retired, they are still very healthy, and they are still able to contribute to our economy, and therefore Hong Kong's labor participation rate is still much lower than our neighbors in Asia, and therefore we should encourage those who are still able to work. They should rejoin the labor market. They should use their experience and expertise so that they can contribute to our economy. They should be able to age in place, and therefore it's about everybody in our society, and it has to do with our future generations, and therefore retirement should not be viewed as simplistically as just providing support for the elders. If we just take a defensive approach, then we will not be able to cope with the structural change that we are bound to see. And I'm glad to see that the administration is going to set up a team on silver hair economy, and I hope that the administration will also roll out more products so that there can be more investment choices, so that the elders would be able to invest with good returns. And also we should adopt a multi-pronged approach so that we'd be able to tap into the resources of the elderly, and then they can also rejoin the labor market in order to contribute to our economy. And also with an aging population, our labor force would also shrink, and therefore we should tap into those resources. Thank you. Dr. Chow Man Kwong. The low birth rate and also an aging population, we are faced with a lot of challenges. If we do not take any measures, definitely Hong Kong's medium to long-term fiscal deficit will grow. According to the Census and Statistics Department, right now, 1 in 5 of our population is age over 65, and by 2046, that would reach over 1/3. When compared to 20 years ago, that would increase by about 130 times compared with Japan. The aging situation is similar, if not worse. And therefore, we will have to come up with some measures immediately in order to cope with the challenges and impacts. And therefore, public finances would be one of the key areas. And therefore, I echo the motion moved by Reverend Peter Kuhn. Well, if the Labor Bureau and also the Health Bureau would insist on their policies, that is, we will have to scrap the schools in order to achieve savings. If we are not able to ensure a steady supply of talents in Hong Kong, if we fail to come up with relevant measures, then with the low birth rate and aging population, these problems are bound to get worse. And as Reverend Kuhn said, the long-term financial burden would only have greater impact on Hong Kong's public finances. And those trends cannot be reversed. And therefore, we will have to spend more in spending, welfare and healthcare and housing. And then on education, inevitably, we will have to reduce that. And of course, it's not that we cannot salvage the situation. The administration has been working very hard to retain and attract talents. But then are we ambitious enough? For example, the policy address says that, well, the chief executive has accepted my suggestion that for the new quota, that would be increased to 40% with regard to non-local students. And looking forward, the administration should also adopt similar measures. For example, for non-local students, they should be allowed to get into secondary school, and they cannot even enroll into sub-degree programs. And that would also help increase the labor population for Hong Kong, and that would help stabilize our public finances. Instead of working very hard to increase tax in order to increase our revenue, I think we should go back to the basics. In the policy address, the CE also talk about silver hair economy, because with an aging population, they also become a formidable spending population. For example, healthcare, insurance, and also entertainment and so on. That would not just improve their standard of living, that would also ensure that they will be better able to enjoy their retirement life. For example, in the GBA, we can also set up more tech startups and for the UGC institutions, and also for the 14 new startups. They can also work on new technology so as to provide more products catering for the old, and that will also ensure that we will be able to go smart in terms of caring for the elderly, and that would also become an emerging sector. The government can also provide more attractive tax incentives in order to attract more products for the elderly, for example, annuity plans and so on and so forth, so that when these elders accumulate more wealth, they can purchase these products so that they can age in place and they can enjoy themselves in their retirement lives. That would not add to the pressure of public finances. That would only create more revenue. And also, the global trend is that with an improvement in education, well, people are living longer. And if you look at Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, they have also extended their retirement age, including China and Taiwan. In 2008, they already legislated so that retirement age would be extended from 60 to 65. And Singapore also indicated a year or two ago that they would be extending the retirement age from 65 to 70. And in this regard, that would also reduce Hong Kong's the pressure on the public coffers, and therefore we should take the lead in doing something about it so that we can create an environment that would be more conducive to the elders giving full play to their potential, and they can also stay in the labor market. Thank you. Next, Mr. Edmund Wong.
Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for moving today's motion so that we can take this opportunity to discuss this issue when fiscal reserves have unprecedentedly dropped below $700 billion, so that we can all chip in to help improve the public finance policies. An aging population is an issue faced by a lot of advanced economies. Many members have already talked about the challenges posed by an aging population, so I am not going to dwell on the same point. I'd like to share my thoughts on our challenges. on public finance. Now, according to Article 107 of the Basic Law, Hong Kong SAR shall follow the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenues in drawing up the budget and strive to achieve a fiscal balance, avoid deficits, and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of GDP. In other words, we need to spend within our means. In the past, the government has all along been upholding a simple tax regime. It is a well-established and effective regime to attract investments in Hong Kong so as to drive an income growth for enterprises and individuals. Now, under this wealth effect, together with revenue from land sale, at one point our fiscal reserves reached $1 trillion. We have more than we can chew. However, as per GDP ratio, the spending has always increased since 1997 to 98. The percentage was 14.3%, and then 2021 the figure increased to 21.79%, and then the following year 28 to 4.44%, whereas from 2018 to 2022 the GDP grew only by 1% per year. As for recurrent public expenditure, it grew by 6.7% every year. So basically, it doesn't tally with what's in the Basic Law. If we have sufficient revenue to meet the expenses, then it would be all right. But after COVID pandemic, because of various reasons, such as the anti-epidemic measures, high interest rates, geopolitical tensions, changes have taken place, and our economy is not recovering at the pace as expected. Our fiscal reserves have dropped by 40% in just a few years. Now we need to pull our purse strings with a drop in government revenue. I agree with the original motion and the 3 amendments. In the past few years, the government has substantially increased public spending. The government should spend within the means and see whether the approach tallies with the principle in the Basic Law. We need to reduce public spending. We need to consolidate our resources in taking forward new initiatives and fulfilling new functions. However, I'm talking about reducing expenditure, not investment, because investment is the linchpin to the long-term development of Hong Kong. The government's role is a trustee. The government is in custody of our people's wealth. The government's efficient operation will help accumulate wealth. It is undesirable if if our reserves dwindle. We need to invest our resources wisely for the long-term development of Hong Kong. The Chief Executive, John Lee, already expressed that there is no intention to broaden the tax base. We need to, however, create impetus for growth and increase our competitiveness. I fully agree. We need to maintain a simple and open tax regime to attract more enterprises and talents from all over the world to come to Hong Kong and increase our competitiveness. Only by doing so can we strive for economic development and improve people's livelihood. I'd like to address the point on mega infrastructure projects requiring a lot of funding support. The government has proposed the setting up of a committee for the financing of major development projects. I think the government is heading in the right direction, be it PPP or railway plus property model or the issuance of bonds. It is important that the money is well spent. I support the motion and all the amendments. Mr. Jimmy Ng. Thank you, Deputy President. Reverend Peter Kuhn's motion starts with population aging, and he explores the current conditions of public finance. He also urges the government to increase sources of financial revenue so as to make early preparation for the long-term financial burden. I agree with this statement, but I also like to add to that. We should avoid giving the public this wrong impression that financial burden has to do with an increasing aging population. because this will lead to a discussion on reducing spending, reducing unnecessary expenditure, and then eventually we may draw to the conclusion that we should reduce spending on our elderly. This is wrong. Because of the low birth rate, we are entering an aging society. Now, the chief executive has proposed some policies to encourage childbearing, to slow down the rate of aging in our population. Now, we are one of the lowest places, one of the places in the world with a low birth rate. The fertility rate stood at 0.7. I hope I'm not digressing, Deputy President. I think that what I've said are very much relevant to public finance. I'd like to share the German experience with you. In 1994, the birth rate in Germany dropped to 1.24, the historic low. In 2016, it gradually climbed to 1.6%. Still, in 2021, the birth rate only stood at 1.58%. Apart from tax concessions and maternity leave, they relied on the third pillar, that is parental leave, maternity leave, and sufficient child care services. So how much public spending are we talking about? In 2019, the spending on family and child care services equal to 3.24 of the GDP. Post-tax is 2.42%. So 2.42% for Hong Kong means about $68.2 billion. That's 10% of the $698 billion of spending in 2022-23. If we want to encourage childbearing, we need to pay for it, and we need to keep a reserve for this purpose. In terms of the fiscal position, there's been a drop in land sale revenue and other sources of revenue. Recently, the government issued a directive to various government departments and bureaus. The establishment is to be scaled back by 1%, and of course, we need to reduce spending. We also need to tap new sources of revenue. One viable option is to broaden the tax base. We have a simple tax regime. We don't have a lot of taxes. Well, because of hefty revenue through major taxes, we were able to implement tax concessions, but it is important that we maintain a steady stream of income for the public coffers to drive long-term development. I so submit. Professor Priscilla Leung. Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for moving this motion so that we have an opportunity to debate on reviewing public finance policies. We have an aging population and a dwindling birth rate. These two go hand in hand, and it is an imminent problem for us. Well, it is suggested each newborn should get a cash bonus of $40,000 up to their teens. Is this a way out, or should we just increase tax rates? Whenever we touch on this issue in the Council, I always refer to Article 107 of the Basic Law and perhaps 108, because Article 107 states that the Hong Kong SAR should achieve a fiscal balance. Article 108 suggests that the low tax policy should prevail. Now, this is the basic pillars of one country, two systems. If we are to depart from these overarching principles, we need to first consider whether we have achieved what we've set out to achieve. I think, first of all, we need to spend within our means. I personally prefer a simple tax regime. This is also why many of my expatriate colleagues decide to stay in Hong Kong. If we make our tax regime complicated, taxpayers, including the prospective payers, will have doubts about the long-term development of Hong Kong. So we need to make sure that it will not have any bearing on our principle of keeping Hong Kong open. Now, this year in the policy address, there is an emphasis on a silver hair economy. Finally, the government has decided to set up a committee. Now, for the discipline services, the retirement age is in their 50s, so our threshold is really too low. In fact, for young people, we're talking about the age bracket of 18 to 65, and then the younger olds 66 to 79, and then those in the 80s, 90s, they are the truly elderly population. So is it suitable to set the retirement age at 55 or 60? For baby boomers, they are very industrious. They don't want to retire. So you need to capitalize on this population group. In fact, in 1999 in Shanghai, the concept of time bank was introduced. For those retirees in the 60s and 70s, they were mobilized to take part in this initiative as volunteers, so that they will keep track of the time dedicated to voluntary work. But we don't want to be taken care of by robots. We want to be able to look after some people. In fact, in Switzerland, there is a similar concept. If you do voluntary work for 1 hour, it will be put on record, and then during times of crisis and emergency, if you need someone to help move house, etc., you get the help. In 1990, a Sawayaka group also promoted the same concept. Say, if you don't have somebody to look after you, then if you've done voluntary work before, likewise, like the concept of time bank, you'll be provided with assistance. I think we should adopt a similar concept here. For those in the 60s and 70s, 80s, they can be volunteers. I came across a volunteer who is 95 years of age. They'd like to dedicate themselves to public service as well. Finally, it is important to safeguard the traditional Chinese family values. Each elderly family member is precious. We need to abide by the principle of man and wife forming a family, so that we provide the best environment for the child growing up. We must not throw away this concept. It is important that we have families as a unit of our society.
Dr. Low I Kwok, Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for proposing the original motion and the 3 other members for their amendments. It is expected that we will continue to face an aging population according to government statistics released in August. From 2022 to 2046, people aged 65 or above will account for 25% from 2021 to 36% in 2046. That means 1 in 3 people in Hong Kong will be an elderly. The government has been putting a lot of resources into healthcare. In 2023, the budget on it reached up to $110 billion, accounting for 49% of the total expenditure. It is expected that the expenditure on healthcare will continue to rise. I think that the government should prepare for rainy days and prudently review our public finance and start preparing for coping with long-term challenges that we will face with an aging population. In terms of long-term planning of our public finance, we have to stick to the principles stipulated under Article 107 of the Basic Law. According to the article, we have to keep the expenditure within the limits of revenues in drawing up its budget, and we have to strive to achieve a fiscal balance to avoid deficits and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of our GDP. However, we should not have a narrow interpretation of this article. Over the past few years, we saw COVID, and a lot of different sectors have been hit by the pandemic. I'm glad that the government is taking on board of BPA's suggestions to roll out different counter-cyclical measures to help save employment and address the pressing needs of our people. Also, the government should, taking into account the long-term growth of our economy, build infrastructure and also address the shortage of land as well as housing in Hong Kong. The government earlier released the action plan for Northern Metropolis. It is expected that there will be 3,000 hectares of land there, and about 1,400 hectares of land will be developed in the coming 10 years, providing 500,000 residential housing units. This will be one of the major sources of housing for us. In Northern Metropolis, there will be infrastructure-led plans to promote the development of tourism and logistics sector, providing about 500,000 new job opportunities. If the government can make good plans and prepare ahead, the Northern Metropolis will be bringing new growth to Hong Kong and new capacity to our city, and this project deserves our support. In terms of our public finance, I think the government should tap into market forces by creating different financing projects and stick to the private-public partnership approach. I believe the Northern Metropolis will be able to achieve its purpose. Currently, we are facing different uncertainties in terms of the global economic environment. Hong Kong is going to face huge challenges in this regard. We have to stick to the advantages we have with a simple tax regime. Any new taxes to be rolled out will have to be thoroughly discussed beforehand. Also, the government should reduce any unnecessary expenditure. Between 2018 to 2023, to reduce humanitarian support for torture claimants, well, the total expenditure is about $2.8 billion. There were heated debates in the community in relation to the amount of support we give to torture claimants. I hope the government can come up with a mechanism to combat on fake refugees or bogus refugees. Also, the government should have a comprehensive grasp on the data in relation to our population to devise policies. The government should also address problems of a low birth rate and aging population and set up a dedicated task force to deal with the issues and come up with medium and long-term measures so that there can be effective policies devised. I so submit. Thank you. Dr. Kennedy Wong, Deputy President. We've been always saying that we need to prepare for rainy days. With an aging population, the SAR government have to take into considerations different problems that we face. I speak in support of Reverend Peter Koon's original motion and the amendments raised by the three other members. While we try to broaden the revenue base, we have to cut down on spending to prepare for an aging population. And this is in line with our long-term benefits. According to government statistics, in the middle of last year, 1 in 5 people in Hong Kong is an elderly. In 2047, 1 in 3 people in Hong Kong will be an elderly. And in 2031, 1 in 2 people in the working population will be taking care of an elderly. If we do not revise our immigration policy, we may become one of the cities in the world with the most serious aging population problems. I noticed that over the past 10 years, expenditure on social welfare in year 2013 to 2014, it was $51.89 billion. And last year, the amount raised to $106 billion, accounting for some 43%. $49.76 billion were raised to $127.7 billion, representing 155% growth. And now the figure is dropped to about $700 billion. In terms of the challenges we are facing concerning public finance, apart from exchange fund or exchange reserve, the government has been doing different investments. For instance, for the 3 cross-harbor tunnels, it has already resumed the tunnels for operation. And the government also has 75% shares of MTRC. It's also been doing different kinds of investment. I think the government should have a more comprehensive policy in terms of managing its asset. The central government, for instance, has a supervisory committee to manage its asset. A lot of the national enterprises are listed in Hong Kong. However, the central government owns a lot of shares in these companies. Apart from supervising and monitoring the use of assets, it can also interfere with the dividend distribution so that there can be a quit or exit mechanism. Currently, the SAR government has been relying on the CEOs or management staff of these enterprises that it has shares in to come up with policies to manage the companies. But this has to do with how we can grow the value of the asset. For instance, should the SAR government continue to hold shares in MTRC, I think we need government officials to review it. We have a huge fiscal reserve. The financial secretary has said time and again that we have about 1.7 times of the exchange fund. We have to maintain a basis for the Hong Kong currency rate at 1.3 times. At the end of September, the exchange reserve was $410 billion. So the amount we can use is about 700 billion Hong Kong dollars. So can we use the money for investment, or can we use it for spending on elderly care? I think the government can review it. Overall speaking, we need to conduct studies on the structural changes in our development so that we can achieve fiscal balance. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Martin Liao. Deputy President, fiscal sustainability is a key factor to maintain stable growth of our economy. Hong Kong is an open economy, and it has to have enough fiscal reserve to cope with the challenges from external environment. We have to ensure the sustainability of our financial system. Over the past 3 years during COVID, the government spent 600 billion Hong Kong dollars on anti-epidemic measures and counter-cyclical measures. This is inevitable, and we saw the results we wanted to achieve. Objectively speaking, though, we saw a 30% drop in terms of our reserve. As at this September, the fiscal reserve, we had seen a huge drop. which is less than $700 billion. For profits tax and salary tax, they are the major source of income for the government. However, with the sluggish external environment, we are seeing a slower economic growth than expected. Also, for land premium and stamp duty, we are getting fewer revenue from these aspects. It is estimated that the fiscal deficit will be higher than the $544 billion we estimated earlier this year. We will see projects such as Kauyichao Artificial Islands as well as Northern Metropolis. We will see an increase in expenditure in these projects. How can we stick to the principle stipulated in Article 107 of the Basic Law to keep expenditure within the limits of revenue? It's something that the government have to think about. The government is issuing more bonds compared to other advanced economies. However, it should not be complacent. The key is that we have to broaden the revenue base. We have to develop our economy and enhance our competitiveness so that we can grow the pie. Even with the same tax base, we will see an increase in revenue. This is the golden principle. The SAR government should stick with the policy addressed to attract more quality enterprises and develop 8 centers into Hong Kong to promote development in different industries. I believe this will help the government expand its public coffers. We'll have to take into account the land premium we get. We have to take into account the uncertainties in the external environment. I think the SAR government should review our tax regime to come up with different proposals to broaden its tax base. We have to increase revenue as well as reduce spending. We have to maintain zero growth in civil service establishment and take the lead to reduce spending. As for medical healthcare services as well as education, it's hard for us to save spending in these regards. The government should check whether there is any abuse of public funds. For instance, the government should step up investigation on any properties owned by PRH tenants outside Hong Kong. Lastly, apart from the major infrastructure financing committees proposed by the policy address with the challenges brought by an aging population, the government should tap into the market forces to enrich our elderly care services so that the government won't have to independently deal with the issue on its own. I speak in support of Reverend Kun's motion as well as the amendments raised by the members from G19. Thank you.
Honorable Dennis Leung, Madam Deputy, Hong Kong is faced with an aging population. It doesn't really matter because with the advancement in technology, while people live longer, and yet with a higher level of elderly population, does it mean that they will live longer and better? So, policy-wise, are we able to make sure that these elders will be able to live with dignity and age with value, and therefore, before their retirement, will they be able to have sufficient wealth in order to keep them going after retirement? So number one is about retirement protection. I have to say that the current MPF system has not been able to provide sufficient income for the retirees. Most of them do not have sufficient knowledge, and they don't have enough time to deal with their investment, and they haven't been able to adjust their investment policy, and they can only deal with that after their retirement, and in the end, it's only the fund managers that will benefit. In the end, many people have to rely on the MPF. Well, you can say that civil servants, their employers would be contributing more than 5%. But then, in the end, if the investment strategy is the same, they will still be losing. And then for school teachers, they would also engage professional investment managers, and then they will have to make sure that they will have sufficient return before they can make any money out of that. And you can see that for the provident fund of teachers, well, every year there will be a guaranteed return of 5%, and they would also be able to accumulate more wealth. On the contrary, MPF is making losses. And therefore, we should engage fund managers, and they should also change their investment strategy in order to have some breakthroughs in terms of investment return. And secondly, it's about building confidence amongst those retirees. Well, for many of those working, they would also try to achieve a work-life balance by working shorter hours. And then for the workers, they want to make a living, and if they have to work overtime, then they have no choice because their bosses would require them to do so. I'm sure many workers would feel the same. And of course, they very much like to contribute to the companies, but then working too long hours would only mean that they would be able to spend less time with their families. And in fact, whatever they do, they will still be making or earning the same wages, and therefore standard working hours of 8 hours, and if you work overtime, you will also have to get overtime pay. I think it's only reasonable. Sorry, Mr. Leung, today's motion is about public finance policies. So please go back to the subject. Well, we will need to have more wealth, and our workers would also have to make enough savings, and then they would also have to stay healthy, and then the government will be able to achieve saving in healthcare spending, and then what is left can be used on those in need. And people do not have enough income, and therefore they cannot afford to buy their own homes, and they will have to rely on public housing. And then for those who are able to afford it, they would be able to afford the 10% interest rates. That's what's happened in the past. And yet today, people's wages have not been able to grow rapidly enough to catch up with the pace of interest rate hikes, and therefore many people cannot afford to buy their own homes, and many people have to work casual jobs. So it's not that we lack workers. Is that we don't have enough jobs, and therefore there should be more rental housing so that more people can join the labor market. And for different types of people, they would be able to resolve their housing needs. And if that can be done, then workers will be able to benefit from the labor market, and then elders in their family would also benefit. And the government does not have to worry about the pressure on public finance. So I am on the topic right now. And therefore, they will have to liberate their thinking, and they will also have to deal with the housing needs of the middle class and also the grassroots. And if we are able to grow our economy, then the pie will be bigger and the government's revenue will increase. We don't have to worry about the revenue. These are my remarks. Ms. Lam So Wai. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, Reverend Peter Kun has proposed the original motion, and the amendments moved by others are all supported by me. Well, this year, the economy has slowed down, and stamp duty and land premium have also come down as a result of that. Well, for land premium, during the past 2 quarters, we only managed to get about $12.1 billion. But then for public spending after the pandemic, we have not been able to adjust it downward. And it's estimated that there will be $760 billion spending this year. And therefore, the government might have to cut some public services. Well, in the next 10 years, we are faced with an aging population, and the situation is very serious. And therefore, public spending will only go up in the in the coming years. Many major infrastructure projects will be implemented, and that would only add to the pressure of the government. There will be bigger deficits. Yes, the administration says that we will have to adhere to the principle of living within our means, and yet we have not seen the government rolling out new measures to increase its revenue, and therefore I have 3 suggestions to make. Number 1, we will have to promote the concert economy. In fact, some of the global pop stars, they've been going on tours to hold concerts, and they have been very popular. And as a result of that, there have been economic benefits brought to the local economy. And that could also become one of our big brands, so that could also show our cultural strength. In July, Taylor Swift announced that she'd be going on a world tour, and she also went to Singapore. Why? Because Singapore had an international stadium. It's a world-class stadium which can accommodate up to 50,000 audience, and we have very few such stadiums available worldwide. And in Hong Kong, the biggest stadium can only house 114,000 people. And then for the sports stadium in Kai Tak, that can house some 50,000 people. And yet, sports will be given priority. And therefore, if we were to organize enough number of sports events, that would also confine the development of sports, and therefore we will have to look at the situation. We will have to relax the rules and regulations in order to promote concert economies, so that we can take the initiatives to invite international pop stars to come to Hong Kong to perform. And we can also organize more water tourism, so that could also increase the source of revenue, because Sai Kung and Clearwater Bay are uniquely placed because they have a lot of tourism resources, and as a result, many people would go to these districts for aquatic activities, for example, windsurfing and so on and so forth. I've also played those sports, and therefore we have to expedite the tourism industry in Clearwater Bay, in particular in Cheung Kwan O, Area 77. We should set up a water sports center there. So other than local people who might be interested, we can also attract tourists who might come to Hong Kong to play those sports. We can also have more quays and quays for cruises and yachts and so on. And in Sai Kung, Cheung Kwan O, and Clearwater Bay, there can also be more attraction for water sports. And then we can also introduce a new tax because worldwide, many governments are also introducing this sugar tax. For example, in the UK, Ireland, South Africa, and even Malaysia, they've also introduced this sugar tax in 2024. Italy would also be rolling out this policy. The nature of that is that tax would be the means to offer more drinks so that people consumption behavior will also be influenced. So they would be buying fewer soft drinks, because obesity is very much a problem, and also diabetes and also tooth decay has also been a problem with the higher consumption of sugar. And therefore, sugar tax should also be considered. And the government should also consider setting, in fact, for the Committee on Reducing Sugar and Salt Intake has been set up for some years, and yet nothing has been achieved. And we are also seeing a wave or trend that younger people are also suffering from those diseases, and therefore we have to do something about it. That would also reduce the rate of younger people contracting those chronic diseases. We will have to look at the situation. We will have to tap into our strengths in order to strike the right balance, and appropriate measures should also be rolled out in order to cope with the situation. Thank you. Next, Professor Lau Chi Pang. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Reverend Peter Kun's original motion, as well as the amendments moved by the other three members. Well, since the 1840s, when we opened up our port, we have always been an economy-driven city. And because of Hong Kong's free port policy, exports have become the first pillar in our economy, including shipping, port services, and also shipbuilding, and so on. And as a result, a lot of jobs have been created, and as a result, we have a stable and prosperous society. And then after the battle, because of the rapid increase in population, our economy has also managed to kick off, and yet there have also been a lot of challenges brought about by the Cold War, and yet at the same time, there has been some opportunity because of the Cold War. And also with public-private sector collaboration, Hong Kong managed to transit into an industrial city. And also, because of the high pace of development in industrialization, Hong Kong has also become a world-class port. Construction and also re-export have also led Hong Kong's economic takeoff in the 70s and 80s, and as a result, the property sector, tourism, financial services, and so on have also boomed. the fact that Hong Kong has been able to enjoy this relative stability and prosperity, that's because we have managed to benefit from the high performance of these economic pillars in the past few decades. Well, in recent years, because of unstable society and also pandemic and also the change in the external environment, our economy is slowing down, and this year the pandemic is over, and we are now back to normal. And yet these pillars have not been benefited from that. Financial services, tourism, logistics, and professional services, and so on. They are actually seeing a downturn, and we can see that our economy is now in a recession. Well, we always believe that Hong Kong is a blessed land, and therefore, even in difficult times, everything will turn out to be fine. Well, that's the logic in the past, because every time when we had in adversity, we would manage to come out with strength. That's because of our economic strength. That's because we had the 4 economic pillars. It's not because of good feng shui or because we are a blessed land. Well, now the Hong Kong government is leading the public so that we can invest positively. We would be identifying new opportunities. This is good. And yet the pressing need of the public cannot be met with a future vision. And therefore, the administration should be looking at conventional sectors, and it should be focusing on these sectors. And more investments should be put into these sectors in order to revitalize our economy, in order to promote our economic developments. Well, opening up more sources of revenue and making savings would run side by side, because at difficult times we will have to preserve our capital. And yet, if we only do that, if we only maintain the status quo, if we only cut our expenditure, it's not going to lift us out of our difficulties. So we will have to open up more sources of revenue. And we've been identifying different opportunities right now, and many colleagues have spoken on that. I don't want to repeat them. And therefore, we will have to have the determination so that we will have to invest more heavily in the 4 major pillars so that we can revitalize them in order to create new momentum for our economy. Madam Deputy, these are my remarks, and I support Reverend Peter Kun's motion as well as the 3 amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, Deputy President. Tapping new sources, this is of course important. We should also pull our purse strings to alleviate the financial burden on the public coffers. Now, in terms of money following the user principle under the cross-boundary healthcare initiative, we can help reduce manpower needs. Like Reverend Peter Kun said, we have an aging population in Hong Kong. The problem is serious. We enjoy longevity here. There are 1.5 million in our population aged 65 or above. By 2040, the size will go up to over 2 million. Or 30% of our total population. In 2023-24, $19.9 billion have been allocated to the hospital authority. Against the backdrop of an aging population, there will be increased spending in this area. And yet the public are not provided with necessary services. I'm happy to learn that in a policy address, under the pilot scheme for elderly community care voucher, 5 dental institutions will be included in the Greater Bay Area, so that a strategy will be put in place to procure dental services for Hong Kong residents in the Greater Bay Area. For example, for replacement of knee joint in Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital, it only took a few days to come, but in Hong Kong, the waiting time could be as long as 7 or 8 months. It is also more affordable. The government should broaden the scope of this subsidy scheme so that Hong Kong residents can have access to healthcare services. This can help alleviate the burden on our public healthcare system. This can also reduce government spending on healthcare, so it's a win-win for all. There are over 200,000 CSSA recipients in Hong Kong, and elderly accounts for over 50%. That entails 22 billion of public spending every year. It's been 23 years since the introduction of the MPF, and yet MPF cannot provide sufficient retirement protection for many employees. In the end, they queue up for the dole. Because of recent financial performance, the MPF system has incurred losses. Per member in 2022, a loss of $40,000 was incurred, and in 2023, by far each scheme member has lost $6,000. We need retirement protection products to give sufficient retirement protection to employees. This can also help reduce the financial burden on public coffers so that fewer people will line up for CSSA. As for government spending on outsourced contracts from 2020 to 2022 September, the amount of contract awarded reached $45.8 billion, involving 20,000 outsourced employees. However, 30% of these employees only earn less than $50 per hour, and the median income is just $55. According to the FTU's recent survey, together with MPF contributions and labor insurance, in annualized terms, it only accounts for 42.3%. In terms of operating expenses for managing the outsourced contracts, the spending could be as high as 10%. So it is not financially effective. The government should rather employ their own staff. This outsourcing system should be reviewed in a timely manner. I've just given 3 suggestions on the policy initiatives. Without compromising public service, these are effective ways to reduce public expenditure. I support Reverend Kuhn's motion and the 3 amendments. Mr. Tang Fei. Deputy President, I speak in support of Reverend Peter Kuhn's original motion and the amendments moved by other members. There is a netizen saying, the classic saying goes that before the emperor fulfills his mission, he squandered the money away. Now, there is also a famous economist in the Western country who wrote in an article at the outset in relation to a state's revenue that the budget is the backbone for the country. Now, after implementing the Hong Kong national security law and under the improved electoral system, we now have a good atmosphere in this council. We've also eradicated unnecessary political bickering in the council so that in the community and in this council, we cannot focus our energy on improving governance, including putting forward objective and scientific suggestions on improving public finance policies without engaging in ideological battles. Now, the original estimate of deficit was $54.4 billion. Now the deficits may be much higher. We need to tap new sources rather than just pulling the purse strings. There may be room to cut expenditure, but healthcare, education, welfare are the 3 major areas of spending. Against a backdrop of population aging, there is little room to have further cutbacks. Hong Kong has experienced years of difficulties because of COVID, because of the 2019 incidents. We cannot just take away handouts for the needy. This is not the right way to go. Now, for the 3 major areas of spending, we can now work on the education system so that we can broaden the scope of student admission and take in more non-local students at the secondary primary level to increase revenue. The major sources of revenue are profits tax, salaries tax, investment income, stamp duties, betting duty. Now, in order to tap new sources, we need to make sure we receive more from each source, or we need to tap new sources. For the new items, The policy address has proposed setting up a committee for the financing of major development projects so that through PPPs we can explore new financing options so that for the Shantian Technopole and Northern Metropolis, these infrastructures can be taken forward as quickly as possible so that we can identify new growth points. So far, I haven't heard of any details coming from this committee. Article 107 of the Basic Law provides that we should spend within our means, but it doesn't put a straitjacket on us on innovative financing ideas such as BOT, securitizing land parcels, etc. These are viable options. In fact, Qing Dynasty back then also faced public finance issues, and they were able to develop new tax items. Consortia are set up to provide loans to foreign banks as well as local banks. Now, the Qing government resorted to very innovative means to finance the government, and we can do the same. Apart from exploring financing options for major development projects, we can also kickstart a discussion on tapping new sources of financial revenue so that we can incorporate innovative ideas. Now, about talent emission schemes and the capital investment entrance schemes, we can explore how much revenue we can bring in. We need to be careful about abiding by this fiscal policy. Mr. Yim Kong, Deputy President, I thank Reverend Peter Kun for moving the original motion. Hong Kong is facing the problem of population aging and increase in public spending. We need to make early preparation. We need to review our public finance policies and address the issue of long-term deficits to ensure long-term development of Hong Kong. Because of external headwinds and the geopolitical tensions, in the first 5 months of 2024, the government spending stood at $307 billion, so a deficit of $136.26 billion have been recorded. And then by 2029, because of an aging population, a structural deficit is to be expected. By 2041, we will deplete the reserves, which now stands at $698 billion. The situation is dire. Now, say for the $2 transport concessionary fare, the age threshold has been lowered to 60%, and the government spending as a result increased by $3.8 billion in 2022-23. We need to make sure we are not becoming a welfare state. There should be a withdrawal mechanism. The government should kickstart this discussion. In the coming years, it is expected that the amount of subsidy under the $2 fare arrangements will increase, not to mention increase in welfare spending. The government should review the long-term spending pattern to avoid structural deficits. $20 billion was set aside in 2016 for the setting up of the future fund for investments in the coming 10 years. In light of the financial burden on public coffers, $50 billion should be injected to future fund so as to address the issue of increase in recurrent spending and a drop in revenue. The government should also make sure that it is in effective operation by 2041 when our fiscal reserves are depleted. We should also encourage the capital market to promote elderly care and provide more investment products for the elderly, including reverse mortgage. There should be more investment products to encourage the elderly population to invest in the future together. This can help alleviate the burden on the public office as well. The government should plan in advance without requiring. We should make leverage on the favorable treatment for Hong Kong in the sense that we are not required to make contributions to the central authorities. We're not required to pay for the garrison. We need to ensure steady and sustainable development of the Hong Kong SAR. We need to keep the books balanced. I support the original motion as well as the 3 amendments.
Dr. So Chun-Wing, Deputy President. According to government statistics released in relation to the population projection for 2022 to 2046, the population of labor force will be dropped to 51.6% in 2046. The ratio of labor force to non-labor force is about 1:1. With a shrinking labor force, that means we will have a lower revenue. However, at the same time, we'll be seeing a significant increase in public expenditure on elderly care services. From 2022 to 23, the allocation of resources to elderly care has seen an increase in about 50% compared to 5 years ago. Therefore, the motion proposed by Reverend Peter Kuhn is a pressing and important matter. Personally speaking, I think the measures proposed by the Chief Executive in his latest policy address, it shows that the government is proactively trying to tackle the issue. However, to address housing, healthcare problems in relation to the huge expenditure that we're facing, we need to think about how we can achieve fiscal balance. In the first 6 months of this year, the fiscal deficit reached about $180 billion. The fiscal reserve dropped to about $650 billion. We saw less MPF, and also we are losing money in exchange fund. Therefore, we're facing huge challenges in terms of looking for money for public expenditure, for traditional housing service sectors, etc. We have to think about how to develop these sectors to ensure fiscal sustainability. They will form a firm basis for the development of I&T sector. Last year, with a drop of 40% in transaction volume in the property market and a drop of home prices by 15.6%, with an unusual active transaction in stock market. Well, at the same time, we're seeing a shrinking import and export volume. Why is the government not being more proactive to enhance the building of infrastructure? Why is it not taking proactive measures to revive the economy, to boost people's confidence in Hong Kong's economic growth and create new impetus for our economy, to boost the stock market and property market? Are we seeing enough proposals in the policy address And even with the 500 points increase before the policy address was announced, there was a drop afterwards. And how come we are seeing a failure of tender exercise in terms of land sale? These are all reflected in our stock and property market. With a sluggish stock and property market, how can we encourage spending from the public? To echo with Reverend Peter Kuhn's motion on reviewing public finance policies and broadening the revenue base, I think the government should not only blame the external factors for the sluggish stock market. It should not only try to boost the property market without tackling the root problems. Time is up, Dr. So. Ms. Doreen Kong, Deputy President, I speak in support of Reverend Peter Kuhn's motion and the 3 amendments raised by the other members. We have to scientifically look for money. In terms of broadening revenue base, we have to expand our tax base. That's the most direct means. Currently, we have revenue from profits tax, salary tax, also land premium, stamp duties, and investment income as the major source of revenue. However, the government is not determined to expand its tax base. In Hong Kong, we do not have sales tax, unlike other countries. Land premium accounts for about 20% of government's revenue. It's one of the major sources of revenue for the government. Hong Kong is an externally oriented economy. With the factors from the external environment, we're seeing a lot of uncertainties. That's why we're seeing influence on our economy. We have been having a hard time to reduce spending. The government has rolled out a lot of major infrastructure projects, leading to a deterioration in aging population problems. Statistics show that in this fiscal year, for the first 6 months, the fiscal deficit reached $170 billion. This is not surprising. There are views in the community that wonder whether the government can keep the expenditure within the limits of revenues. This can allow the government to reflect on its act and policies. Does the government have relevant standards to review its public coffers? Are there effective means to ensure fiscal balance? Has the government proposed scientific means to tackle all the problems that we're facing? With economic downturn, we have to broaden revenue base. However, at the same time, we have to redistribute resources to ensure fairness. This is what the government has to work on. This is to safeguard the stability and sense of well-being of the public. In 2023 Q1, the median household income, 50% of it, 20% of the people are in poverty. If we look at the median household income for low and high income families, that is a huge disparity. For low income families, they have not been able to benefit from the policies, and they have been facing huge challenges. We're seeing a deterioration in aging population problems. Expenditure on elderly increased from $5,000 per person to $9,160 per person. It is expected that by 2030, 1 in 3 people in Hong Kong will be an elderly. If we do not change our fiscal structure, will the government be able to cope with the problems? The Mandatory Provident Fund has been criticized because of the high administrative cost and so on. In the coming 10 to 20 years, will MPF actually be able to play its functions to safeguard people's finance, to assess whether the government can optimize its tax revenue? Some people look at the tax to GDP ratio. Over the years, the tax to GDP ratio of Singapore and Hong Kong are similar. However, in Singapore, everyone has a rooftop. Is it because our expenditure is too high, or is it because we're not making good use of public funds? The government of the SAR has to think about how it should make good use of its money. With the problems that we are facing, we have to think about how we should optimize the public or fiscal reserve. Say for light public housing projects, I understand why such projects is created to deal with housing problem. However, with huge fiscal deficit and economic downturn, to address people's livelihood issues, should we adopt a more scientific approach and more effective approach? Members of the public expect that the government can help boost their confidence and be more far-sighted so that the government can make good use of its public funds. Thank you. I so submit. Dr. Junius Ho. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm happy to see that Reverend Peter Kuhn proposed this motion of reviewing public finance policies, as well as the amendments raised by the other three members. We've been having similar discussions over the past few years because the tax base in Hong Kong is too narrow. Since 2018 or even earlier, every year, the fiscal deficit we've been seeing have been quite terrible. In the year 2018-19, the figure was $46.6 billion. Afterwards, the year following was $18.3 billion. For 2020 to 2023, with COVID pandemic, the fiscal deficit reached $150 billion, $130 billion, and $90 billion respectively during that 3 years. And adding up, it amounts to about $460 billion. It's terrifying. And the amount exceeds $100 billion for the first 3 quarters this year. We only have enough money to survive some 20 months. Can we actually survive the Chinese New Year? I'm not sure. So we do need to broaden our tax base. Currently, we are levying profit tax, salary tax. We have been selling land, and we have been issuing bonds in order to guarantee some $600 to $700 billion of revenue. In your balance sheet, you are seeing that with such a narrow liabilities, with such a narrow tax base, we have to think of how to deal with the problem. We want to raise GST. We had discussions in the past about GST. At the peak, we had some 50 million tourists. And now we have about $30 million, close to pre-pandemic level. Say each person spend $2,000 will have $60 billion of revenue from tourists. If you charge 5 to 8% of GST, that is goods and sales tax, we'll see a very good revenue or income. We've been talking about this for years, since when Mr. Henry Tang served as the financial secretary. However, at that time, we didn't have a fiscal deficit because the economy was looking good. Second, we can think about estate duty. Since 2019, we've had over $1 million US of net asset worth. In New York, they call it green apple. Then in 2020, we saw a drop to about $500,000 because we saw some people left. They went to the United Kingdom, and the UK government benefited. Every year, the death rate is about 0.8 to 0.9, meaning that tens of thousands of people passed away, and with each person paying 18% of tax, the amount could be up to $7.5 million. That's what we call by broadening the revenue base. Also, members mentioned about healthcare services, education, etc. They account for 40% of our expenditure. For healthcare services, we should not cut down on the expenditure. For education and social welfare service, each of these items, if you cut down expenditure by 15%, you can save some $30 billion. You have to tighten your purse string because we are lacking of money. Also, for mandatory provident fund, we have to enhance the scheme. We should not benefit the fund managers. We should save the money for medical insurance for elderly people. And this is in line with the principles stipulated under Article 107 of the Basic Law in terms of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenues. I speak in support of the original motion. Thank you.
Honorable Chan Kin-po. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Hong Kong is faced with the problem of an aging population. Many years ago, we already urged the administration to make early preparation. The administration has been working actively on that, mainly in the area of healthcare and welfare. And thanks to Reverend Peter Kuhn's motion today, we are able to look at it from a fresh perspective. For those over the age of 65, that would increase from 20% in 2022 to 35% in 2069, and the society will have to put up with this huge burden. And also, we have a huge reserve, and yet because of the downturn in the economy and also the interest rate hikes, our recovery has been less than what had been expected, and therefore, the reserve is now below $70 billion, and therefore, many people are concerned that we may not be able to cope with an aging population. In fact, at any time, the administration has to be prudent when it comes to public finances. But then this is cyclical, because the economy, if it can continuously develop, then we will sooner or later resume a healthy growth. But then in terms of our liability is still on the low side. For the unpaid debts is only about 4.5%. So even if we were to issue more bonds by 2027, it would only go up by 10%. It's still on the low side. So in major economies, they all issue bonds in order to raise funds. According to IMF, in 2022, Japan's debt rate is about 260%, Singapore is 140%, and then US is 120%. Let's not forget that, as I said, by 2027, our debt rate is only at 10%, and therefore we don't have to be too alarmed. In fact, Hong Kong's finances are very robust. Well, under the Basic Law, we have to live within our means, and we will have to adhere to that guiding principle under the Basic Law. We will also have to increase flexibility of public finances. In Singapore, the debt rate is 140%, but mostly they are issuing bonds in order to invest in the future. It's a positive policy. And in recent years, they've been developing very rapidly. Public finances have been very healthy and robust. That's because they have been issuing bonds. And I believe that the original intention of Article 107 is to make sure that we will not be big spenders. It's not to limit our economic growth. Well, the environment is changing rapidly out there, and therefore a lot of work has been done, including promoting innovation technology and also developing opportunities under the Belt and Road initiatives and so on and so forth. Even if we were to invest very heavily in these areas, the direction is right. Well, the tax base has been too narrow. That's been bothering us for a long time. And with the decrease in tax revenue, definitely that would be more prominent. And therefore, in the past, we have suggested that we should introduce a GST and also the departure tax for land and sea borders or boundaries and so on. And yet, given the sluggish economy, there is no way that we can introduce new tax right now. And therefore, the administration must conduct studies, including whether or not it's feasible for us to introduce GST, because amongst the advanced economies, we are the only place without this GST. Well, in year 2000, we conducted a study, and it suggested that 5% can be charged, and that would yield some $30 billion. And now our economy is bigger, and therefore the revenue from that will only go up. And of course, that would dampen spending desire. But then if we were to introduce this new tax, that would also have an impact on the relevant sectors. We will have to support them. We would also have to learn from Japan's example. We will have to make sure that it would only be spent on healthcare for the elderly, so that we would be able to get the support of the population. And of course, so long as we can introduce more immigrants, that would also ease the pressure. In fact, the administration has been attracting talents, including the talent admission scheme, and also there are also the new IANG and also the SLS. But then we will have to remain international. A lot of work has to be done. Thank you. Next, Honorable Duncan Chiu. Madam Chair. Madam President, I'd like to thank Reverend Peter Kuhn for moving this motion on public finances. The Financial Secretary also wrote on his social media that, with the continuous high interest rates and so on, that would also dampen the rebound of our economy. And he would say that the growth rate would be lower than the 3.5 to 5.5% as forecast. And also, Deloitte has also said that, there would also be an extra large deficit, and our reserve will come down to about $703 billion, and there would also be an annual drop by some 15.76%. And the spending has already reached $761 billion, and the revenue has been shrinking, and we won't be able to meet the 12-month spending needs, and that is alarming. And Hong Kong's property market is very sluggish, and the land sales have not been doing well, and therefore we will have to meet our spending in terms of healthcare, education, and welfare, and so on. Such recurrent expenditure has already reached some $560 billion. With an aging population, that would only add to the burden of our public finances. And in the future, quite a few infrastructure projects would also be implemented, including the Khao Yi Chau Artificial Island and also the Northern Metropolis and so on. We will have to prepare for rainy days. I agree with the FS. That is, we will have to enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness. We will also have to do it through innovation and technology in order to drive our economy further. But then but how to do it is the question, and therefore we will have to open up more sources of revenue. If you look at Hong Kong's revenue, mainly there are 5 areas of income. Profit tax, land sales, salary tax, stamp duty, and so on. Profits tax and land premium would account for half of that income. And also for land premium, the change is also very rapid. Between 2017 and 18, that yielded $164 billion. But then by 2021, we only managed to get $88.7 billion. And out of the 5 sources of income, that came down to 34%. That came down from 34% to 20%. This year, land sales premium would be even lower. And also for profits tax, within the 5-year period, we still managed to keep it at about 29 to 36% of the total revenue. When compared to land sales revenue, even though the economy was not doing well, still profit tax is still one of the major sources of income. For land premium, it only accounts, it has been accounting for a very big share of our revenue, and as to how we have been doing, we all know it. And therefore, should we continue to rely on land sales in order to support public finances? We cannot expect that every year we will have tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars of income from that source. And therefore, we will have to ensure that we will have alternatives to grow our public finances. And therefore, we will have to boost the economy so that enterprises will do more business, so that profit tax will grow. That is the most simple and most positive way of boosting our economy. I've already suggested that we will have to adopt new strategies, and I've already submitted a proposal. I urge the administration to be the pioneer, so that we would create the right environment so that we can take the lead in the market, and private funds can also be used to develop the economy. High-tech industry should be promoted. And one of the initiatives is that the Hong Kong Investment Management Limited should also set up $5 billion worth angel fund so that we can stimulate the economy. And through this, we don't have to rely fully on the administration. Private enterprises can also put in more resources so that more tech can come to Hong Kong. Once they are successful, then they would also bring in more tax revenue. Right now, they are faced with this difficulty in raising funds globally. The administration should consider my suggestion. We should set up this parent fund, and then the private enterprises will chip in, and then we will be able to attract more professional investors to come to Hong Kong. And when they come, they would also bring in more new tech investments, and more tech startups would also come to Hong Kong. In the future, there would be more successful tech startups and also tech products that would create more jobs. And for successful corporations, they would also bring in more tax revenues. And then for the personnel, they would also come out and start their own business. And as a result, there would be more tax revenue to be brought in. And as a result, the snowballing effect will be huge. These are my remarks. I support the original motion as well as the amendments. Next, Honourable Chen Yong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. And thank you for the motion. Article 107 of the Basic Law says that we will have to keep our expenditure within the limits of revenues. We will also have to achieve a fiscal balance, avoiding deficits, and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of the GDP. So with more taxes, then the government will have more resources to spend. That's only reasonable. And therefore, with regard to the original motion and the amendments, we basically support all of them. But then there is one point that I'd like to make. With regard to Wendy Hong's amendment, yes, we support the substance of it. Concerning the remarks made by Ms. Wendy Hong, we beg to disagree. Well, Ms. Hong quoted from the report of this council, including those with lowest income, 1 in 4 do not have to work at all. And out of these people, many of them are in the working age, and in their families, there is no one who would require a carer. Yes, in the LegCo's research unit's report, indeed, it says that we have 534,000 families who have been surveyed, and close to 400,000 families have people or have family members who have not been working. But then some 60% of those are elderly families. And then for those who are not actively engaging in economic activities, 160,000 families are like that, and 200,000 are in the working age, and yet they have not participated in the labor market. And the report has also set out that out of the 200,000 who are not working, they have their own reasons. For example, they might be ill, they might be disabled, or they might be carers, and so on. So these are the facts that we will have to understand. And we agree with the administration that we will have to sort out why some of the low-income families do not go out to work, and there has to be policy support to encourage them to rejoin the labor market. But then if we simply say that Hong Kong's welfare has been too good, and therefore many people choose to lie flat, that's not true. So we will have to set things right, because we agree that we will have to assist those in need, and the government has that duty to ensure that people can live with confidence. And also, we agree that the administration should make the best use of resources. They should only spend where it's most needed. And one of the things that we should be doing is that for livelihood measures, for example, as President Xi said that he has 4 hopes on us, we have to innovate, we have to become the International Innovation Center. We have to invest in that area in order to create more growth in our GDP, and then by that time, the administration will have more resources to spend. So that's by opening up more resources, and we should spend where it's needed. And also the care teams. In the community, these are the teams that can help people. So it's the caring team and also the future district councillors. We should spend more in those areas. As to where we can save, of course, a few years ago, because the administration needed to do that, and therefore we spent on that. But then some of the public projects might no longer be needed, and therefore we should save the resources for that so that we can spend in other areas. The simple example is that in the past, government departments have been using a lot of pencils and paper. Is that necessary now? So even if we have money, we should no longer be ordering so much so many pencils and paper and so on. And in a smart government, these conventional spending should be cut. If we do not save, then you'll be overspending. And also some of the projects can also be implemented more wisely so that we can do it more expeditiously and achieve more savings. We will have to expedite things because if we are able to work faster, then we'll be able to save cost. Well, if we are able to get approvals for some of the previous projects, then we would not have had to spend that much on those projects. So I do expect that the government and the policy and the bureau heads would spend more time on this so that our public finances can return to good health. We can save more resources so that every dollar and cent will be spent in the right place. These are my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Reverend Peter Kuhn as well as amendments moved by other members. Public expenditure in recent years as per GDP ratio has been on the rise. From 1997-98, the ratio was 14.13%. In 2022-23, the percentage rose to 28.47%. Recurrent welfare expenditure increased 6 times from 1997 to 2022. In order to achieve a fiscal balance, the government is facing ever more challenges, not to mention the deficits recorded in recent years. This has sparked public concern. What should be done to alleviate the financial burden on the public coffers? And land sale is the major source of income for the government, but in this financial year, only one residential site has been sold. That means $3.38 billion of government revenue, which is a far cry from the target of close to $15 billion for the whole year. It is extremely difficult to make a change for the public coffers, not to mention the Khao Yi Chau artificial islands and the enhancement proposed for the 3 railways and 3 roads and other infrastructure projects. Public spendings will continue to increase. In August, fiscal reserves of the government stood at $698.6 billion, equivalent to 12 months of public spending. Imagine if it is an enterprise with only 12 months of operational or with reserves equivalent to 12 months of operational expenses, the company will not be kept afloat. Not to mention that there are loans to repay with high interest rates, with a lack of financing options, will be put in a disadvantageous position. The amendments to this debate refer to cutbacks on public spendings and reducing ineffective expenditure. This policy address also refers to initiative and telling expenses. At the PA briefing, the financial secretary expressed that every year a recurrent expenditure of close to several tens of billions of dollars will be incurred. There is no plan to increase tax rates or broaden the tax base. That is why we must use our resources wisely. On existing measures, more should be done. On education, for example, resources should be invested in tertiary institution and post-secondary education so that more students will take up courses in tertiary institutions and replenish the labor force. What about living allowances for the needy? There should be either supporting measures to help improve upward mobility. Only by doing so would we alleviate the financial burden on the government. An aging population means not only more pressure on public expenditure. The government should leverage on the new committee set up on the silver hair economy to promote silver hair economy. For elderly consumers, we should tap the pulse of the consumption pattern so that leveraging on our advantages, we can build a new chain and make contribution to our economy. I support the motion and the amendments. Ms. Eunice Yung, Mr. President, I speak in support of Reverend Peter Kuhn's motion on reviewing public finance policies and other amendments. We have a serious aging population problem. According to the projection, by 2069, the elderly population will increase from 1.32 million to 2.58 million in 2069. In 2046, in our budget, it is estimated that 1 in every 3 in our population will be an elderly. Hence, there will be an increase in demand for elderly services, and that means increase in public spending. An aging population will pose a lot of pressure on public spending. And this also creates uncertainty on government revenue, because an aging population means an ever narrower tax base and increase in public spending. With a shrinking labor force, overall speaking, we'll be investing less in our society. That means less inputs in our human and other capital. This will pose pressure on our system. So in terms of public finance, the government should tap new sources of financial revenue. We should pull the purse strings. We should also maintain the labor force. We should restructure our finance to alleviate the burden on the public coffers. I have 3 suggestions. First, we should proactively explore strategies that can promote high-speed economic development so that we make preparations for an aging society. We need to also equip the government with means of increasing financial avenue to cope with the aging population and the implications. Now, another member mentioned silver hair economy. In the age of an aging population, this can meet the needs, emerging needs. We can also find new growth points and create new jobs. And to some extent, we can refine the economic structure and promote economic development. The third suggestion is that more should be done to improve people's livelihood. We should make preparation for an aging population and meet people's livelihood needs so that objectives can be met. We can consolidate fiscal resources and enhance the government's effectiveness in providing public services. About the silver hair economy, we can create new job opportunities now, such as germ technology, retirement products, leisure and recreational services. There is ever more a great demand. This year's policy address refers to the silver hair economy. The Commerce and Economic Development Bureau will be setting up a relevant committee. They will grasp the potential of development in this regard. They will also draw up recommendations for the government. Apart from setting up this advisory group or committee, the CEDB should also allow the group to consider the overall strategies so that financial support can be given to cope with the problem of population aging. On banking services, wealth management, there is a keen demand from retirees. As wealth accumulates among the elderly population, there is an increase in demand for the relevant products. We must not underestimate their consumption power. I think the banking sector should also make preparation so that more options can be given to the silver hair population. Coupled with education, they can make informed choices. The government should also explore tax incentives relating to aging in place. We have tax deductions, tax allowances for parent and grandparent dependents. I think there is a common refrain that the rates should be increased so as to encourage more young people to take care of their elderly family members. On profits tax, more concessions should be given to those developing INT and German tech products. I so submit. I support the motion and the amendments. Mr. Champudao. Thank you, Mr. President. Hong Kong is facing the challenge of population aging, and it is getting more serious. The elderly population aged 65 or above has increased from 11.5% in 2002 to 20.8% in 2022. By 2037, it is expected to go beyond 30%. As for elderly services, the expenditure increased from $3.2 billion in 2002 to $15 billion in this financial year. An aging population is posing a major challenge, and it is a long-term financial burden for Hong Kong. I support Reverend Kuhn's motion. Our public coffers rely heavily on the cyclical income and land sale income. As for salaries tax and profits tax, there is an over-concentration of taxpayers. The narrow tax base means that during the downturn of the economy, there will be a drastic drop in government revenue and a lot of uncertainties. In the previous consultation exercises, I all along urged the government to review the revenue structure and address the issue of a narrow tax base so that there is a sustainable stream of revenue for the government. I understand that the linchpin of Hong Kong's success is a simple tax regime. With ever-increasing public spendings, our fiscal reserves are dwindling, equivalent to only 12 months of government spending. How do we uphold the principle in Article 107 and spend within our means? This is something we should mull over. I know, of course, we need to consider different factors. We need to conduct detailed studies as well. In the face of a population aging, apart from tapping new sources of financial revenue, we can also leverage on the private market. I support Reverend Peter Kuhn's original motion that we should, I support Mr. Tony Chia's amendment that we should tap into private market forces. We need a concerted effort so that a risk-sharing mechanism among the government, community, and the business sectors can be set up. In this year's policy address consultation, I put forward 2 suggestions on elderly care. There should be a long-term elderly insurance strategy to cope with the increase in demand for long-term care services against a backdrop of population aging. Another initiative is to encourage Hong Kong elderly to retire in the mainland with proper financial and service support. As for the relevant welfare spending, the amount increased from $4 billion in 2012 to 2022-23. In 2022-23, $10.8 billion, and that's a 173% increase. If we put in place an insurance system for long-term care, we can ensure sustainability of the services. For example, we can set up an insurance system akin to a retirement savings plan so that a proportion of your income can be set aside for the insurance premiums, and this can be coupled with accreditation of services in the private sector. Apart from elderly care, for those better off, the middle class with means, services can be provided by the community. For example, there can be a collaboration with the private sector on annuity products. After taking out the third annuity products and policies, Hong Kong residents will be able to enjoy retirement life in the Greater Bay Area. This can alleviate the financial burden on the government. It can also provide an additional choice for those who would like to retire on the mainland. Tax concessions should be offered for those buying annuity products to encourage Hong Kong residents to retire in the Greater Bay Area. An aging population will lead to increase in elderly services, and that means restructuring our system. At the same time, we should join the private market forces. We can encourage them to participate in the process so that the private sector can also chip in providing elderly care. I support the motion and the amendments.
Mr. Sunny Tang. President, With the trend of aging population getting worse, we will see an increase of public expenditure. With a shrinking labor force, we're going to see a huge impact on the public finance. I think there are two major points in this motion. One, we have to explore how we can increase revenue for the government. Second, we have to mitigate the impact of aging population on public finance. We have to ensure diversified development of our industries to grow the pie. Then we can ensure an increase in revenue. In the past, Hong Kong has been focusing on tourism sectors, financial sectors, etc., which have been the major pillars of our economic growth. We have to carry on with that effort. With the plan under the National 14th Five-Year Plan to develop the 8 centers, we have to work hard on it. I see that the government has been working hard and that it proposed some good measures in the policy address. In terms of INT, we see emergence of new sectors such as life science and health sectors, and this will create revenues for government. The traditional textile industry will also contribute to the public coffers. I think the government should continue to give support to the traditional manufacturing sector and help sectors to transform and develop its INT sector, and work under its INT development blueprint and work with different sectors to plan our blueprint to promote diversified development so that there can be a wider sources of revenue for the government. Second, to broaden the revenue base, we can enhance our tax regime. All along, we've been adhering to a simple and low tax regime. This is one of our advantages. To compete for enterprises, we can lower taxes for enterprises, and we can attract giant enterprises in order to strengthen our industry chain. Then we will see an increase of revenue. Thirdly, with the trend of aging population, it's quite worrying. 30 years ago, the median age was some 38 years old. It is expected that this year it will be 48 years old. That means the average median age will grow. And say the trend will not be mitigated by 2033, the median age will get to 53.5. And this will place a burden on our public coffers. We need to adopt a multi-pronged approach and inject new blood to our industries to mitigate the aging population problems and reduce expenditure on social welfare services. This is to tackle the structural problem with the population and the bottlenecks that we are facing. The government will have to, based on our population development, put forward-looking proposals and develop blueprints. Also, the government should enhance talent admission schemes and prepare for rainy days and compete for more high-quality talents with high education qualifications who are young and to come to Hong Kong to develop their career. The government should attract more overseas students to study in Hong Kong to inject new blood to our labor force to mitigate aging population problems. Thirdly, the government should think out of the box and boost childbirth. For instance, it can learn from the South Korea and allow families with babies or children to enjoy different types of concession, such as transport concessions, to revert people's mindset that it takes about $4 million to raise a child. I hope that the government can be more proactive to formulate more forward-looking and comprehensive policies to promote diversified economic development to reverse the trend of aging population to create a better Hong Kong. I speak in support of the original motion as well as the other amendments. Thank you. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Reverend Peter Koon's motion as well as other members' amendments. According to Article 107 of the Basic Law, we have to adhere with the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenues and strive to achieve a fiscal balance to avoid deficits and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of our GDP. With aging population problems, we are seeing an increase of expenditure in healthcare services and social welfare services, and this is creating a huge burden on our public coffers. According to LegCo's research unit's statistics in March, from 2022 to 2023, the total expenditure of the government has increased by 17% to $810 billion. The total expenditure of the government has reached $850 billion, of which social welfare services account for about $150 billion. At the same time, the total revenue of the government has dropped by about 13% to $604 billion because we're seeing a reduction in land premium and stamp duties revenue. With revenue much lower than expenditure, people are concerned about the public finance. Research also points out that in the long run, we are seeing a red alert. In the past 4 fiscal years, we have been seeing quite a number of deficits, with our reserve dropping to about $820 billion. The drop was as high as 30%, and it accounts for a high percentage of our GDP, from 20% in 2018 to 30% in 2022. Financial Secretary Mr. Paul Chan mentioned that with uncertainties in the external environment, coupled with the slow growth in our economy after the COVID pandemic, it is expected that the fiscal deficit may reach $100 billion. That means our fiscal reserve will continue to drop. We should not take this problem lightly. To address the problem, we'll have to increase revenue and reduce spending. The government has to improve the business environment and listen to views from the business sectors as well as other industries to make sure that there is sustainable development in different sectors to help small and medium-sized enterprises transform. Also, it can securitize infrastructure projects to increase revenue. Take Northern Metropolis project as an example. The government may conduct review to see when it's appropriate. It can issue bonds to raise funds to boost the public coffers. To mitigate fiscal deficit, it can also issue retail bonds and allow securities issuers to take part in the infrastructure projects. Also, I think in major infrastructure projects, the government should allow private investors to take part. I believe a lot of players in the industry may be interested. It is hoped that through private partnership, public-private partnership, it can help relieve the pressure on public finance and ensure fiscal sustainability. I hope the government can release the financing proposals details as soon as possible so that the sectors or relevant industries can be prepared for that. Thank you.
Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. I'm very much concerned about this issue. I believe this issue will be of great concern to this term of the Council because the economy hasn't really recovered, and we're seeing various expenses on the government, and construction projects are costly, so it all has to do with the sustainable public finances. Now, I'd like to share some real figures with you. That's something I've always been talking about here. During 2003, unemployment rate was 7.8%. It was a historic high. At the time, 50,000 households were on CSSA because the breadwinners were unemployed. And now that was the SARS epidemic, and now we have a COVID epidemic, and an unemployment rate was 7.4%. It was a tough 3 years. But then there were no more than 20,000 households on CSSAs because of because the breadwinners were unemployed. So 20 years ago, during SARS epidemic, there were 20,000 more households on CSSA than in the latest epidemic. But then, why is that? Because we have fought for standard minimum wage, so there's a wage floor, which is a form of protection. Now, many employers, complain that they can't hire people even with $40. But anyway, the statutory minimum wage is a wage for protection, and people won't be exploited even when the economy is poor because they will pay the minimum wage. And then some say that if benefits are too good, then maybe people will choose to lie flat. But that may be the case for individuals, but it's certainly not the mainstream value. Many say that for the elderly old age living allowance, can we have a two-tier system? For example, for a family, a couple with income of about $14,000, then they don't get to receive any old age living allowance, so it's all or nothing. But then can we have can we do electronic declaration, not every month, perhaps once every 6 months, and then there could be a two-tier system, and then when they are 65, maybe they choose not to work at all. It's not so much really for a couple, it's just $8,000. So will you allow them to collect the old age living allowance and keep their job at the same time? Is something the government has to consider. Otherwise, now it's all or nothing. And then cross-boundary retirement. Now, many members visited the mainland during the summer recess to look into such issues. Now, right now in Hong Kong, each bed costs about $60,000. That's in the private sector, and subsidized private bed for an elderly is about $20,000. We visited good quality elderly care homes on the mainland. It's $7,000 per bed, and there are only 2 beds in a room, so it's good value. So we have to spend the money in any case, but we want to upgrade the quality of living for the elderly, and then at the same time the government will save money. So it's just about operation, right? So it's, in Hong Kong, the cost is about $60,000 to $20,000 per bed. How do we turn that to $7,000 per room? So we need to do a lot more in promoting cross-boundary retirement. Another point is that we are a middle-class city. Many want to retire not in Hong Kong but elsewhere to broaden their outlook. They may want to go to Foshan, Dongguan, and so on. So what is important is that we are prepared for retirement. Now, if Hong Kong residents work in Hong Kong, can they still choose to pay for the social and medical benefits in the selected company that has a tie with them on the mainland, and then they could start paying for such benefits, and then when they retire, they will enjoy the benefits. So we should use various means to lessen the cost on the community because of elderly retirement and so on. Thank you.
Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, President. I am in support of the motion. As we all know, the population will further to age, and to the extent that 2 young will have to look after 1 elderly person. So we have to boost revenue and save expenses now with a full normalcy now, and because of geopolitics, exports have been affected. Our property and stock markets, as we can see, are rather quiet. And then our major industries like tourism and logistics, because of the current situation is recovering only slowly and gradually. The government has done its best in launching activities such as Night Vibes Hong Kong to boost our economy, and the government officials have visited places like the Middle East and ASEAN countries. Hopefully, large enterprises can be attracted to Hong Kong to help economic recovery. As regards saving expenses, Mr. Tan Ka Pil talked about identifying places in mainland cities of the GBA for the elderly to retire. Now we have to compare both prices in Hong Kong and there, and if we take into account the environment there, the GBA cities, mainland cities are superior to that of Hong Kong. So we can arrange for elderly persons to visit the GBA, and they can utilize the advantages there, and we can take care of carers as well. And I think costs there are much more affordable. Locally, we can cut expenses in the following areas. Now, civil service organizations, now FEHD, for instance, they have 6 or 7 workers on the streets. I told them that there was rubbish on the ground, and then they told me that they were hawker control teams. And do I have to call 1823 to take care of refuse? Why can't they take care of that? And for the Labor Department, well, there is a group of officers to check the work records, another group tomorrow to check occupational safety and health. Is it really that difficult to acquire knowledge about OSH? Can't the people from the Labor Department to learn about occupational safety and health as well, now, so that they can do inspections of both? Otherwise, it's really hard for small enterprises to learn about OSH as well. And then usually prescription or medication dispensed at HA outpatient clinics come in a whole bag, and that would cost you a huge amount of money at local chemists. Do they have to dispense so much medicine? Has the HA reviewed the situation? Now, if you see a private GP, you only get 7 days of medication. How come with an HA clinic you get half a month or half a year of medication? What a waste, and really need to take care of those who need help. Take our elderly persons, they get $4,600 under OH living allowance, that is close to $39 million per year. And of course, we need to take care of elderly singletons who have to fend for themselves. The government works hard to take care of the elderly. They have all sorts of schemes to draw for talents and enterprises. They attract Hong Kong citizens who graduate overseas to come back to Hong Kong with all sorts of quality migrant schemes. We have over tens of thousands of talents who have entered Hong Kong, and we have to boost local fertility. This morning, we talked about how we can help the disadvantaged. Each child should be given $40,000 per year until they reach the age of 6. The CS said that it was hard to draw a line. No, it isn't really that difficult. For someone who are working, we can give them allowance. And if they have children, then if they're from the low income bracket, then they have even greater need for help. So we should target our assistance to those who really need them. Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. President, whenever we have a debate on public finance, the government would tell us that it would only stick to the principle of spending money where it is needed, and it have to uphold the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenues. However, we have to spend money in order to develop the economy. So I want spending that can promote growth of the economy and overall development of the country. And sometimes deficit budget is acceptable. Money should be spent properly where it can benefit both the community and our people and to boost the development here. So, Reverend Canon Peter Kuhn has a motion on reviewing public finance policies, and that the government should examine the current conditions of public finance and initiate studies on increasing sources of financial revenue, so on and so forth. I support a review not because we have an aging population and that we have to spend on them more and more. In fact, there are ways and means to alleviate this burden. We can learn from Singapore. The statutory retirement age can be extended to 63 years old, and Singapore plans that by 2030 it will be further extended to 65 years old, and upon retirement people can be further employed until they reach 70. We can have also got investment tools for our elderly persons, such as the silver-haired, bond, etc. These are ways to alleviate the burden on the government. A number of amendments have asked the government to review its spending and to get rid of unnecessary expenses. I'm sure we will support this. Now, take education, social welfare, and healthcare as example. They take up the largest shares of expenditure of the government. Take education. For 2023, the overall allocation is $114 billion, but because of low fertility rates and also immigration, we have a reduced number of students, and schools have to close down. Last December, the Secretary for Education in this council, in response to a question about a fall in student population, said that it was really a structural reduction, not short-term fluctuations. This goes to show that we have room for improvement. A review will not always bring unexpected results. Spending on education is not guaranteed. For quality education, we should emphasize the quality of our teachers. Now, for social welfare and healthcare spending, we have read from the media that there is abuse of CSSA and waste of medication dispensed by HA. And there are suggestions that people should declare their assets outside Hong Kong, and we can have community dispensaries so that we can cut down waste of medication from HA. These are excellent suggestions, but have yet to be considered. Cutting expenditure and boosting revenue is a proper way out for all governments. Now, it is rather unhealthy that we have a special stamp duty for property transaction. Now, because the property market is not doing well, we have also suspended land sales, and people asking the government to boost revenue. We have overlooked the fact that the greatest income is from profit tax, and income tax account for 13% of our revenue. In the past 2 years, because of the pandemic, these two sources of revenue have become more important. We've also attracted overseas enterprises and family offices to Hong Kong. I support a review in view of social and economic changes, and I think this review should cover recurring expenditure and revenue. We should ensure we have stable sources of revenue and to ensure that public money is well spent. This is what a responsible government should do. 4 members are waiting to speak. I'll draw a line. After these 4 members have spoken, I will then invite Reverend Kuhn to speak on the amendments. Dr. Tan Yuhan. Thank you, President. I support the motion sponsored by Reverend Canon Kuhn as well as the amendments by 3 other members. Earlier on, the government announced that for the first half of this fiscal year, we have an accumulated surplus of over $117 billion. Our reserves has dropped to $650 billion is the first time we have fallen below the 7 trillion line. Of course, there are reasons for that because of reduced income from profits and service tax. Well, usually these taxes are collected in the second half of a fiscal year. The overall deficit may improve a bit by the end of this fiscal year. Still, the deficit is huge. Our fiscal reserves can only cope for 1.5 years of government expenditure. So this is a cause for concern. The Basic Law requires that our budget must ensure that we follow the principle of keeping expenditure within the limits of revenues, and we should strive to achieve a fiscal balance and avoid deficits and keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of its gross domestic product. Now, of course, this is not saying that for year after year we must have a balanced budget or have surplus. But if for a few years in a row we have deficits, it is most important and urgent that we review our public finance policies. Now we have to ensure that we have ways to boost revenue, and we must have targeted ways to help the poor and the elderly. We must keep our expenditure very stringently. My concerns are, first, we must review spending in social welfare. The social welfare is spending over $110 billion per year, accounting for over 20% of total public expenditure, the highest among all items, up 14% compared to 2023. In following this rate of growth, it is going to double in 5 years' time. Now, of course, we should address the difficulties of our people. I fully agree that the government should strengthen our safety network for those who need it. But the crux of the matter is whether we are spending it prudently and whether we can have desired effect. That the government should review and consolidate its various policy measures to ensure that our social welfare spending is for those who really need it, to promote equality and harmony and progress in society. And secondly, we must keep to this principle of a small government and big market. For a long time, we have this characteristic of a small government and a big market. We must not allow this small government to grow big. We should have an effective market and a capable government. A capable government is not to make it grow big. For many years, we have too many offices, lots of offices for cultural development, to troll enterprises, etc. These offices are just performing duties that are already under the portfolios of different bureaus. They may be needed, but if we have too many special new offices, then efficiency may suffer as a result. Even if they are really needed, can we man these offices with civil servants from other bureaus so that we do not have new expenditure? Now, I mentioned two areas which the review should cover. With these remarks, I support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I thank Reverend Peter Kwun for moving this motion on reviewing public finance policies. Many members have argued we had more than $1 trillion in reserves. Now we have somewhere below $700 billion. This sharp drop has to do with 3 years of COVID. The Liberal Party managed to push for the 6th round of the anti-epidemic fund, and we had the $5,000 consumption voucher, and then followed by a $10,000 consumption voucher. There were also cash handouts, public transport fare subsidies, also electricity tariff subsidies, and also rating waivers. That's more than $650 billion in public funds. We spend that money. How do we make that money in terms of revenue? Less than $700 billion in reserves. If another epidemic comes, can we cope? The reserve we have now can only cover a year's expenditure. As members have argued, in business, we have to cut expenses and raise revenue. That's easier said than done. We have a simple low-tax system. So it may be hard to raise revenue. The Liberal Party has proposed many ways to boost revenue, including ways to grow the pie. We have the 14th Five-Year Plan, which sets out 8 centers for Hong Kong. Tax breaks, drawing talent. On these points, we put forward views. On ways to encourage childbearing, the Liberal Party proposed a progressive tax allowance. So when you have more children, you get a progressively higher tax allowance. But the response we got today is that this will cost $4.2 billion in public funds. When a family welcomes a new child, there are all kinds of expenses: baby formula, cribs. That's consumption. That will be more than the $4.2 billion in public expenditure. The child grows up, the child pays taxes. That is, when it turns into an adult, they work and they pay taxes, either profits tax or salaries tax. This will be a bargain for the government. So the government should work harder in encouraging childbearing so that the middle class can have more children. Back in 2008, we dropped the tax on wine. Since then, we've become a distribution center for wine. Afterwards, we became a global center for auctioning wine. Since the scrapping of the wine duty, we have seen a positive effect for Hong Kong. We have the trading of wine here, and then we also see courses in the appreciation of wine in Hong Kong. We can apply this model to baijiu from our own country. That's also a way to promote our country's culture to the world. It's an existing industry. We can do something about this. Now, on our public housing-related costs, we can do better. We should think of ways to combat abuses of public rental housing, and then we put the resources to use. We give them to those who truly need them. Every year, there are also expenses going into the maintenance and repair of housing estate. The resources saved from curbing the abuse can be spent in those areas instead. I so submit I support the motion and all amendments. Mr. Michael Look. Thank you, President. I thank Reverend Peter Kun for moving his motion. This is about public finance. Public finance is about boosting revenue and cutting expenses. We have geopolitical tension these days. In the current term Legislative Council, we have an improved electoral system, no more filibustering. All EXCO members are patriots. We want to do a good job. And this means being a gatekeeper in keeping an eye on the government's budget. But let's look at public works projects. This morning, at the Public Works Subcommittee, we talked about the Lai Chi Kok Reception Center. it's just 100 extra cells, but then it takes more than $5 billion for the project. In Kai-Tak, 8,000 square meters. It's just about planting trees, building a bridge. It takes $300 million. In the New Territories East Cultural Center, there's talk of stage system, $700 million. That's the price tag. I'm not talking about the multi-billion-dollar project. I'm just talking about these smaller projects. All these are livelihood projects. Local residents welcome such project. But taxpayers have to foot the bill. LegCo has to approve these proposals. I'm torn between two competing considerations. Can we get the government to provide more details in future funding proposals? I really want to take these funding proposals to engineers to ask them, do these projects really have to cost so much? We have professional engineers among LegCo members, but the government's papers are scant on details, and the government asks us for billions of dollars in project cost. Let's look at expansion of the LegCo complex. The government told us workers have to work overnight over holidays. We have to pay them 3 times the normal pay. I've never heard of that. I wrote to LegCo about their pay records. No reply. So that's control over public works projects. I know there's a project management office. There are objectives, control measures. But there's little mention on tendering and public oversight and transparency so that we can properly control the project cost. We will have many infrastructure projects because this will be a golden era for our development. But taking forward many infrastructure projects does not mean we have to spend a fortune on it. Our country is a success story. Our country is going into an infrastructure overdrive. Our country delivers quality infrastructure at great price. We visit the mainland, say a water purification works, just a few $100 million. Of course, the wages may be cheaper there, but the difference in cost in terms of the materials shouldn't be so huge. We should learn from the mainland. Now, on boosting revenue, indeed, from the future fund under the Hong Kong growth portfolio, we should do something. But we're just starting with $5 billion for INT and then $5 billion for the GBA. It's just $20 to $30 billion in total. How do we generate more money from these investments? We should be more proactive. We have the Hong Kong Investment Corporation. How do we get government investment to draw more investments to drive industrial development? When we have industrial development, we will get quality jobs, and then the government will get more tax revenue. That can truly be something we should focus on in terms of boosting revenue. Dr. Dennis Lim. Thank you. 10 years ago, 2013, that is, the government announced a task force on long-term financing. In 2013 and 2015, the task force announced Stage 1 and Stage 2 reports. The report argued, given the aging population, there would be financial burden. There was a need for comprehensive planning. The reports warned there may be structural deficit because of the aging population. That's why we had to plan ahead. The task force looked at 4 scenarios. And they made projections. First, they assumed education, social welfare would see continuous improvement each year. Would be at the same pace as 1997 to 98 and 2014 and 2015. So by 2021, there will be a structural deficit. By 2028 and 29, our reserves will be depleted. And we would have to borrow. By 2041 and 2042, our debt would reach more than $10 trillion. Back then, few believed this would materialize. But given what we see now, it's strikingly in line with the projections. Starting from 2021 to 22, we started to see a deficit. By 2023 to 24, the deficit is expected to be more than $100 billion. The task force back then could not foresee COVID, the Ukraine war, and the Middle Eastern geopolitical tensions, and also the China-US trade war. But our stock market and property market and land sale are all doing poorly. This has led to a sharp drop in government revenue. The aging population also leads to ever-rising medical costs. Is structural deficit already here? The government needs to establish the long-term financial task force. We need to reassess the current and future situation. We need to look into ways to cut expenses and boost revenue. That's how, and then we can balance the books. From the CNSD's figures, our seniors will rise from 1.4 million to more than 2.7 million from 2021 to 2046. The share in the population will go up from 20% to 36%. This means more than 1 in 3 Hong Kong residents will be a senior. From the UN's 2023 figures, Hong Kong's fertility rate was just 0.8. That's the lowest around the globe. Given the persistent drop in the fertility rate and the life expectancy is going up, we are gradually entering an aging society. In 2022, the government released a primary health care blueprint with the aging population. In 2039, we will see more people who are chronically ill. The figure will go up from 2.2 million to 3 million. That will make up 37% of the population. More seniors, that means higher service demand on elderly care. The government needs to comprehensively optimize health care. And this means we need better primary health care. We need to go from the focus on treatment to prevention. The government should also start implementing cross-boundary mutual access of e-health records. We need a timetable. The policy address says there would be procurement of healthcare services from the mainland for Hong Kong people. The procurement mostly will focus on CT scanners and other low-risk medical procedures. After a medical check in the mainland, the data cannot come to Hong Kong. So as the government procures the service from the mainland, it should start working towards cross-boundary data mutual access. We should also look at ways to improve voluntary medical insurance. We should get more people to take out such insurance to give people more healthcare options and thereby reducing the burden on public healthcare and easing the burden on public finance. President, I so submit, I support the motion and all amendments. Mr. Kwok Wai-Keung. Thank you, President. I was the last one to press the button. I thank Reverend Kun for his motion and all the amendments. Public finance has to do with a place's sustainable development. It also has to do with investor confidence. So it's very important for people's lives. Basic Law Article 107, it's about spending within the limits of the revenue. The Financial Secretary, in announcing the consumption vouchers last year, said this. He said we should not get fixated on just a single year. We should look at an economic cycle as a whole. So, given last year's deficit, there were consumption vouchers, despite the opposition. This thinking provided flexibility for our public finance, and this could lead to more gains down the road. Many members have argued boosting revenue and cutting expenses. Indeed, we have to keep the low and simple tax system. We also have to have regard to people's burden, and we also need to boost the economy. It's hard to find a cure that balances everything. Since we want ideas, so let's also make this a chance to do public education. We lack something in the community, and that is vigilance. I visited Singapore and Shanghai during the summer. In those places, people are vigilant. Our country's success lies in its vigilance. In the 20th Party Congress, General Secretary Xi Jinping argued for a stronger vigilance and be mindful of worst-case scenarios. Think ahead, prepare for the worst, choppy waters, and major challenges ahead. This is the ingredient of our country's success. This is stressed in Shanghai and also in Singapore. But when I talk to people in Hong Kong, people agree that we lack vigilance in Hong Kong, and here's why. We have been doing so well in the past. Back then, the British were here. The government didn't want people to learn about what's going on. After Hong Kong returned to China, there was political hijacking, so there was little room for rational discussions. In public finance, spending a bit more is fine as long as you have the revenue down the road to cover the earlier expenses. Referent couldn't move this motion. Shows anxiety in the community. Because of COVID, we spent nearly half of our reserves. And then we have geopolitics. This threatens Hong Kong's role as a gateway to the outside world. Economic uncertainty, falling revenue, long-term deficit. We are worried we could not raise the revenue to cover the expenses. Can we come up with a solution in the chamber? Perhaps not. We need the community to be aware of what's confronting us if we cannot achieve economic transition, if we cannot fix the economy and boost government revenue. Then what we should do, being mindful of worst-case scenarios, means this. We need to have contingency plans when reserves fall to a certain level, either cutting back or having more taxes or thinking about our welfare. We cannot wait till the day the reserves get depleted. We need to tell people early on. Sustained deficit and no way out, what we should do. That's what we should be thinking about. Finally, we should always bear in mind, be mindful of main dangers, be mindful of troubles, and be mindful of problems. We should stay level-headed as we face up to the problems and challenges in this new era. As our nation achieves rejuvenation, we should contribute to the cause. Thank you.
Reverend Peter Kuhn, you may now speak on the amendments. President, I'm grateful to Mr. Tony C., Mr. Robert Lee, Mr. Simon Lee, and also Mr. Wendy Hong for moving amendments to my motion, and also members have spoken on the motion. Mr. Tony C.'s amendment asks the government to review its investment and to ensure that we will not reduce our investment for the future and to tap into private market forces to help Hong Kong. I agree that the government should not refrain from investing into the future that can benefit our economy in the long run just because of short-term financial difficulties. I urge the administration to come up with various measures so that our enterprises and people can take part in. And Dr. Hui Samili asked the government to uphold the principle of keeping the expenditure within the limits of revenue enshrined in the Basic Law and to reduce expenditure as far as possible. The government has launched measures covering tax concessions and electricity subsidy and rates rebates, etc. They are very useful in helping the disadvantaged. However, geopolitics is ever changing, and the future is uncertain when it comes to the economic front. So I urge the administration to be more prudent in managing public finances. As regards Dr. Wendy Ho's amendment, there is the suggestion to proactively reduce ineffective and unnecessary expenditure. I agree that the government should review its distribution of resources and money should be spent where it is really needed. Now, Dr. Wendy Ho and Dr. Hui Simony and Mr. Tony C's amendments are in line with my original motion. I support all of the amendments and I urge members to support my motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, first, let me thank Reverend Peter Kun once again for the motion and Mr. Tony Tse, Dr. Simon Lee, Dr. Wendy Hong, who moved the amendments, and the 37 members who spoke. They shared great ideas on public finance policies. Reverend Peter Kun's motion urges the government to review the current position of public finance, to explore ways of boosting revenue so that we plan ahead for the long-term financial burden of an aging community. The sustainability of public finance is key to Hong Kong's social stability and economic prosperity. We need enough fiscal capability to weather the risks from external changes. Overseas examples show unsustainable public finance hurts the economic and financial stability of that place, while also affecting people's lives. Just then, members said, as at the end of September this year, in the first 6 months of this financial year, we saw expenditure of more than $350 billion, while the revenue was somewhere below $200 billion. So overall, the deficit was more than $177 billion. The reserves fell to $657 billion. This has to do with the fact that, like for salaries tax and profits tax, the money would come in the latter half of the financial year. For 3 years, COVID battered our economy. The government launched various counter-cyclical measures to shore up the flagging economy, safeguard livelihood, and ease the pressure on people. Economic recovery, however, warrants changes to fiscal measures. This is the responsible approach. This is also in line with the principle under Basic Law Article 107. Policy tightening needs to keep pace with the economy. The adjustments need to be more bearable for the public, small and medium enterprises, and the community. Achieving these two goals requires careful consideration. The pressure on public finance points to a need for the government to boost revenue and cut expenditure. We must pursue both goals in tandem to maintain fiscal sustainability and achieve economic vibrancy. We must create stronger impetus for growth to boost the economy. On spending cuts, as I said in the opening remarks, the government will stick to zero growth in the civil service establishment in this financial year. Within the government, we will take forward a scheme to optimize resource efficiency. This means we will leave the expenditure on livelihood items untouched, but reduce 1% of the recurrent expenditure of policy bureaus and departments in the year 2024 to 25, with a further 1% cut in the year 2025 to 26. We will maintain fiscal discipline, spend within our means and spend where we must, as we strictly control the growth of government expenditure. The economy is picking up. Market confidence still has to be strengthened. Massive spending cuts now may hurt the momentum of economic recovery. As we review public expenditure, we will have due regard to all relevant factors and keep close tabs on the government's fiscal position to ensure fiscal prudence. Mega infrastructure projects such as the Northern Metropolis and the Kao Yichao artificial islands are vital investments in Hong Kong's long-term and sustained development. This is about investing in infrastructure and boosting land values to drive the economy. There will be huge economic benefit and revenue in the long term. Hong Kong will also become more competitive with a better quality of life for people in the long term. Indeed, mega infrastructure projects require a huge investment. That's why we must think carefully about project delivery and financing to ensure we can deliver infrastructure that benefits society and the people, and also have the fiscal capability for various government expenses and services. So, in pursuing the mega project, the government will explore various financing options and take forward projects in stages based on its priorities. Mega infrastructure projects involve many aspects. The government will look at the economic value, business viability, and cost of each matter. We will keep an open mind about the various financing options. Huge infrastructure projects in the past were financed not only with the Capital Works Reserve Fund. The government also actively considered making proper use of market capital, including public-private partnerships. The government will set up the Committee on the Financing of Major Development Projects to be led by the Financial Secretary, and the Office for the Financing of Major Development Projects to advise on investment and financing options, taking advantage of market capital and efficiency. This means the two bodies will assess the feasibility of bringing in private investors for these projects and thoroughly evaluate their financial viability to ensure the government's fiscal sustainability. In the budget delivered in February this year, the Financial Secretary announced the use of various appropriate financial instruments, such as issuing bonds to better manage cash flow, and launch several major infrastructure and works projects as scheduled to benefit the public as early as possible. A bond issuance can foster the local bond market and achieve other policy goals, such as financial inclusion, green and sustainable development. The government's outstanding debt remains at a low level, now at just 4% of our GDP, lower than that of most other advanced economies. We will, of course, maintain fiscal discipline. The proceeds of bond issuance will not go to recurrent expenditure. In case of further bond issuances in the future, we will try to keep government debt as a share of our GDP at a rather low level. We expect that the share to be below 10% towards the end of the medium range forecast in 2027 to 28. Keeping public finance robust means spending within our means, and we have to make sure the growth in expenditure keeps pace with the economic growth, and we need to keep economic vibrancy. We need to explore new growth points to boost revenue. A simple and low tax system is our core competitiveness. This is key to our tax competitiveness. This is also important for the economy and people's lives. The system is also in line with the government's goal of bringing in firms, investment, and talent. We believe in growing the pie. We need to grow the economy to boost revenue, and that's the most important way to boost revenue. In looking at whether we should adjust the tax system, we need to take into account a full range of factors, as in whether they're in line with other policies, whether they're in line with social values, and also regional competition. Our post-COVID recovery is slower than expected. It takes time for firms and people to recover and rebuild their strength. So for now, we have no plan to raise our salaries tax and profits tax. Some members argue we should levy a new tax. Any proposal of a new tax requires careful consideration of the policy objectives. We need an ample, in-depth, and informed discussion in the community before we can weigh the factors and then arrive at a decision. All this will take time. We will continue to explore ways to boost revenue. We also welcome members to put forward their views in the upcoming budget consultations so that we can keep our simple and low-tax system. We can put our heads together and have an in-depth discussion about the matter. We need to bring people together, reach a consensus, and then we can ensure the sustainability of public finance to meet the needs of our social and economic development. President, in recent years, the government has or will launch measures that will raise more revenue. Starting from 2024-25, for residential properties, there will be a progressive rating system. This is in line with the affordable user pays principle. Starting from 2025, for multinational enterprises with a turnover of more than 750 million euros, we will impose the global minimum tax. We will also implement the domestic minimum top-up tax. With a progressive rating system, we will see extra revenue of $760 million. With the global minimum tax and the domestic minimum top-up tax, we will see extra revenue of roughly $15 billion in revenue per year. Starting from the 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, the government starts levying the special football betting duty at $2.4 billion per year over 5 years. So in total, there will be an extra $12 billion in revenue. In the long run, the government will continue to grow the economy to boost revenue. We will continue to watch the situation to ensure the tax system duly meets society's needs. President, once again, I thank members for sharing their thoughts. We are well aware of the government's constitutional duty to exercise fiscal prudence to balance the books within a certain period of time. That's why the government will keep close tabs on the situation, especially our post-COVID recovery and government revenue. We will continue to spend within our means, exercise fiscal prudence, contain the fiscal deficit. Looking ahead, when the economy fully picks up and regains momentum, our public finance will hopefully do better. I so submit. Thank you, President.
I now call upon the Honourable Tony Zi to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose to question you that the Honourable Tony Zi's amendment be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Dr. Hui Samini, as Mr. Tony Zi's amendment has been passed, may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose to question that Dr. Hui Samini's further amendment be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed to by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendment passed. Dr. Wendy Hung, as the amendments of Mr. Tony Zi and Dr. Hui Simon Lee have been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose to question you that Dr. Wendy Hung's amendment be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Reverend Canon Peter Kuhn, you still have 1 minute, 26 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Reverend Kuhn, well, it's not easy to manage such a big household as the Hong Kong SAR, and it would be unfair to place the whole burden on the current government. Unfortunately, previous governments were subject to the damage done by the opposition camp, and so the government might not have the opportunity to review our public finance policies. Now we have, in all earnesty, urged the administration to review this matter because there are so many uncertainties. We had the pandemic, we have an aging population, and also complicated geopolitics. I urge the administration to really take a good look of the current policies. Do not just come back and say everything is fine as it did in the past. I understand that things may not be resolved overnight. It takes time, but with the passage of the motion, I hope the administration can assure us with a proper plan. Once again, I'd like to thank members for your suggestions. Thank you. And I'll put a question to you. The Reverend Canon Peter Kuhn's motion as amended by Mr. Tony Zi, Dr. Hui Simon Lee, and Dr. Wendy Ho be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed.
無立法效力嘅議員議案。
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Stanley Ng will move a motion on accelerating the construction of community facilities for a smart city and bridging the digital divide. 5 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Stanley Ng to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Professor William Wong, Mr. Duncan Chiu, Ms. Elizabeth Court, Mr. Michael Lee, and Dr. Simon Lee to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. And I'll call upon Mr. Stanley Ng to speak and move the motion. Mr. Stanley Ng. Mr. President, I move that the motion printed on the agenda be passed. Hong Kong wants to develop into a smart city. The government needs to do much more in promoting the application of digital technology at a community level. They must also remove the digital divide. I move this motion because of something that Resin said. Now, he said that Hong Kong keeps saying it wants to develop into a smart city, but if we want to use the computer in a public library, the whole process is paper-based. So we are so backward. Now, the Information Technology Industry Bureau is here to respond, but that's not good enough. Now, smart city is more than just about technology. It's also about community building, town planning, public service provision, and so on. So we want to see cross-departmental collaboration for this new term of government, and that it will play its role. Now, in 2017, the Smart City Blueprint for Hong Kong was published, and then the version 2.0 was published in 2020. Over 130 initiatives were proposed, but then there's no report on progress. For example, there's mention of using Internet of Things technology to address the rodent and pest control issues, but then it was only in 2022 there was a pilot scheme. It's been a year since, but then rodent infestation, it remains a problem. And even for Hong Kong residents who live outside of Hong Kong, say that this is just crazy. And then he asked if he could donate his infrared technology to the government. And then the digital economy office digital policy office is to be set up, and there will be a commissioner of digital policy, and then there will be new initiatives to promote the development of the smart city. So as the government takes the lead in its own effort, it must also do more to promote the application of digital technology in the community, so that people will feel a sense of happiness. Now, there are. Now the government focuses more on the application of smart technology within the government, but it's not doing as much in promoting the use of such technology in the community, and there are no corresponding policies and strategies in that respect. And then, in community services and so on, they're not adopting digital technology extensively. And then on the collection of the big data, and management of big data and so on. The government has not yet given a report to the public. And if is there any need to update relevant legislation? Again, the government hasn't said so yet. Now, the government only claims that it's going to go for one-stop portal for government services by using I Am Smart by 2024. But then the Chinese name is I'm Smart, which means it's convenient, but then the public will tell you it's nothing near convenient. Now, of course, this whole effort takes time. It won't happen overnight. If we want popular use of digital technology, we need to keep accruing experience, especially for the grassroots sector, students and elderly. For grassroots sector, they have no access to digital resources, and that's for the former. And for the latter, they have no access to digital resources. Now, definitely there is a digital divide now in the community. On the application of technology, the government is not putting the people first. It's not user-friendly. And then there's no special attention paid to the disadvantaged. And then there are not sufficient resources for the grassroots sector. So when classes were suspended during the pandemic, the grassroots families suffered. And there was a university study showing that the digital divide has caused problems to students. They have mental issues, and they also have learning issues. And then for overall, there is not enough IT literacy among students earlier on, but then that's improved. But still, that was the case before the pandemic or during the pandemic. But after the pandemic, although this issue improved a bit, still there is a digital divide. And then digitizing public library services is an important channel for grassroots children to have access to IT resources. Now, public libraries are moving slowly towards full automation and digitization, and their services are rather behind. They're not providing, for example, virtual reality or augmented reality services. There are many new learning software that uses VR and AR technology for preparing teaching materials. And then the Education Bureau is actually promoting this development as well. If students could only have access to such learning software in schools, then the effect would not be as good. Especially for grassroots students, they may not have enough time to access such a software, and they may suffer in their learning progress. So I would suggest that the Education Bureau fully evaluate the use of such teaching materials. There should be targeted approach to keep improving the use of such software. And if necessary, support measures should be offered to give students support. And then for public libraries, they should set up special zones for students for their learning purpose. And in the policy address, there's the announcement of the setting of community living room. And I think such living rooms should also help students living in subdivided units to have access to IT resources. Now, grassroots families could also bring up scientists, but then it's important that they have access to relevant resources. And then there is also the question of digital divide for the elderly. If we want to build a smart city because we want to have better efficiency in the management of the city. We want life to, there to be more convenience for everybody. Now, if we want to address digital divide, it's actually easy. You just need to make sure that digital governance is available. In some mainland cities, this is done rather well. They have a one-stop portal for government services. And so people should choose to either go online, offline in various government applications, and then they could track progress online or offline. So that means anyone will have access to service under all circumstances. Now, with digital divide, the government only tries to address the issue through the use of hardware. For example, during the pandemic, people needed to scan a QR code before they could enter food and beverage outlets. But then elderly people didn't know how to use the app, so they had to buy takeout instead. They couldn't dine in. Now, of course, with digital divide, we need to address the hardware issue. We must make sure people know how to use technology. The FTU has some service center. We work with some Chinese petrol company, and then we set up a teaching room for the elderly on IT application. So we provide hardware. We also provide training classes. It's very popular among old people. So the government needs to do much more to help the elderly meet the challenges with IT application. So with community building, it's all about putting people first. In the market, we're going for digitization. So the government really must help the disadvantaged to adapt to this change. So I ask members to support my motion. Together, we should urge the government to speed up the building of a smart city in Hong Kong, especially at the community level. Now, with the problem of digital divide, the government should do more in-depth research using big data. There should be a targeted approach to meet the demands of the public so that we will have a true smart city where everybody could benefit from it. Thank you.
待決議題係
I now propose the question to you that Mr. Stanley Ng's motion be passed. Professor William Wong. Deputy President, I thank Mr. Stanley Ng for his motion. This motion is about community facilities for a smart city and bridging the digital divide. They are relevant to our times. A smart city means cloud computing, AI, big data. We use the technology to create a new governance model. We also provide smart services for people. The smart services will mean more than just government services. They can also be from private firms. We still need to do much more in developing a smart community. The mainland has had a single portal access for government services for a long time. We have I Am Smart in Hong Kong. But the app is not convenient, so the usage is on the low side. The government is catching up. Last year and this year, we had the policy addresses, and then late last year, we had the Hong Kong in INT development blueprint. Many measures were about speeding up our development as a smart city. And there's mention of moving government services online. There were eight plans. First, I want to discuss community facilities for a smart city. In the INT blueprint and the policy address, it stated that we need infrastructure. Let's take a look at vehicle to everything. Roads featuring vehicles to everything. It's just in the Science Park and in Sha Tin. Smart mobility requires not just parking spaces. We need a network of vehicle-to-everything systems. The technology can boost efficiency in mobility and offer a smooth experience. Another facility we should look at is smart elderly care. We have an aging population. Many seniors live in a family, either alone or with a family with two seniors. In districts where we have many seniors, the government should create smart elderly care homes. In Kowloon East, for example, there are industrial buildings. In a smart elderly care home, we can use germ technology to monitor the well-being of seniors, support their living, ease the burden on carers, so that seniors can have an easier time as they age. Now, on bridging the digital divide, a smart city development is an irreversible trend. As we go forward, we cannot leave people behind. The black code was dropped recently. This shows there are people who struggled with using a QR code to go to the mainland. To drive the development of a smart government, people have to access a computer or a smartphone. Can people manage the technology? The government needs to get prepared. The government should regularly invite tech and professional bodies to promote the use of technology in the community, so that when digital government services are out, young people can be there to show people how to access the technology. Many in underprivileged households and seniors cannot afford the technology. The government should provide subsidies for these people to buy the devices. The subsidies should cover the internet access fees as well. I so submit. I hope members can support my amendment. Mr. Duncan Chiu. Deputy President, I thank Mr. Stanley Ng for his motion so that we can discuss community facilities for smart city and bridging the digital divide. Last year, Electrical Research did a study on places like Singapore, London. The study is on smart city development. The key to success has to do with 4 factors. First, digital personal identity. This needs to be widely adopted. Second, a top-down leadership approach to drive smart initiatives. 3, promoting public participation and better privacy safeguards, and also building public trust in the system. 4th, mutual access of data for private firms so that private firms see the incentive. I agree with the research. These 4 points are in line with what I proposed in the past. The paper clearly spells out that we have to overcome 4 problems in our development in a smart city. First, we need a citywide digital identity system. My amendment is to urge the government to improve digital infrastructure. First, we need to enhance I Am Smart. In the long term, we need a digital identity for Hong Kong people. We also need to link up I Am Smart and private firm systems so that people using I Am Smart can access what's offered by private firms. In this year's policy address, there's proposal by the digital office. This can help sort out hiccups in interdepartmental collaboration. I hope this office can review the structure of I Am Smart as well as the functions. Officials need a new mindset. Tweaks are not good enough. We need forward thinking. We need a comprehensive plan for the future to meet the future need. So I suggest engaging a consultant to review the structure and functions of I Am Smart. We should look at next generation technology in planning. For example, we can think about the use of blockchain for I Am Smart. I Am Smart should also provide a digital identity for people. We should get government services on I Am Smart. We need an open structure that can also link up with private firms, especially banks, services that people access, so that we have safety and identity verification. When a new epidemic hits in the future, the government will not have to roll out something like another app, and we can simply use I Am Smart for people to access a venue. There are security technologies. We also have crypto technology, and also telecommunications. We have gone a long way in protecting privacy. The government should make use of the technology in enhancing data security. We need data security law governing data access and protection. That way, people can see better technology can protect personal privacy. In many ways, Hong Kong has the latest technology, but we lack use cases. Many technologies have yet to be popularized. This stifles the development of technology. People cannot benefit from the technology. This can also hinder the development of a smart city. The government should face up squarely to the problem. The government should also consider the applications to benefit the people. I'm pleased to see that in this policy address, there's mention of tech application in many sectors. This is a good start. Smart transport is also part of a smart city. I've been following the use of technology in transport. I've been calling for e-payment for transport, including taxis. The government should also explore whether there is a need to license ride-hailing operators so that we can find a way out for the problem involving taxis and ride-hailing. President, I so submit. I hope members support my amendment. Ms. Elizabeth Quat. Deputy President, everyone has a smartphone now. They access the internet, they can find out about everything. But there are people who have visual impairments. When they want to read information online, they need an app to read out the information. There's also a need to make changes to the web page. For those with hearing impairment, they need subtitles. And for those with mobility impairments, they need a keyboard navigation system, voice ordering system, and they also customized interfaces to access the internet. Our aging population is getting worse. Many seniors will see impairments to the visual audio faculties. This will mean more problems for them as they access digital technology. If websites use a W3C standard, those web pages can meet the needs of different people. I have been calling for a smart city for many years. In 2021, I called for bridging the digital divide. We would like to see most web pages to be accessible web pages so that many people can access the web pages. I welcome the policy addresses call for speeding up digital development and also about taking services digital. The government is working on enhancing IM Smart to bring together the services from different departments. There will be a single portal access to government services. But many government services online lack an accessible design. This makes things hard for the visually impaired. Say an online registration comes out for Leave Home Safe during COVID, and online booking for testing and vaccination or consumption vouchers. Our officers got many requests for assistance to help sign up for the system. They include senior people with different kinds of disabilities. So in my amendment, I call for a barrier-free digital environment in our smart city design for all online services from the government. The design should consider the needs of those with disabilities and the problems they run into. In recent years, people care more and more about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Equality matters. I hope all firms can take corporate social responsibility seriously in providing barrier-free services. A barrier-free environment can enhance the user's experience and enhance a firm's image. Corporate management should incorporate that into their strategies. A barrier-free digital environment needs participation and a top-down approach. Staff training is needed. Staff members also need to understand why it's important management should lead by example by taking part in training. This shows their commitment to a barrier-free digital environment. A survey finds for the 6 most commonly used online shopping platforms, none of the apps meet the barrier-free design standards. So for those with impairments, they cannot use the apps. These people came to us during COVID to buy groceries. This is not ideal. That's why I call for barrier-free online services so the firms meet their corporate social responsibilities. More government support is needed. We need more publicity promoting a barrier-free environment, such as a barrier-free website. This matters for the vulnerable. The government should consider creating a truly barrier-free smart city. So the online, offline, it's all barrier-free. We need more digital tech support for the vulnerable to bridge the digital divide so that we can have a caring community. Many people with disabilities, especially for the visually impaired, digital technology gives them online access that opens up a new world for them. They did not have access to the information, but barrier-free web pages makes things possible for them. This matters a lot for them. Hong Kong is moving slowly in this regard. I support the motion, and I hope members can support my amendment.
Mr. Macaulay. Thank you, President. Nowadays, everyone has a smartphone. So we can chat to people, we could read the news, we could play games. People aged 3 to 8 years old carrying a phone. Now, in 2022, a survey shows that there are over 6.2 million people aged 10 or above owning a smartphone. Many have more than one phone. And then for those aged 65 or above, the percentage of those owning smartphones was just 7% in 2021, but by 2022, it's a significant increase to over 90%. Now, even though the penetration rate of a smartphone is increasing, does it mean that Hong Kong is now a smart city? Is it the case that no one is suffering from the digital divide? I'm sure you have answers to these questions. Now, about learning and using IT technology has become part of our basic day-to-day skills. The government's taken a lead in promoting a single portal for government services. We have I Am Smart, and then banking are also going digital. Banks are also going digital, and if people don't move with the times, then the digital divide will be even wider. So that's why for all sectors in the community, including grassroots sectors, housewives or the elderly, because of financial means or for other reasons, they may not be able to grasp some IT technology, so there's the digital divide. And also, they don't have enough resources, and as a result, actually, their quality of living will go down. They may not be able to keep up with social development. Now, the government launched the electronic consumption voucher. Many say they didn't know how to use electronic consumption voucher, so they lost out on many other opportunities. Now, for children from better families, they're already using tablets, but then for grassroots children, they may not be able to afford tablets or notebook computers, or they don't have access to high-speed internet services, and then they suffer in their learning. So they're not at the same starting point as children from other families. So that's why there's digital divide. That's why we think the government should do more in providing community facility infrastructure for digitalization. For example, there should be 5G base stations set up in communities, and there could also be interest-free loans to grassroots community groups, so they could say loan computers and so on. Now, if we want to be effective in narrowing the divide, the digital gap, we should learn from the mainland practice. We should make good use of big data, so there is a barrier-free digital environment that will help to improve livelihood. I'm going to quote 2 examples to explain that. For example, in Hangzhou, they have a city brain AI system. It collects all the traffic and transport data as well as camera images. So with global positioning, They're able to find out about the traffic flow at over 1,000 locations in the city. And then based on the traffic condition, the traffic signals will be adjusted accordingly. So with this city brain, Hangzhou was originally the 5th most congested city. Now it's dropped to 57. And then in Guangzhou, they are now promoting the building of the sponge city. So what is a sponge city? That means when it rains, the rainwater is collected, and when there's need, rainwater will be released for other use, say for irrigation, for washing vehicles, and so on. So they use natural means or they use drains to collect rainwater and prevent flooding. I'm quoting these 2 examples. I think the SAR government should learn from them. Of course, we have to have regard to our own circumstances and make adjustment. But then in Hong Kong, in the 18 districts, we will soon have care teams and there will be primary healthcare services. So I and the Liberal Party hope the government will collect big data and share such data with care teams, and then we could make the most of community resources, and care team will have a targeted approach in taking care of the needs of the community, especially for the elderly singletons and the chronically ill. They will receive needed services, and there will be improvement to the quality of living for all, and then everyone will have will feel happiness. So I hope members will support my amendment. Dr. Simon Lee. President, I would like to thank Mr. Sandy Ng for moving this motion. This gives us the opportunity to debate, to discuss and analyze ways for us to build a smart city and remove the digital divide. I'd just like to add some more points. First, we need to see this. In Hong Kong, we're not doing enough towards building a smart city. So we need to have demonstration projects, because that will help to forge consensus among the people. And also we can learn from the experience of other smart cities. That's very important. And then demonstration projects could also promote the development of industries upstream and downstream, and so they could take root in Hong Kong. That will help to promote the progress of the INT, innovation and technology industry. Now, in Central District or in the Northern Metropolis, sites should be set aside for building, for coming with solutions to build world-class smart city clusters, and then we could help relevant high-tech industry to develop and establish a foothold in Hong Kong as soon as possible. That's the first point. Second point, with a smart city, it's important there is a smart government. We see that the government is trying to provide data exchange through I'm Smart, so it offers convenience to everyone. The government's also got a blueprint for a smart government. So the goal is that people don't need to go to relevant government departments, or they need to go just once, and then on their mobile phone they're able to complete the whole process in relation to government services. So that means we rely on the data online, and so people don't have to pay an actual visit to government departments. This will also enhance efficiency. The third point is with any public policy, we have to consider efficiency. Now, as we develop a smart city, and also in future, we're going to develop various smart city infrastructure, and the digital economy will develop as a result. This will help to enhance efficiency for the public as a whole. As for the disadvantaged, this will present new opportunities to them. This will be an opportunity for them to change their own fate, and they could seize upon the opportunities in the INT age for them to develop. So with government procurement of services and online learning, the government should help to promote the learning of such INT skills and literacy, because people could then seamlessly transition to the smart era. At the same time, the disadvantaged will be able to seize upon the opportunity, and a group of people will be able to make the most of digital technological development, and they will be able to realize their full potential. So with these remarks, I support Mr. Stanley Ng's motion and the amendments moved by other members. I hope members will also support my amendments. Thank you.
Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. President, first, I'm grateful to Mr. Stanley Lee for moving this motion so that the Council will have the opportunity to discuss how we can bridge the digital divide and accelerate the construction of community facilities for a smart city. We are committed to enhancing service quality and efficiency so as to develop quality living, and we have an inclusive society. In December 2020, we launched the Hong Kong Smart City Blueprint 2.0, covering 6 different areas with over 130 initiatives covering different aspects of life in developing a smart city so that we can all feel and benefit from the convenience and advantages brought about by INT so that we can all acquire a sense of gain and happiness. Last year, we announced the Hong Kong INT Development Blueprint again. We've also got areas covering 6 areas for how we can promote the development of a digital economy and building a smart Hong Kong. There are a few initiatives. First, we have to expedite the development of a smart city and to promote a transformation of public services. We said in the 2022 policy address that by the middle of next year, we will ensure that we can fully digitalize all government application and approval for government services. And we will promote the acceptance of a full electronic payment. The target is within by the third quarter of 2024, we can allow members of the public to settle relevant service payment through the faster payment system, to use e-wallets online and offline, and service counters and government services commonly used by mainland tourists will also support payment by mainland and electronic wallets to facilitate their usage. And we'll also develop important infrastructure for building a smart government. I Am Smart has got 2.4 million registered users, supporting over 300 items of online services available from the government and public government organizations. We have the Leisure Link, e-tax, e-mobility, contactless e-channels, and also to have access to e-electronic bills and e-gas bills. And we're also committed to having one-stop electronic services through eSmart without having to log in or register. Members can, through eSmart, acquire practical and useful information closely related to daily living of our community. We're committed to further enhancing the operation of IM Smart so that we can have more services to benefit the public. These new functions are expected to come online in 2024 to 2025. Our target is by 2025, all government services can be accessible through IM Smart so that we can have one-stop government services. The government is committed to using various cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, and big data to enhance the quality of public services. OGL has developed platforms of big data analytics to support bureaus and departments to launch big data analytics projects to improve city management. For instance, we've got the traffic data analytics system to allow the transport department to have a more accurate assessment and analysis of the traffic information so that members of the public can have real-time information of the estimated journey time for the coming 15 to 19 minutes. We've got 4 trial spots Smart lampposts are installed in Central Admiralty Causeway, Bay 1, Chai Tim, Sai Choi, Kwun Tong, and Kai Tak to collect air quality information and traffic speed so that there can be real-time city data. Together with 5G Wi-Fi infrastructure, we have machine-readable format to facilitate the community and the businesses to develop more applications. We understand that data is crucial to the development of a smart city. So we are quickly developing the consented data exchange gateway to allow members of the public to authorize government departments to interchange personal data so as to reduce the need for repeated submissions of information when applying for government services. With regard to digital infrastructure and promotion of 5G development, the government will further enhance the overall coverage of 5G network. We will auction more 5G spectrum to mobile network operators, and we will coordinate with major organizations to boost 5G network capacity in major public event venues, and we will help mobile network operators to develop more base stations. We will also expedite the development of infrastructure in rural and remote areas. We will provide fiscal incentives to encourage fixed network operators to boost a 5G optic infrastructure to 235 remote villages. The target is to complete all such projects by 2026. Digital government, digital infrastructure aside, we must take care of all aspects of life of our community, covering food, accommodation, mobility, and clothing. Now, we are committed to the further application of technology and data and healthcare system. For instance, we want to upgrade e-health record into an integrated healthcare information system that allow data exchange, interchange, service provision, and mobile function management so that we can better support the development of primary healthcare and cross-boundary healthcare services. We're also committed to helping transformation in the community to promote development of the business sector. The Cyberport is going to launch the Digital Transformation Support Pilot Program by the end of this year. On a one-to-one matching basis, we're going to support SMEs in the retail and food and beverage industries to expedite the pace of transformation by using off-the-shelf basic IT solutions. The Cyberport will also launch the Smart Living Startup Incubation Scheme towards the end of this year to help startups to develop more smart living options. In promoting digital transformation, we're also concerned about the possible digital divide faced by the disadvantaged in the community. We are committed to launching several digital inclusion incentives to help different sectors of the community, the elderly and persons with disabilities in particular, so that they can learn to use IT products and services. In 2013, we set up the Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Fund, the SIE Fund, to drive social impact in alleviating poverty and social exclusion. As at end September 2023, close to $700 million has been spent to fund about 500 projects. Many of them are using applied technology to launch new services and products to target the needs of the poor and the disadvantaged in society. So far, over 336,000 people have benefited. For digital inclusion for the elderly, OGIO has got the Information and Communications Technology Outreach Program for the elderly to reach out to elders in residential care homes, daycare centers, and Also, in places frequented by the elderly, such as parks, to encourage them to use digital technology. From time to time, we work with the organizations to use the enriched ICT training program for the elderly, and also the elderly IT learning portal to encourage our seniors to acquire knowledge on the use of technology for online takeaway ordering, online shopping, the use of e-wallet and social and cybersecurity. We are very grateful to members and also care teams for setting up kiosks at different locations of the territory starting from February this year to promote smart city and also information on cybersecurity to elders, and to assist them to register and use I Am Smart so that more young elderly persons can be included into this digital world. We are going to step up our efforts in this regard. Now, for the benefit of persons with disability, all government websites, about 600 of them, meet the Level AA standard of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines version 2.0 promulgated by the Worldwide Web Consortium for Web Accessibility. All government mobile apps have conformed to the baseline accessibility criteria for government mobile app. OGO, together with the Hong Kong Internet Registration Corporation Limited, will step up our cooperation. From time to time, we organize the Web Accessibility Recognition Scheme to provide free assessment and advisory services to participating organizations. We also organize briefing sessions for different sectors of the community and the business sector to promote the concepts and technical requirements of web accessibility. I have briefly outlined what the government has done in promoting smart government and digital inclusion. We'll listen very carefully to what members have to say on this subject, and then later on, in our closing reply, we will respond to all these suggestions. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Kitson Yan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Stanley Ng's motion on accelerating the construction of community facilities for smart city and bridging the individual divide. Now, we want to build a smart city. That means we have to speed up the provision of smart government services and so on. Now, we already introduced a grid management system during COVID. Now, the C4 visited Hunan, Hutoudian, it is to Hunan to look at the grid management system. There is a detailed list of households and residents, and then their work, where they work, where children go to school. All the information is available at a glance. And staff showed us how they could find elderly singleton or children who are at the school age, and then they also do searching by building names or hospital names. And then staff also showed us how they carry out the management. If they receive any notice, they will send or request for help. They will be able to go to visit the household in 3 days and then provide the necessary assistance in 7 days. So this is a grid management system, and they collect information about the residents. They will try to also resolve conflicts and disputes. They help with the management of rental units, and also they do registration of transient population and so on. So they have the relevant information that they can send to relevant departments for follow-up. Now, Shanghai is a pioneer in grid management. They started in 2017, and then so that's why. And then Shanghai moved from grid management to refined management. They used model that uses Internet of Things and other means. And Jing'an in Shanghai won an award for their refined management of the city. In in traffic, healthcare, environmental protection, and so on, they collect big data. And they also have a management center of the smart city. And say, for example, for elderly singletons, they have monitoring device for children, or there is also infrared sensors, so they can monitor the movements of the elderly. And there are also sensors to track the sleep pattern of the breathing pattern of the elderly. If there are any anomalies, then warning will be sounded, and then people were sent to look check on the elderly. And now there are different departments having access to data. And so from the grid management, they have now upgraded the whole system. And so they're able to actually project risks. Now, Shanghai is a very successful experience, so we could also make reference to their experience. In fact, Hong Kong is already like a grid. We have 18 districts, and then say Education Bureau has information on students. The Inland Revenue Department has information on the salary workers and so on. So different departments have access to different information, but there is no sharing of such information among in the government. So if we could do that, that means it's already a form of a grid management. Now, we have to look at the institution, the management centers, and so on when we build a grid management system. And then there should be open platform, and they have to have process for managing the different grids of data and system. And then now we're going to have care teams, so there will be the opportunity to help the government carry out a grid management. So, and then we could have smart management. This is the new direction for the development of a smart city. So I speak in support of the motion and all the amendments.
Ms. Chen Yue-ming, thank you. Mr. Deputy, I speak to support Mr. Stanley Ng's motion on accelerating the construction of community facilities for smart city and bridging the digital divide and all the amendments. The government is committed to building Hong Kong into a smart city. It can help to enhance our innovation ability and also city management, and it's also an important pillar for further development of the economy. I'm pleased to see in this year's policy address that the government will continue to expand 5G coverage and also the mobile network infrastructure in the rural and remote areas, because the northern metropolis is in the northern part of the NT, and yet the infrastructure is a bit backward compared with the urban areas. The northern metropolis should be smart city, and the government must improve the software planning for northern metropolis. First, the government should proactively expand the facilitating measures for a digital Bay Area. I am pleased to see that the government has entered into an agreement with the Guangdong province so that with I'm Smart, Hong Kong residents can log into the system of Guangdong to have access to government services. Now, because Hong Kong and the mainland are two different administrative regions, now if Hong Kong residents get married in the mainland, they have childbirth, etc., they have to work through the public notaries of the PLC settlement in Hong Kong. Now, they have to spend time, and also the services are costly. The central authorities have launched a number of facilitation measures to enable Hong Kong residents to learn, to live, to receive education, to work on the mainland. I suggest that we can go further to offer more convenience to the public. In particular, I Am Smart, we have got apps. We should interface with the official web of the Guangdong province, so the documents issued here can be valid across the boundary. We can have the cross-boundary data flow network as a pilot, so that ID cards, birth and marriage certificates can be valid across the boundary in Guangdong, so that they can really they can really enjoy the benefits of the GBA. And then the government has announced an action plan for the Northern Metropolis, which is will be a new core development area for Hong Kong. But because of extreme weather, we have seen a torrential rain this year. The government should enhance the infrastructure for to guard against extreme weather. Hong Kong is a world city. I'm sure many residents could not imagine that in many villages in Hong Kong they have no connection to public sewers, and some of the houses are very small. They have to reserve space for septic tanks, etc. With development of the Northern Metropolis, we can use this opportunity for co-development, and then we can improve the infrastructure provision for the rural areas. There are 4 blueprints for development of the Northern Metropolis, but there is no guarantee for basic public utilities of some of the rural areas. So how can we make Northern Metropolis a modern city? The rural areas are part of our city and will be part of the Northern Metropolis, so they should be given fair treatment. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Leung, thank you. In this year's policy address, in para 41 and 42, there are 8 measures to talk about advancing the development of digital government, and this is somehow in echo what the motion debate here we have here. In 2022, there was the blueprint 2.0 of smart government. Unfortunately, the progress has not caught up with technological development. Now, take e-mobility. It was just recently launched. And smart car parks, we've only got 2. Now, we must expedite the digitalization and infrastructure development of our government. With regard to Mr. Stanley Ng's motion and also the amendments, I support all of them because they are useful for development of a smart city. I have to raise a few points. First, there is a mention that we must boost the function of I Am Smart. In fact, this is a big issue faced by the government. Government departments have different apps that they do not talk to one another. For instance, we have to use TMHK Go for healthcare services and e-mobility for traffic, and we have to log on to the Hong Kong Observatory app. Different services will have the respective apps, and some of the download rates are very low. So the government should integrate, consolidate all these apps under I Am Smart platform so that we can make it easier for the public. And we should see how our younger generation can feel the benefits of smart living to enhance their interest in STEAM learning. As said by Presidency, our young people should have extensive knowledge and travel wide, and they should incorporate book learning and practical knowledge. We should allow Hong Kong students to apply STEAM knowledge to solve their daily problems. Young people can then help to take forward the development of a smart city. For instance, some students have developed a device so that persons with disability can also play musical instruments. Another group of students invented a smart refuse bin. When animals come near, then there can be noise to drive the animals away. I'm sure if we encourage our young people to be interested in STEM, it will be a win-win situation. And there is also the question of digital divide. In the post-pandemic, in a few years, we saw the challenges. Disadvantaged children had difficulty with e-learning at home. Our seniors did not know how to use online services. Now, many elders have learned how to use communications apps in IT classes offered by NGOs. I think we can further expand such services to ensure that our elderly persons and persons with disabilities can also use digital services. Children can learn very quickly. They, however, need help in hardware. Under the Rise and Shine program, we can deal with this area to help them, and we can have more new ideas so that we can develop a smart and innovative city. Thank you. Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The policy address has asked for full digitalization of government services. While we expand the scope of digital government services, we have to see whether everyone in the community knows how to use it. We saw that when members of the public were using Leave Home Safe and also smartphones, they had challenges. So we must analyze the digital divide here and find out groups such as the elderly and the disadvantaged groups and tackle their problems. The government has launched various rounds of outreach teams. They go to residential care homes to teach elders how to use smartphones. According to a poll in January this year, about 1/4 of the elderly persons in Hong Kong did not know how to use smartphones. The schools, in fact, knew how to use smartphones. That means they had some basic understanding. But for elders who rely on carers for their daily living, now we have added into Leave Home Safe vaccination record for carers as well. So we must help elders and the carers to acquire knowledge on the use of technology. We should expand the SIE fund so that we can encourage OGO to develop programs or apps that cater to the needs of our seniors and their carers. So by means of technology, we can take care of our elders and their carers so they don't feel so alienated, and our technology will be friendly to the elderly as well. We can also use technology vouchers to subsidize disadvantaged groups to buy solutions and devices to resolve the digital divide. Take Tokyo as example. In order to address this problem, starting in 2021, they provide free rental to people of aged over 65 smartphones, and they were also given continuous support in education. While we have STEM or STEAM curricula in primary and secondary schools, we may not be able to catch up with technology development. Those who are relatively well off, they can have access to cutting-edge technology, but not so for families from the lower income bracket. And by providing a tablet is not the ultimate solution. We must have comprehensive planning for the population and support for families before we can design proper technology education so that people can have fair and equal access to technology education. The government can consider entrusting NGOs such as Seed Foundation to collaborate with the business sector in order to break the barriers among different social classes. And we can then choose AIs and edit different curriculum. And then there can be extracurricular activities, including visits to offices, and students can learn how classroom learning can be applied in real life. This can assist students to do proper life planning. I agree that we should target at the digital divide encountered by different groups in society and put forward targeted solutions. With these remarks, I support the motion and also all 5 amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, Deputy President. Payment, shopping, mobility. We are going smart in so many areas. COVID also expedited this process, but then there are seniors, people with disabilities, people in grassroots families. They are struggling. They run into many problems. A smarter city means a wider digital divide. Our country is going all out in developing smart cities. The Hong Kong SAR government is working on this. We can see the effort. 8 initiatives were announced in the policy address. Hong Kong needs to catch up in the face of developments elsewhere. In the mainland, we have more than 700 cities pursuing smart development. In Shenzhen, they are doing a sensory-based big data project. In Singapore, they have a citizen-centric system. Citizens, businesses, government, they work together. They have a government portal with more than 5,000 data sets from more than 50 government departments for citizens and businesses to get involved. In the UK, in Bristol, they have 3 high-speed systems covering energy, air quality, traffic. Look at Japan. For families, there will be smart power meters to monitor energy consumption in real time. With this trend, seniors are having a hard time with the digital divide, and also grassroots families and people with disabilities. When I visit the families, I find 2 problems they are encountering. First, a mindset. Many seniors know they can use technology, but for those of a more advanced age, they are scared of technology. They had bad experiences because of a previous operation. Some were scared even of the ATM machine because the print is too small. And it's a time there are alerts, beeps. So these seniors are under stress. Over time, they developed a technophobia. And then with email, phone numbers, there are access controls, especially with bank systems. Seniors struggle with the systems. They are afraid of making a mistake. My regional offices saw many people coming for help. Seniors came to us. They asked us for help. For the visually impaired, you need eyesight to operate the systems. And for people with disabilities, with their arms, they have a hard time with the systems. For those in the grassroots, they struggle to get devices and internet access. I know a young person. He has no broadband internet at home. But at the secondary level, they no longer need online classes. So this person can only pick or a mobile plan at a lower price, but there are limits on the internet speed. So when he wants to check out clips, he has to go to a restaurant for the free Wi-Fi. So here are my ideas. First, more resources for local and charitable groups. Let's set up a place, a center for seniors to get help, so that we have community support for more seniors. Second, for seniors who want to learn about the tech, let's give them training. We can get care teams to help. Third, let's look at the community care fund. There's a funding scheme for young people to buy digital devices. This should cover tertiary students from grassroots families. We need subsidies for them to get devices and internet access. I have been following the problems seniors struggle with. This is a major problem for seniors. Bridging the digital divide for seniors will mean we can help them solve problems with payment and managing personal finance. Seniors will also get more options in entertainment. This can also tie in with gerund technology. This can help seniors support themselves. I support the motion. Please stop speaking. I will allow 4 more members to speak this evening, and then I will suspend the meeting. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Stanley Ng for his motion and the amendments from 5 members. Vice Premier Ding Xuexiang attended a UN meeting in April this year. It was on data. At the opening ceremony, he said, "Fair development requires bridging the digital divide. We need an open, fair, just, non-discriminatory digital economy. We need to make the digital economy more accessible so that everyone can share in the benefits of a digital economy. The rapid development of a digital economy adds to the gap between the poor and the rich in access. The digital divide will affect social economic development. I have 3 ideas to bridge the digital divide. The policy bureaus involved will cover more than just the ITIB. First, support for the vulnerable. It's the digital age. It means convenience for many. But as Mr. Stanley Ng argued, there are many who are in the vulnerable group. They have problems accessing the digital information. For seniors, carers, those living in substandard housing, that is, the students living there, we need to help them bridge the digital divide. The government needs to take the lead to promote digital inclusion. We should use the SIE fund to provide the technology, funding, advisory services for these people, help them reach out to the outside world. That's how we can bridge the digital divide and build a caring community. I welcome the Labor and Welfare Bureau's measure. In the policy address, there will be a pilot scheme on the community living room. The government should find out about the living conditions of the people, create a barrier-free digital community so that the digitally vulnerable can access digital services in the community living rooms, so that children living in substandard housing can get access to free Wi-Fi. Second, we need to boost the digital literacy of the entire community. This can help people adapt to the community. This is also a measure of the soft power of different places. Our country is promoting this kind of education, and it has achieved success. In 2021, there was an action plan to boost digital literacy. This shows digital literacy matters a lot for building a smart community. With a better I Am Smart, I hope this can be accessible to everyone and everyone can use the system. We should learn from our country in boosting digital literacy for all. First, digital infrastructure should be adapted to make it easier to access for seniors and the disabled. We can have a I Am Smart version for seniors. They should be made popularized. Second, we should have digital identities for people and also open up data. That we can have the consented data exchange gateway so that the use cases of CDI can be expanded. Now, the cross-boundary services is also a good place to start. 3, training. Professor William Wong asked for push toward a platform for digital education. That's a good idea. 3, interdepartmental collaboration. I welcome the policy address's call for measures to speed up the building of a digital community. There's a digital policy office and a commissioner for digital policy. This commissioner will be formulating the digital policies to launch more government services. Promoting the safe cross-boundary flow of data involves the work of many bureaus with cross-boundary wealth management and also the mutual access of healthcare data. This means work involving many bureaus. I wonder if this will be led by the Digital Economy Development Committee led by the IFS to improve collaboration so that we can have single portal for government services in 2025. Dr. Simon Lee proposed a demonstration zone for a smart city in the northern metropolis. Good idea. We can look at River Loop, the Sending Technopole, as a place that tolerates failure as we run the test. Once it works out, we can launch it citywide. The government should adopt our ideas and bridge the digital divide to enhance a sense of gain and happiness for people. President has so submitted a supported motion and the amendment. Professor Chairman Kwong. Thank you. I support Mr. Stanley Ng's motion and all the amendments. I want to share 2 news reports first. In Nanjing, a university ran a big data analysis. They identified students in poverty, and then the meal subsidies are transferred to the card, to the balance of these students. This was widely acclaimed. This shows where technology works. Second, carers. At the China Internet Congress, there was a technology called the Invisible Carer. It features AI. It's a smart elderly care product. It has a smart camera system with AI. It can help ensure the safety of seniors who live alone. When a senior falls, an alarm goes off. The accuracy rate is at more than 90%. The smart technologies amazed me. When I visit the mainland, I see the rapid development of technology. I also see smart mobility and e-payment widely in use. This shows convenience comes out of technology. Let's come back to Hong Kong. The government has been trying to build a smart city. People hear about smart city all the time. But smart facilities are not common in our city. We are far behind the mainland. Real-time traffic systems, smart lampposts, they're still in a pilot stage in Hong Kong. That's why people don't see smart facilities. They don't see the convenience. We try to develop a smart city because we want to give people a better life through technology. If only just a few benefit from the technology and the majority does not feel the benefit, then this idea of a smart city would be meaningless. So I support the motion. We should speed up the building of smart city facilities. The government needs to crack on and go full steam ahead with these smart facilities, so that in the city we have more smart recycling, parking, contactless lift, so that people can see and use the smart facilities. The stress is on speed. Technology moves in leaps and bounds. If it takes years for pilot schemes, the technology will soon lose the point. Then technology will fail to serve our needs. For the proven technologies, the government should shorten the pilot. We need to speed up the application to benefit the people. The motion mentions bridging the digital divide. I support this. I want to stress that For support for seniors and the vulnerable, we cannot just be superficial. We should look beyond just a number who took part in the elderly outreach. We have training platforms. We look at the number of views, clicks. We should look beyond that. We should focus on both quality and quantity. We should look beyond the attendance numbers. What matters more is that for those who take part, those who get the subsidies, we need to make sure they learned something. Only then we can truly bridge the digital divide and people can see the ease offered by technology. I so submit I support the motion and all amendments. Thank you.
Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. I would like to thank Mr. Stanley Ng for moving this motion. Now, we're seeing great advancement in ICT, and it's bringing about sea change to our day-to-day life. And there are still many people who are not able to enjoy the benefits coming from technology. And so that's a question of the digital divide. And definitely that's going to have far-reaching impact on future generations, because there will be inequality when it comes to access to technology. So we need the government and the community to work together to resolve that. Now I'd like to talk about children and young people. How can we bridge the digital divide for them? In the past few years, electronic learning or online learning is the new normal. The computers and the communications devices become an obstacle for grassroots families. They don't have enough learning opportunities, and they will affect the confidence of children. It will affect their future development. You might recall before the pandemic, there were some students who had no access to the internet at home, or they did not have good high speed, so they had to use Wi-Fi. They had to go to the school, and outside the school they used their phone and use the Wi-Fi network of the school for us to keep learning and keep up with their homework. So that's why the people asked the government to help the grassroots children to buy computers, and then there were voluntary groups and some businesses who loaned tablets to children or gave them SIM cards. So this is collaboration between the government and the community. It works very well. So perhaps the government have to see how else we could help our children this way. And then, okay, we then resolve the question of hardware, but then is it the case that because each child now has some sort of a device, so there's no digital divide? Well, the university conducted a survey or study. Now, if children use electronic devices for social interaction or playing games, usually came from family children. It's usually about children who come from families with or parents with lower education attainment. Now then, because children, when they are not guided properly by their children, and when children face pressure learning, they face various challenges. So how do we help them? How do we have to also teach them about the soft skills in using IT? Basically, they have to be able to distinguish facts from fiction. They have to learn to have critical thinking so they could analyze issues on their own. So I think the government needs to, give a broader interpretation of a digital divide. It's about learning IT skills, and there must be measures to help children or parents even on proper use of IT. The government needs to do an evaluation that is the IT or digital divide. How does it affect children in their learning? How big the scope should be? And then we need to build a proper system and structure to help children. And so it's also important to boost the IT literacy of parents. there should be more resources given to parents too. Otherwise, they can't guide their children. Now, with the smart city, the ultimate goal is for us to have a better life. We don't want some to be left behind in the process. So as the government considers the issue, it should consider broader perspective so that everyone has equal access and they have equal choices. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President Xi Jinping said in the 14th five-year plan that Hong Kong is to develop into an international I&T hub. And then in the latest policy address, the chief executive and pointed out that the Northern Metropolis is a new engine for growth for Hong Kong. There's the Santin Technopool that will take up 300 hectares. There's also the Lok Ma Chau Loop I&T park, and 200,000 jobs will be created. So the I&T industry will be the mainstream for our future economic development. We need to be prepared early. We need to build Hong Kong into a smart city so that we could usher in the new I&T era. Now, to prevent the spread of COVID during the pandemic, the government put in place stringent social distancing measures. It brought about inconvenience to the public, but at the same time, it promoted the development of digital technology. For example, the Leave Home Safe app was developed, and that helped to stop the spread of the disease. The government also used e-wallets to distribute electronic consumption voucher, and then there's also other electronic means to avoid contact, actual physical contact among people. And over the 3 years of the pandemic, people became used to digital technology. But still, for the elderly, some of them had difficulties learning this new skill. And as Mr. Stanley pointed out, that as a result, there's the digital divide. The Census and Statistics Department published some figures in May. In 2022, there were still 27% of those aged 65 or above without smartphones. So I hope the government will consider giving subsidy to the grassroots sector or elderly on CSSA so they could buy a smartphone. And the care teams and social workers could also visit the elderly regularly, or they should also visit grassroots families, and they should teach them how to use mobile apps that will help to promote the use of digital technology. And they will get to see the benefits and the convenience brought about by digital technology. And when they visit and members also, when they visit residents, they could also learn what they're saying, and they could convey the views to the public, and the government could then take actions to bridge the barrier, the digital divide. The government must also review the use of various electronic devices regularly. Now, the government departments are now rolling out various mobile apps. In reply to a question from this council, the ITIB said that in the past 5 years, 112 mobile applications were developed, but quantity does not equal quality. In fact, one set of the apps had to be removed eventually, and for some apps, they may have been downloaded just 10 to 20,000 times. And also, apps have to be updated, so there's high maintenance cost. It's a waste of public money. That's why the government must take targeted measures. Perhaps the different apps could be combined, so it's one app serving multiple purposes. For example, the event.com or event.hk and could all be added to the I Am Smart app. Or I Am Smart could be used together with faster payment system, so the public rental housing tenants can pay their rent through this means. Now, we want Hong Kong to become a smart city. In terms of hardware infrastructure, we need to boost the internet speed. The 5G coverage is not yet good enough, it doesn't cover remote areas. For example, Guton North, Hong Shui Kiu, Santin, they are all going to be at the core of the northern metropolis. There are not enough 5G base stations yet. Now, apart from being infrastructure-led, that means road network, we also need to make sure there are sufficient public Wi-Fi hotspots. And also, they need to expand the 5G coverage so that Wi-Fi coverage of the standard in the urban areas will also be, applied to the northern metropolis. We want to make sure there is a barrier-free digital environment for Hong Kong. Thank you. The meeting is suspended. We will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.